The massive Vexari transport ship shuddered as its engines ignited, breaking orbit around the desolate planet below. Through the viewport of an abandoned command center, 500,000 human warriors in dust-covered combat uniforms watched their only means of escape disappear. Confusion rippled through their ranks like a virus, followed by the dawning horror of comprehension. They had been abandoned on a death world. General Marcus Scott stood motionless on the toxic surface, his artificial left eye tracking the ship's trajectory with military precision. The cybernetic implant at his temple calculated escape velocities, displaying the data across his retinal feed in harsh red numerals that confirmed what his human instincts already knew. The Vexari were never coming back. "Bastards," he muttered, the word hissing through clenched teeth as the alien vessel vanished into hyperspace with a brief flare of blue-white energy. The light illuminated the scarred landscape around him, barren plains stretching to distant mountains, the ground itself stained with chemical compounds that made the dirt glisten with unnatural colors. Scott's combat interface blinked urgently as he activated emergency protocols. His voice remained steady despite the betrayal burning in his chest. "All field commanders, priority Alpha. Establish secure comm links immediately." Within seconds, holographic faces materialized in a circle around him, 12 men and women with expressions hardening from shock to fierce dedication. Colonel Rivera's image flickered, distorted by atmospheric interference. "Sir, we've got 500,000 personnel scattered across 3 landing zones. Initial casualty reports coming in from toxic exposure. The Vexari took 90% of our atmospheric processors when they pulled out." Before Scott could respond, warning klaxons blared across the temporary encampment. Environmental sensors flashed crimson alerts across every operational display. Atmospheric toxicity critical. Radiation levels exceeding safe parameters. Temperature fluctuation warnings. Unknown biological CONTAMINANTS DETCTD. "They dropped us into hell," Lieutenant Commander Jackson said, his dark face shining with sweat beneath his helmet. "This isn't just any uninhabitable world, this is Nexus 9. The galactic hegemony classified it as a death planet 50 years ago. Nothing survives here without extensive environmental protection." Scott's cybernetic fingers tapped commands into his wrist console, bringing up a 3-dimensional map of their immediate surroundings. "They've left us some equipment. Not out of mercy, they wanted us to last long enough to be useful." "Useful for what?" demanded Rivera. The answer came from Major Takeda, Intelligence Division, her voice tight with controlled fury. A holographic briefing materialized above her palm, displaying Vexari battle plans and resource surveys. "We were never meant to leave. The Vexari Confederation hired us as mercenaries to clear out the Krell hives and secure the mineral deposits. Once we eliminated the primary threats," her voice trailed off. "They eliminated the expense of paying us," Scott finished, watching the data scroll past. "And the political complication of explaining to the hegemony why they hired human mercenaries for a forbidden operation." Lieutenant Annika Sharma pushed forward through the gathering crowd of officers, her combat engineer insignia gleaming against her dust-covered uniform. Before joining the expeditionary force, she'd been one of Earth's leading xenobiologists. "Sir, I've analyzed the atmospheric composition. Our standard issue filters will last approximately 28 days before complete failure. After that." She didn't need to finish. They all understood the death sentence hanging over them. 28 days, Scott repeated, his human eye narrowing while his cybernetic one continued scanning the horizon. "That's our window to find a solution." The wind howled across the blasted landscape, carrying particles that sparkled like malevolent stars in the alien sunlight. Every breath drawn through their filters rasped with effort, the air itself seeming to resist their presence on this hostile world. Scott moved with purpose toward a cluster of prefabricated structures, the only shelter they had. I want all senior officers at the forward base in 30 minutes. Bring your department heads and survival specialists. As the commanders dispersed, Scott turned to Sharma. Lieutenant, you have a background in xenobiology. I need your expertise on adaptation possibilities. Sir, with respect, this planet was classified as uninhabitable for good reason. The atmospheric composition alone contains 17 toxic compounds that I'm not interested in why we can't survive, Lieutenant. I need to know how we can. Scott's voice cut through her objections like a plasma blade through armor plate. 500,000 of Earth's finest warriors are stranded here. We will not die on this rock. Within the hour, the hastily established command center buzzed with grim activity. Holographic displays showed the spread of human forces across the planet's surface, clustered around the limited equipment the Vexari had left behind. Supply officers delivered the devastating inventory: oxygen filters for less than a month, food concentrates for 60 days, medical supplies sufficient for routine injuries, but nothing that could counter the planet's toxic environment. Intelligence Officer Takeda stepped forward, her slender fingers manipulating data streams with practiced precision. We've recovered partial communications from the Vexari command ship. They referred to us as viable test subjects. Whatever their primary objective was in bringing us here, they're now watching to see how long we survive. A murmur of anger rippled through the assembled officers. There's more, Takeda continued. Geological survey teams sent out before the Vexari departure mapped extensive cave networks beneath the western mountain range. The data was transmitted to the Vexari, but never shared with our command. Scott studied the underground schematics now floating before him. Potential shelter from surface conditions. Possibly, Takeda nodded. But preliminary drone reconnaissance shows indigenous life forms in the deeper chambers. Predatory from what little we can see. Predators evolve to hunt prey, Sharma interjected, her scientific mind already racing ahead. If predators exist, there must be an ecosystem. An ecosystem means adaptation to this environment is possible. Scott turned to the assembled officers, his cybernetic eye glowing faintly in the dim light of the command center. The implants that had saved his life in the Proxima Centauri campaign now processed tactical options faster than any human brain could manage alone. 500,000 lives depended on his next decisions. We have been betrayed, abandoned, and sentenced to death, he began, his voice steady and resolute. But the Vexari have made a critical error. They left us our weapons, our training, and our human ingenuity. We will organize into specialized divisions immediately. He gestured to Colonel Rivera. Security teams to establish defensive perimeters around all 3 landing zones. Major Takeda, I want Engineering Corps repurposing every piece of abandoned equipment for survival purposes. Lieutenant Sharma, assemble science units to study this planet's resources, anything that might extend our survival timeline. Commander Jackson, prepare exploration teams for the cave systems. As the officers moved to execute his orders, Sharma hesitated. General, there might be another option. Several of the indigenous plants contain compounds similar to those found on Kepler 186f. If my theory is correct, we could synthesize extensions for our oxygen filters. For the first time since the betrayal, a flicker of hope appeared in the expressions around the room. How long would that buy us? Scott asked. With careful rationing and successful synthesis, perhaps another 30 days. Make it happen, Scott ordered. That's our immediate priority. 3 days later, an exploration team led by Commander Jackson returned from the western mountains with unexpected findings. They hadn't just discovered caves, they'd found a hidden Vexari monitoring station embedded deep within the mountainside. It's fully automated, Jackson reported, displaying helmet footage on the command center screens. Heavily shielded against detection. We only found it because Specialist Wang's scanner malfunctioned from radiation exposure and started picking up their power signature. The footage showed sleek Vexari technology built into the natural rock formation. Observation equipment pointed outward toward the human encampments. "They're watching us die," Rivera said, disgust evident in her voice. "No," Scott corrected, studying the footage with both his human and cybernetic eyes. "They're studying us. This isn't just abandonment, it's an experiment." Takeda's team infiltrated the station's data cores within hours, extracting encrypted files that painted a picture more disturbing than any of them had imagined. The intelligence officer's voice was clinical as she delivered her findings, but her hands trembled slightly as she manipulated the holographic displays. "The Vexari have done this 17 times before," she explained, showing records of other species deployed and abandoned on various death worlds. None survived longer than 14 standard days. The data collected was used to perfect Vexari military tactics against each species. "They're using us as training simulations," Rivera said, her fist clenching at her side. "Learning our strengths, weaknesses, how we adapt under pressure." Scott studied the records, his expression unreadable. "Destroy the station." "Wait," Sharma interrupted. "If we capture it intact, we could use their communication equipment to intercept Vexari transmissions, maybe even contact Earth." Scott's organic eye met hers, and after a moment he nodded. "Do it." Within the monitoring station, human technicians worked feverishly to repurpose Vexari technology. Their efforts yielded results faster than anyone had dared hope. Lieutenant Sharma stood before the command staff, her exhaustion evident but her eyes bright with discovery. "We've accessed their communication network," she reported. "The Vexari believe their experiment is proceeding as expected. According to their models, we should all be dead within 1 month." A cold silence fell over the room. "There's more," she continued. "The indigenous predators in the cave systems, they've evolved a unique respiratory biology that processes this toxic atmosphere. If we could synthesize a serum from their genetic material." "You're suggesting we modify ourselves?" Jackson asked incredulously. "I'm suggesting we adapt," Sharma replied. "It's what humans do best." Before Scott could respond, alarms blared from the perimeter. An exploration team had been surrounded by creatures emerging from the cave system's tall, sinuous forms with iridescent skin that seemed to shift colors in the toxic atmosphere. But instead of attacking, the creatures had formed a circle around the humans, releasing chemical compounds into the air. "They're communicating," Sharma explained hours later, after the team had been safely recovered. "These aren't mindless predators, they're sentient. And according to the Vexari records we've uncovered, they were also subjects of experimentation centuries ago." The command center erupted in debate as officers argued over their long-term strategy. Some advocated focusing solely on survival. Others insisted they should attempt to contact Earth for rescue. A third faction demanded they build weapons to eventually strike back at the Vexari. General Scott listened to all sides, his cybernetic implants processing probabilities and outcomes. Finally, he rose to his feet, silencing the room with a raised hand. "We will not merely survive," he declared, his voice resonating with conviction. "We will transform this death planet into humanity's fortress. We will adapt to its harsh environment until we become something the Vexari never anticipated." His human eye gleamed with drive as he looked at each officer in turn. "And then, we will have our revenge." In the toxic skies above, the alien sun cast blood-red light across the landscape where 500,000 human warriors began to transform both themselves and the death world that was meant to be their grave. The screams echoed through the makeshift laboratory. Private Mendoza's back arched off the medical table, his skin rippling as though something moved beneath it. Blood vessels bulged black against his pallid skin, then burst one by one, creating a horrific constellation across his torso. Cardiac arrest, Dr. Patel shouted, fingers flying over the emergency protocols on her tablet. Get the crash cart. Lieutenant Sharma watched in horror as the medical team fought to save Mendoza. His cellular structure was collapsing, dissolving from the inside out. The adaptation serum extracted from the indigenous apex predators had triggered catastrophic mutation instead of controlled adaptation. Mendoza was the third volunteer to die in 16 hours. General Scott's face remained impassive as the medical team called time of death, but Sharma caught the slight tremor in his commander's hand, the only visible crack in his composure. All testing stops, Scott announced, his voice cutting through the chaos. Now, Sharma slammed her fist against the laboratory wall. The theory was sound. The predator species survives the atmospheric toxins through rapid cellular regeneration. If we could just 3 dead soldiers say otherwise, Lieutenant. Scott's eyes hardened. Find another approach. We have 29 days of atmosphere filters remaining. Make them count. The walk back to her quarters gave Sharma time to process her failure. The distant howls of the planet's native predators seemed to mock her efforts, their alien vocalizations carrying easily through the reinforced perimeter walls. Whatever evolutionary path had allowed them to thrive in this toxic hellscape remained frustratingly beyond her understanding. 3 days later, Captain Rivera burst into the command center, clutching a soil sample analysis that changed everything. The plants, she said, breathing hard from her sprint across the compound. The ones extending their oxygen filters, they're processing something from the soil. Scott glanced up from the holographic display of their dwindling resources. Explain. There's an unknown mineral compound in the planet's crust. The plants concentrate it. Rivera projected the molecular structure above the command table. It's extraordinarily efficient at binding with atmospheric toxins. We've located abundant deposits within mining range. For the first time since their abandonment, a flicker of hope crossed Scott's weathered face. Extraction timeline. Engineering teams are already deploying automated mining drones. First estimates suggest we could extend life support from 30 days to approximately 6 months. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. 6 months wasn't salvation, but it was time to find more permanent solutions, to understand this death world that had become their reluctant home. Proceed, Scott ordered. And get Sharma in here. I want to know if this mineral has applications for her adaptation research. While the mining operations began, reconnaissance teams pushed deeper into the labyrinthine cave networks that honeycombed the planet's crust. The advanced drones, originally designed for urban warfare, adapted surprisingly well to the subterranean environment, their infrared sensors mapping an extensive underground ecosystem. Major Okafor reviewed the drone footage with growing fascination. General, you need to see this. The command staff gathered around as Okafor highlighted sections of the 3-dimensional map. These aren't random cave formations. There's deliberate construction here, and here. Her finger traced what appeared to be territorial boundaries, and the predator species we've encountered on the surface. They have organized social structures underground. The footage showed the creatures massive 6-limbed predators with translucent exoskeletons arranging what appeared to be nesting sites in complex patterns. Others worked cooperatively to cultivate bioluminescent fungi along carefully maintained patches of cave wall. They're not just animals, Sharma whispered. They show signs of rudimentary intelligence. More than rudimentary, Okafor countered. Look at this. The next segment showed a chamber where dozens of the creatures gathered around a central pool of luminescent fluid. They dipped their forelimbs into the liquid, which changed color in response. The creatures' exoskeletons pulsed with matching patterns. They're communicating, Scott realized. Chemical signals amplified by bioluminescence. Sharma's eyes widened. This changes everything about our adaptation approach. If they're intelligent, Their biological systems are likely far more complex than we assumed. The discovery became more relevant when 3 days later, a patrol reported multiple indigenous creatures approaching the settlement perimeter. Unlike previous encounters, these creatures made no attempt to attack. They simply stood at the boundary, their exoskeletons pulsing with synchronized patterns. "They want to communicate," Sharma insisted, clutching her hastily constructed translation device, little more than a spectrographic analyzer coupled with pattern recognition algorithms. Scott regarded the creatures warily. "Or they're coordinating an attack. If they wanted to attack, they could have done so already," Sharma countered. "Their numbers have been growing for days." The standoff lasted hours. Finally, one creature approached closer than the others, its exoskeleton flashing rapidly. Sharma's device hummed as it processed the chemical signatures and light patterns. "I'm getting something," she said, adjusting the sensitivity. The crude translation appeared on her screen, sending a chill down her spine. "You will become like the others or you will die here." "Others?" Scott demanded. "What others?" Before Sharma could attempt further translation, the sky darkened with unnatural speed. Meteorological sensors screamed warnings as atmospheric pressure plummeted. A massive storm system materialized, overhead clouds boiling with electrical activity, unlike anything in Earth's meteorological records. "Everyone inside!" Scott bellowed as the first lightning strike hit the perimeter fence, shattering reinforced polymer like glass. Wind howled through the settlement with impossible force, ripping habitat modules from their foundations. Equipment and supplies became deadly projectiles. A communications array toppled onto the medical center, crushing the eastern wing and everyone inside. Lieutenant Park stumbled into the command bunker, blood streaming from a head wound. "Sir, this isn't natural." The storm formed in minutes, directly over our position. Scott's eyes narrowed as he studied the meteorological data. "No natural storm forms this way." He turned to the communications officer. "Get me satellite imagery." The orbital view confirmed his suspicion. The storm system had perfect symmetry, its eye centered precisely over their settlement. As they watched, another system began forming 50 kilometers to the north. "It's them," Scott said quietly. "The Vexari, they're manipulating the planet's weather." Part of their experiment, Sharma realized. "They're testing our resilience." The storm raged for 27 hours. When it finally dissipated, 53 humans were dead and critical infrastructure lay in ruins. Their carefully constructed settlement, the product of 3 months of backbreaking labor, had been reduced to scattered debris and twisted metal. As they assessed the damage, Scott made a decision that would alter the course of their survival. "We're taking control of those weather satellites." The mission was suicidal by any reasonable standard. Using the settlement's single remaining shuttle designed for atmospheric operation, not orbital insertion, a team of 4 engineers would attempt to capture and repurpose the Vexari weather control satellites. Captain Yoshida, their best pilot, studied the orbital mechanics with a grim expression. "We'll have one shot at this. The shuttle wasn't built for space, but I can jury-rig the environmental systems for a short orbital hop." "How short?" Scott asked. 20 minutes maximum. After that, we start cooking in our own exhaust heat." The mission launched during a brief window of clear weather. Sharma watched the shuttle climb higher until it disappeared from view, leaving only the comm channel's static-filled chatter as evidence of their audacious attempt. 19 minutes later, Yoshida's triumphant voice crackled through the command center. "We've got control of the primary node, patching into the satellite network now." The celebration was short-lived. As the team began downloading the satellite's operational data, Engineer Quan's voice cut through the channel, tight with alarm. "General, we're seeing something concerning in the satellite's monitoring systems. The entire planet is seeded with nanomachines, billions of them." "Function," Scott demanded. They're monitoring cellular structures, all life forms, including us." A pause. Sir, they're sending continuous biological data back to a Vexari receiver. The shuttle returned with both the captured satellite control codes and the horrifying truth about their situation. The Vexari weren't just observing their struggle, they were monitoring them at the cellular level, watching as their bodies fought against the planet's toxic environment. Analysis of the Vexari data revealed the fate of previous test subjects. The nanomachines weren't passive observers. They were programmed to accelerate biological breakdown in foreign organisms, subtly altering cellular function to hasten deterioration. This explains why adaptation has been so difficult, Sharma said, reviewing the data in the research lab. The nanomachines are actively working against us, targeting our immune responses. Why aren't we all dead already? Scott asked. Human immune systems are more complex than most species. We're slowing the process but not stopping it. She highlighted a simulation showing cellular degradation rates. At current progression, total systemic failure will occur within 4 to 6 months for most of our people. Scott's face hardened. So we have the same timeline the mineral extraction bought us. Unless we find a countermeasure, Sharma confirmed. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. During a routine analysis of tissue samples from the indigenous species now named Chimerae, after their chemical communication, Sharma discovered something extraordinary. They have symbiotic microorganisms, she explained to Scott, projecting magnified images of the Chimerae cellular structure. These microbes produce compounds that neutralize the Vexari nanomachines. That's how they survive here. They've evolved biological countermeasures. Can we synthesize these compounds? Scott asked. Sharma hesitated. Possibly, but direct extraction from Chimerae tissue would be faster and more reliable. The command staff fell silent, the ethical implications hanging heavy in the air. Experimenting on an intelligent species violated everything they stood for as military officers. Yet extinction left little room for moral absolutes. We need to understand more about these creatures, Colonel Reyes argued. If they're truly sentient, we can't just harvest them for parts. While we debate ethics, our people are dying, Major Akafer countered. 3 more cases of accelerated cellular breakdown reported this morning. Scott listened to the debate rage around him, his weathered face revealing nothing of his inner conflict. Finally, he raised a hand, silencing the room. We proceed with research using Chimerae biological samples, he announced. Extinction leaves no room for moral hesitation. But he fixed each officer with a hard stare. We attempt diplomatic contact first. We offer exchange, not theft. Sharma led the diplomatic team, bringing her refined translation device to the perimeter where the Chimerae continued their silent vigil. For hours, she transmitted chemical signatures and light patterns, attempting to establish basic communication protocols. Finally, a response came, a complex pattern that her device struggled to interpret. 17 before you promised knowledge. 17 before you turned violent when desperation came. The implications were staggering. 17 previous species had attempted negotiation before resorting to violence. 17 experiments before humans had failed this same test. We are different, Sharma transmitted back. We offer technology for biological knowledge. The Chimerae withdrew without response, their exoskeletons pulsing with what the translation algorithm interpreted as skepticism. For days, the standoff continued. Human survival timeframes ticked downward while the Chimerae maintained their distance. The breakthrough came unexpectedly, when a massive cave system collapsed near one of the mining operations, trapping a group of Chimerae inside. Without waiting for orders, the human mining team deployed emergency excavation equipment. Working through the night, they tunneled through the collapsed section, risking their own lives as unstable rock threatened to crush them at any moment. By dawn, they had created an escape route. 5 injured Chimerae emerged, their exoskeletons cracked and leaking luminescent fluid. Human medical teams, working with limited understanding of alien physiology, nevertheless managed to stabilize their conditions. As the last injured Kimore was treated, an older specimen approached Sharma. Its exoskeleton bore intricate patterns that the others lacked signs of age or status. Without prompting, it extended a limb, offering a sample of its tissue. For healing, the translation read, ancient knowledge for survival is given freely. The Kimore elder shared more than biological samples. Through painstaking communication, it revealed that its species had inhabited the planet for thousands of years before the Vexari arrived. The nanomachines had been introduced gradually, forcing the Kimore to adapt or perish. Their current form, so different from their ancestors, was the result of forced evolution under Vexari experimentation. With the Elder's assistance, Sharma's team developed a prototype symbiotic implant, a biological interface that could introduce modified Kimore microorganisms into the human bloodstream. The microbes would theoretically neutralize the Vexari nanomachines, while allowing controlled adaptation to the toxic environment. The first human trials were agonizing to witness. 20 volunteers received the implants, including Sharma herself. Their bodies convulsed as the alien microorganisms integrated with human biology, triggering fevers and seizures as immune systems fought the perceived invasion. Sharma's own experience was a descent into biological hell. Her nerve endings fired simultaneously, creating pain beyond description. Her consciousness fragmented, reformed, then fragmented again as the microorganisms rewrote aspects of her cellular function. 16 of the 20 volunteers survived. Their bodies, though weakened, showed remarkable recovery afterward. Blood tests confirmed the symbiotic microorganisms had successfully integrated, neutralizing the Vexari nanomachines. "It's working," Sharma reported to Scott, her voice hoarse from screaming during the integration process. "Our bodies are adapting." Their success triggered an immediate response from orbit. A Vexari hunter-killer probe descended through the atmosphere, its targeting systems locked on the Kimore settlement that had been helping the humans. Scott deployed the settlement's Special Forces team, 12 soldiers, equipped with reverse-engineered Vexari weapons salvaged from the weather satellites. Their mission: destroy the probe before it could eliminate their Kimore allies. The battle was brief and devastating. The probe's advanced defense systems cut down 6 soldiers in the first exchange. The remaining team managed to disable its shields long enough to plant explosive charges on its propulsion system. The resulting detonation destroyed the probe and claimed 3 more human lives. As they recovered the bodies of their fallen comrades, the communications team intercepted fragmentary Vexari transmissions from deep space. The alien language was largely incomprehensible, but the translation algorithm identified recurring patterns indicating alarm and strategic redeployment. "They're concerned," Scott realized, reviewing the transmission analysis. For the first time in their history, their test subjects are fighting back effectively. Further decryption brought more ominous news. The Vexari High Command had diverted a battle fleet to ensure the experiment didn't survive beyond its designated period. The fleet would arrive in approximately 3 months, just as their adaptation program was beginning to show results. Scott ordered an acceleration of defensive preparations. Engineers worked around the clock to reverse engineer more Vexari technology from the downed probe and monitoring stations. They developed primitive but potentially effective countermeasures disruptors that could interfere with Vexari targeting systems, shields that might withstand their energy weapons for brief periods. Meanwhile, the mining operations pushing deeper beneath the surface made an unexpected discovery. Buried under kilometers of rock, they uncovered a structure unlike the natural cave formations, a bunker of obvious artificial construction, yet clearly not of Vexari design. It predates the Vexari arrival, the Ki-Moray elder confirmed through Sharma's translator. From before, from ancestors. Inside the bunker, preserved through unknown technology, they found remnants of an advanced civilization. The architecture suggested beings physically different from the current Ki-Moray taller, with manipulating appendages more similar to human hands than the current species' specialized limbs. This was their original form, Sharma realized, before Vexari experimentation forced their evolution. The bunker's most valuable resource was a repository of data crystal storage devices containing what appeared to be technical schematics and biological research. Initial translations suggested methods for controlled biological adaptation far beyond current human understanding. They weren't just surviving this environment, Sharma explained to Scott as they examined the partial translations. They were mastering it, reshaping their biology to thrive here. The data crystals offered something more valuable than survival. They offered transformation. The first successfully adapted humans demonstrated capabilities that bordered on the superhuman. Enhanced muscle density to counter the planet's crushing gravity, specialized lung structures that could filter atmospheric toxins, skin that naturally resisted the punishing radiation. These were just the beginnings of what humans might become. As Scott watched a recently adapted soldier lift a structural beam that would normally require mechanical assistance, he understood they were witnessing the birth of something beyond baseline humanity. The final breakthrough came 3 weeks before the projected arrival of the Vexari fleet. A complete translation of the ancient data crystals revealed the existence of a planetary defense system buried deep beneath the surface. The system had been designed specifically to repel Vexari attacks, created by the original Ki-Moray civilization before their forced evolution. "There's just one problem," Sharma explained, reviewing the activation protocols. The system was designed to interface with original Ki-Moray physiology. Our adaptations have made us more resistant to this environment, but to access the defense system, we'll need to undergo even more radical biological changes. Scott studied the schematics, then looked at the transformed humans around him, soldiers whose bodies now contained elements of the planet's native biology, whose eyes had adapted to see wavelengths beyond the human spectrum, whose lungs processed toxins that would have killed them months ago. "How radical?" he asked quietly. Sharma met his gaze unflinchingly. "We would still be human in our minds, our memories, our core selves, but physically," she gestured to the ancient Ki-Moray interface designs, "we would become something this planet hasn't seen in thousands of years." Scott considered the choice before them, extinction as humans or survival as something more. Around him, 500,000 soldiers waited for his decision, the last remnants of humanity in this corner of the galaxy, abandoned but unbroken. "Begin the procedures," he ordered. "We didn't come this far to die human when we could live as something more." "Is nothing we've ever seen, Dr. Keller said, her fingers trembling as she manipulated the holographic brain scan. "The symbiotic implants are successfully preventing rejection of the Vexari nanomachines, but they're causing unexpected neural activity in the temporal lobe." Private Jessup lay unconscious on the examination table, his eyelids fluttering rapidly. Sweat beaded across his forehead despite the medical bay's cool temperature. He was the third volunteer this week to collapse during routine training. "What kind of neural activity?" General Scott asked, leaning closer to the pulsing red areas highlighted in the scan. "Memory activation, but doctor his memories." Dr. Keller enlarged a section of the brain map where electrical patterns spiraled in distinctive formations. "It's as if the symbiotic material is carrying fragments of something else. The patterns don't match human memory formation." Jessup suddenly gasped, his back arching off the table. His eyes snapped open, but instead of their normal brown, They glowed with an iridescent green luminescence. The sky was purple before they came, he whispered in a voice that seemed to vibrate from somewhere deeper than his vocal cords. The great forests sang with chemical songs. We were many in one. Scott grabbed Jessup's shoulders. Private, report your status. Jessup blinked rapidly, the green glow fading. Sir, what happened? His fingers dug into Scott's forearm. I was someone else, something else. I was standing in a forest but could feel through every root and branch. The Vexari ships were just appearing in the sky, and there was terror. Not just fear, knowledge. Doctor, I'd done this before. Dr. Keller's instruments beeped urgently. His brainwave patterns are stabilizing, but there's something else happening. The symbiotic cells are integrating with his hippocampus. Chemoray memories, Lieutenant Sharma said from the doorway, her face half-shadowed. The implants aren't just biological material. They're carrying genetic memory. Scott turned. You've experienced this too. Sharma nodded, stepping into the light. Faint green filaments traced beneath her skin like delicate circuit pathways. All of us who have survived past stage 3 adaptation, we're accessing fragments of Chemoray genetic memory, seeing this world before the Vexari poisoned it. 3 days later, the ancient bunker's massive doors slammed shut with a reverberating boom that sent dust cascading from the ceiling. Chief Engineer Rosario spun around, her headlamp cutting through the darkness as the lights flickered and died. What the hell happened? She shouted, rushing to the sealed entrance where 5 of her team were now trapped. Something triggered when we connected power to the main console. Technician Wang's voice came through their comms, strained but clear. The system interpreted it as an intrusion attempt. Rosario pressed her hand against the cold metal door. We'll get you out. Just sit tight while That's not our biggest problem, Wang interrupted. The environmental systems just activated. Some kind of security protocol. The air's being replaced. Through the small observation window, Rosario watched in horror as a greenish gas began to fill the chamber. Wang and the others were already coughing, dropping to their knee. Doctor. It's the planet's atmosphere, Dr. Keller said, analyzing readings on her tablet. The bunker is purging the oxygen we introduced and restoring the native atmospheric composition. They'll suffocate in minutes, Rosario said. No. Sharma stepped forward, the green tracery beneath her skin pulsing. They won't. Get me through that door. It's 20 inches of some alloy we can't even identify, Rosario protested. Sharma ignored her, pressing her palm against the door's surface. The green filaments in her arm brightened, spreading to her fingertips where they connected with nearly invisible seams in the metal. Ancient symbols illuminated along the door's edge. What are you doing? Scott demanded. Communicating, Sharma replied, her voice distant. The security system recognizes the Chemoray biological signature in my implants. A small panel slid open beside the door, revealing a compartment filled with what looked like translucent seed pods. Emergency adaptation catalysts, Sharma explained, grabbing the pods. The original inhabitants designed these bunkers with protocols for atmospheric shifts. She slid the pods through a narrow supply channel into the sealed chamber. Tell them to break the pods against their skin. Immediately. Inside, Wang hesitated only briefly before crushing a pod against his forearm. The gelatinous contents spread like quicksilver, absorbing through his skin. He screamed, dropping to his knees as the veins in his neck and face darkened to a deep green. The other engineers followed suit, their bodies convulsing as the catalyst initiated rapid biological changes. Rosario watched in horror through the window. What's happening to them? Emergency adaptation, Sharma said. Their bodies are being forced to accept changes that should take weeks in a matter of minutes. Through the glass, Wang's convulsions stopped. He rose slowly, his eyes now containing the same iridescent quality as Sharma's. He took a deep breath of the toxic atmosphere, then nodded. We're alive. His voice came through the comm, deeper and slightly resonant. It burns, but we can breathe. They're watching us, Scott said, studying the three-dimensional projection of the planet's orbit. Red lines traced the approach vectors of the Vexari fleet, still months away but moving with purpose. These energy signatures we've detecting aren't random cosmic radiation. Dr. Keller nodded. Quantum communication relays. They're positioned to create an observation network that covers the entire planet. So everything we're doing, every adaptation, every discovery, they're monitoring it all in real time, Rosario said, her face grim. Adjusting their experimental parameters based on our progress. Which means they know exactly how far we've come, Scott concluded, and exactly what we'll need to overcome next. The adapted engineers from the bunker incident had joined them, Wang's skin now permanently tinged with a subtle green undertone. We found something in the ancient data systems, he said. The bunker contains technical specifications for the planet's original communication grid, if we can restore even a portion of it. We could hijack their quantum relays, Rosario finished, her eyes widening, or at least introduce enough noise to blind them. Do it, Scott ordered, and accelerate the adaptation program. If they're watching us struggle, I want them to see something they've never seen before. Lieutenant Sharma crouched at the edge of the massive fungal forest, her enhanced senses detecting chemical signals flowing through the interconnected organisms like conversations in another room, just beyond clear comprehension. Something's changed, she whispered to the adaptation team behind her. The dozen soldiers all displayed varying degrees of transformation: green-tinged skin, enhanced musculature, eyes with that distinctive iridescent quality. Corporal Diaz, furthest along in the adaptation process, closed his eyes. They're discussing us. The chemical signatures are complex, like a language with 100,000 words for different types of change. You can understand them? Sharma asked. Not understand exactly, feel, interpret. Diaz opened his eyes. The Chemore are communicating about our progress there, impressed and concerned. A rustling from the fungal forest preceded the emergence of 3 Chemore. Unlike their previous encounters, these natives moved with deliberate purpose, their translucent bodies pulsing with complex patterns of bioluminescence. The lead Chemore extended a tendril toward Sharma, releasing a cloud of spores that hung in the air between them. Diaz inhaled sharply. They're saying we've progressed faster than expected, that we've reached the threshold of. I don't have the right word, something like chemical communion. Sharma stepped forward, allowing the spores to settle on her skin. The green filaments beneath her epidermis responded, creating patterns that mirrored those in the Chemore's body. Tell them we seek understanding, she said to Diaz. Ask them about the defense systems we've found references to in the bunker. Diaz released his own cloud of spores, a skill none of them had known he possessed until that moment. The Chemore responded with a rapid sequence of color changes and chemical releases. They say, Diaz's voice faltered. They say they've been testing us, that the information they've shared has been deliberately incomplete. Why? Scott asked, stepping forward. More chemical exchanges, more colors rippling through the Chemore's translucent tissues. Because 17 other species have been abandoned here, Diaz translated, his expression troubled. And only one other reached this stage of adaptation before destroying themselves. Destroying themselves? Sharma asked. Internal conflict. The Chemore call it moral decomposition under pressure. They say the Vexari consider it the most important data point in their experiments, how a species fractures when forced to choose between adaptation and identity. The ancient Chemore elder pulsed with deep blues and purples as it led them deeper into the heart of the fungal forest than any human had yet ventured. Its body, nearly twice the size of the other Chemore, contained intricate structures that seemed to function as biological data storage. It's showing us their history, Sharma explained to Scott as they followed, not just allowing us to witness through chemical memory. The forest opened into a vast chamber where the fungal structures formed a cathedral-like dome. At the center stood a crystalline formation that pulsed with its own inner light. A memory repository, Diaz translated, as the Elder released complex chemical signals, the collective experiences of their species since the Vexari first came. The Elder pressed a tendril against the crystal. Images formed in the air, holographic projections created through some biological mechanism none of them understood. They watched as species after species arrived on the planet, struggled, adapted to varying degrees, and ultimately failed. 17 experiments, Scott said quietly. 17 extinctions. The Elder released another cloud of spores. Not all extinctions, Diaz translated. Some survived by leaving behind what they once were, by embracing complete transformation. The holographic images shifted to show a species of tall, crystalline beings with technology far beyond current human capabilities. They watched as these beings fought against the Vexari poisoning of their world, using machines and energy weapons that gradually failed as the environment deteriorated. Then came the shocking transformation, the crystalline beings deliberately altering their own biology, generation by generation, becoming more fungal, more connected to the planet's changing ecosystem until they became the chemoray, Sharma whispered, the revelation hitting her like a physical blow. The original inhabitants didn't die out. They transformed themselves to survive. The Elder pulsed with confirmation. They sacrificed their technology, their individual identities, everything they were, Scott said, to survive the Vexari experiment. And now they're helping us do the same, Sharma added. But they needed to know we wouldn't repeat the mistakes of the others trying to maintain too much of our original nature until it was too late. Lieutenant Sharma led her team through the underground caverns, their adapted bodies now capable of perceiving the chemical trails left by the chemoray guides. The tunnels opened into a vast subterranean space where massive organisms grew in carefully tended rows like a farm, but alien in every detail. What are they cultivating? Scott asked, his voice echoing slightly. Sharma approached one of the pulsing organisms. It resembled a massive heart, beating slowly, secreting a luminescent fluid that the chemoray were collecting in biological containers. Nanomachine neutralizers, she said after consulting with their chemoray guide. These organisms produce compounds that specifically target and disable Vexari technology. They've been fighting back all this time, Diaz said with newfound respect. Not with weapons, but with biology. The chemoray Elder approached, its body rippling with complex patterns. It extended a tendril toward Scott, offering a container of the glowing fluid. They can accelerate production, Diaz translated. Enough to protect all of us, but he hesitated. But what? Scott pressed. The protection requires complete integration, the final stage of adaptation. They're warning us that the changes will be permanent. We can never return to what we were before. Scott took the container, studying the luminescent fluid. How many of our people are ready for this level of adaptation? Perhaps a third, Sharma estimated. The rest are still in earlier stages or resistant to the idea entirely, Scott finished for her. The explosion rocked the main settlement just after midnight. Scott rushed from his quarters to find the adaptation facility in flames, adapted and non-adapted humans locked in combat throughout the compound. "Stand down," he roared, but his orders were lost in the chaos. Major Rivera, his face twisted with rage, led a group of unmodified soldiers. "We won't let you turn us into aliens," he shouted, firing his weapon at a group of adapted humans. "This isn't survival, it's surrender." The adapted humans, led by Wang, weren't fighting back with weapons. They were using their new biological capabilities, releasing spore clouds that induced disorientation and confusion. "This has gone too far," Rivera shouted when he spotted Scott. "Look at them. Look at yourself. We're losing our humanity piece by piece." "We're adapting to survive," Scott countered. "At what cost?" Rivera demanded. When does adaptation become extinction? When we no longer recognize ourselves? When we're just another variation of the chemo ray? A second explosion tore through the medical facility. Scott watched in horror as precious adaptation materials went up in flames. They'd rather die human than live as something else, Sharma said, appearing at his side. The green tracery beneath her skin pulsed with agitation. And doom the rest of us in the process, Scott replied grimly. The revolt was quelled within hours, but the damage was done both to their facilities and to the unity of the settlement. As Rivera and his co-conspirators were secured, Scott faced the divided community. I understand your fear, he addressed them all. What does it mean to remain human when our bodies must change to survive? Where is the line between adaptation and transformation? These aren't just philosophical questions anymore. He gestured to the adapted humans with their green-tinged skin and iridescent eyes. Are they less human because their bodies have changed? Or more human because they've embraced what has always been our doctor, Ada's strength, our ability to adapt and overcome? Dr. Keller's hands shook as she manipulated the final decoded data crystal from the bunker. This can't be right, she whispered. Run the translation algorithm again. We've run it 7 times, Rosario said. The result is always the same. The holographic display showed the original inhabitants of the planet, the crystalline beings with their advanced technology making a deliberate, species-wide decision to transform themselves biologically. They didn't just change to survive the toxic atmosphere, Keller said, her voice hollow with the implications. They engineered their own evolution, sacrificing their technology, their individual identities, everything they were, to become the chemo ray. A complete biological and cultural transformation, Sharma said. Not extinction, but evolution by choice. And now they're helping us follow the same path, Scott said quietly. The implications hung heavy in the air. The chemo ray weren't just allies, they were the endpoint of the transformation process the humans had begun. The first attack came without warning. Vexari drones, sleek and insectoid, swarmed from the sky in perfect formation. Their weapons targeted the adaptation facilities with precision that suggested intimate knowledge of the settlement's layout. They're testing our defenses, Scott shouted over the cacophony of explosions. Assessing our capabilities before the main fleet arrives. The adapted humans responded with surprising coordination, using their new abilities in ways no one had anticipated. Wang led a group that released massive clouds of spores, not the disorienting variety used against Rivera's rebels, but something that clung to the drones' hulls and began rapidly degrading their metallic components. Sharma's team had developed a crude biological communication network, allowing them to coordinate without electronic signals the Vexari could intercept. They moved with eerie synchronicity, herding the drones into prepared killing zones. But the victory was costly. The partially adapted humans proved dangerously vulnerable to specific frequencies emitted by the Vexari weapons, frequencies that seemed precisely calibrated to target the early stages of symbiotic integration. Scott watched in horror as dozens of his people collapsed, their symbiotic implants rejecting violently, green filaments withering beneath their skin. They knew exactly which frequencies would disrupt the adaptation process, Keller said, working frantically to stabilize the affected soldiers. This wasn't a random attack, it was a precisely calibrated test. Scott felt a burning pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw blood spreading across his uniform from a wound he hadn't even felt. As his vision darkened at the edges, his last conscious thought was that he had failed them all. Scott awoke in the medical facility, his body submerged in a tank of glowing fluid. He could feel changes spreading through his tissues, rapid, profound alterations to his cellular structure. Through the translucent walls of the tank, he saw Sharma and the chemo ray elder watching him. "What have you done?" He tried to ask, but no sound emerged in the fluid. Sharma placed her hand against the tank. You were dying. The only way to save you was complete immersion in the adaptation catalyst. You're undergoing the full transformation process. Scott should have felt panic, but instead experienced a strange clarity. His consciousness seemed to expand, connecting with the chemical signals around him. He could sense the Chemo-Ray Elder's complex thoughts, Sharma's concern, even the distant awareness of other adapted humans throughout the settlement. When they finally removed him from the tank 3 days later, Scott's transformation had progressed further than any human before him. The green filaments beneath his skin formed complex, symmetrical patterns. His eyes had changed completely, the whites now an iridescent green, the irises containing shifting patterns like living circuitry. Your transformation proceeded faster than any previous subject, Keller explained, reviewing his medical data with astonishment. The integration is nearly perfect. Something about your neural patterns, Sharma added. The Chemo-Ray believe human leadership qualities somehow enhance the process. The ability to make decisions for the collective good while maintaining individual identity, it's something their ancestors lost during their transformation. Scott addressed the assembled community, his new appearance a powerful symbol. The factional divisions that had plagued them since Rivera's revolt began to heal as volunteers stepped forward for the adaptation process. "We adapt or we die," Scott told them. "But we adapt on our terms, maintaining what makes us human even as our bodies change. This is not surrender to the Vexari experiment, it's transcending it." The adapted expedition team stood at the edge of the active volcano, heat distorting the air around them. Even with their enhanced biology, the temperature at the caldera's edge tested the limits of their endurance. The central node of the planetary defense system is down there. Scott asked, his transformed eyes perceiving energy patterns beneath the molten surface that would have been invisible to his human sight. "According to the Chemo-Ray records," Sharma confirmed, "the original inhabitants built it to withstand any attack, even the complete poisoning of the atmosphere, but accessing it requires more than just biological adaptation to the heat." Wang stepped forward, his body now so transformed that he seemed almost a hybrid of human and Chemo-Ray. "The technical systems have been dormant for millennia. Reactivating them will require both biological compatibility and technical ingenuity. Then it's fortunate we have both," Scott said. "Prepare the descent team." In the settlement's research facility, human engineers worked alongside biologists whose bodies displayed advanced adaptation. They had created something unprecedented, an interface that merged Chemo-Ray biological systems with human neurodoctor patterns and the ancient technology. "The theory is sound," Dr. Keller explained as they prepared the first test subjects. The Chemo-Ray communicate through chemical and electrical signals. The ancient technology responds to specific bioelectrical patterns. Humans possess the neural complexity to bridge the gap between them. The volunteers lay on examination tables, their bodies connected to both Chemo-Ray biological components and salvaged ancient technology. When the systems activated, their backs arched in unison, eyes glowing with intense green light. "What are you experiencing?" Scott asked when they regained consciousness. "Everything," the lead volunteer whispered. "Not just thoughts or sensations. I could feel the entire planetary ecosystem like it was an extension of my own body. But I was still me, still human in the ways that matter." "A consciousness expansion without identity loss," Keller said, studying the readings with excitement. "This could be the key to activating the defense system without sacrificing our humanity like the original inhabitants did." The Vexari response was immediate and devastating. Energy signatures from the partially activated ancient systems had barely registered when specialized hunter-killer units dropped from orbit, bypassing the settlement entirely to target the adapted humans directly. "They're tracking our unique biosignatures," Sharma reported as casualties mounted. These units were programmed specifically to hunt us using data from previous experiments. Scott studied the attack pattern. They're not trying to kill us all. They're culling the most successfully adapted individuals, the ones who could activate the defense system. A captured hunter-killer unit revealed the truth. The Vexari had run this experiment 17 times before, each time allowing adaptation to progress to a certain point before testing the species' defensive capabilities. The data from each failed species had been used to refine their weapons for the next experiment. We're not just fighting the Vexari, Scott realized. We're fighting the accumulated knowledge of 17 extinctions. Adapted human scouts returned from a dangerous reconnaissance mission to the planet's far side, half their number lost to previously unknown predator species. There's a massive Vexari installation, the lead scout reported, projecting holographic images through a biological interface in his palm. It's been there for centuries, hidden by advanced cloaking technology. We only found it because our new senses could detect the chemical disturbances in the ecosystem around it. The images showed a facility larger than their entire settlement, with massive chambers containing what appeared to be breeding pens. They've been selectively breeding the most dangerous native predator species, the scout continued, creating biological weapons optimized to hunt and kill whoever they abandon here. It's not just an experiment, it's a carefully designed extinction program. And yet 17 species before us still found ways to resist, Scott said, even if they ultimately failed. There's something else, the scout added. We managed to retrieve data before we had to retreat. The Vexari don't just observe these experiments, they bet on them. Different factions within their society compete to design the most effective extinction parameters. It's entertainment for them. The revelation sent a wave of cold fury through the assembled humans. Even the most adaptation-resistant members of the community found their dedication hardening. As the adaptation process spread through the willing population, a new awareness began to emerge. Humans in advanced stages of transformation reported sensing chemical and electrical signals throughout the planet's ecosystem, signals that formed patterns too complex to be random. The entire biosphere is connected, Sharma explained to Scott as they observed a massive data visualization of these signals. The original inhabitants didn't just transform themselves, they redesigned the entire ecosystem to function as a unified defensive network. A planetary immune system, Keller added, designed to gradually recover from Vexari manipulation. And we're becoming part of it, Scott said, watching the green filaments beneath his skin pulse in unconscious synchronization with the planetary rhythms displayed on the screen. Lieutenant Sharma led a team of scientists through a series of experiments that merged human immune system principles with Chimerae symbiotic organisms. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when a researcher with medical training suggested applying human T-cell differentiation principles to the Chimerae adaptation process. It works both ways, Sharma explained to Scott. We're not just adapting to their biology, we're teaching it to incorporate our strengths. The hybrid biological system they developed retained human cognitive functions while embracing the environmental adaptations of the natives. Test subjects displayed unprecedented integration rates with minimal loss of human characteristics. We're creating something new, Scott observed. Not human, not Chimerae, but a synthesis that preserves the best of both. The previous species tried to remain too much themselves, Sharma said, or surrendered completely to transformation like the original inhabitants. We're finding the middle path. The Vexari command ship established high orbit weeks earlier than their calculations had predicted. Its arrival was heralded not by weapons fire, but by a silent, invisible attack that struck at the heart of their adaptation program. The pathogen spread through the settlement with terrifying speed. Adapted humans collapsed in agony as their symbiotic implants rejected violently. the green filaments beneath their skin blackening and withering. It's specifically designed to target the adaptations we've developed, Keller said, working frantically to isolate the pathogen. They observed our progress and engineered a counteragent. The medical facilities overflowed with the dying. Scott, his own advanced adaptations fighting against the pathogen, made the hardest decision of his life. Prepare the experimental consciousness integration procedure, he ordered, for everyone affected. That procedure hasn't been fully tested, Keller protested. We don't know, they'll die otherwise, Scott cut her off. We have no choice. The ancient technology hummed with power as the dying adapted humans were connected to the interface system. Scott was the first to undergo the procedure, his body convulsing as the machine established neural connections between his consciousness and the planet's biological network. For a moment, there was only pain, then expansion. His awareness spread outward, connecting with the minds of other adapted humans undergoing the same process. Individual consciousness remained intact, but a new layer of shared awareness emerged between them, a collective mind composed of hundreds of individual humans, each contributing their unique perspective and knowledge. The pathogen that had been killing them found itself under attack from this emergent collective intelligence, which could coordinate immune responses across hundreds of bodies simultaneously. The hybrid biological systems began to recover. This is unprecedented, Keller whispered, watching the monitors as the connected humans stabilized. They're maintaining individual identity while functioning as a collective organism. When Scott opened his eyes, he perceived the world through both his own senses and the shared awareness of the collective. We can see the patterns now, he said, his voice resonating with the harmonics of multiple minds. The planetary defense system, we understand how to access it. The collective consciousness of adapted humans interfaced directly with the planet's defense systems in ways individual minds could not comprehend. Ancient machinery, dormant for millennia, awakened beneath the surface. Energy conduits long dead flared to life. Through their shared awareness, the humans could perceive the entire planetary defense grid, a sophisticated system designed to repel Vexari attacks. The original inhabitants had created it before their transformation, but had lost the individual consciousness necessary to operate it once they became the unified Chimerae. The system needs both collective awareness and individual decision-making, Scott explained to those still unconnected to the collective. The Chimerae gained the first but lost the second in their transformation. We have both. As the main Vexari fleet approached, the collective activated the defense system's first layer. A massive electromagnetic pulse erupted from emitters hidden beneath the planet's surface, expanding outward to engulf the nearest Vexari vessels. Their systems failed, ships tumbling into decaying orbits. On the command ship, the Vexari commander watched with what might have been the first experience of genuine surprise in generations of running these experiments. The monitors showed something unprecedented: humans not merely surviving, but mastering the planetary defense system that 17 previous species had failed to activate. The commander's response was immediate and absolute. Orders were transmitted to deploy their final contingency, a doomsday weapon designed to sterilize the entire planetary surface, erasing all evidence of a failed experiment. Through their collective consciousness, the adapted humans sensed the energy buildup of the Vexari weapon. They had minutes, perhaps seconds, before it deployed. This is what happened to the others who got this far, Scott said through the collective. This is how the Vexari ensure no species ever truly escapes their experiment. But in that moment of greatest danger, the collective consciousness of humanity, adaptable, innovative, and fiercely determined, prepared to do what no species before them had managed. Not just survive the Vexari experiment, but end it once and for all. The sky burned. From orbit, It appeared as a perfect ring of fire encircling the planet's equator, a band of incandescent fury methodically devouring everything in its path. On the ground, the horizon blazed with unnatural light as the Vexari doomsday weapon began its systematic atmospheric ignition. 72 hours until complete planetary coverage, Lieutenant Rodriguez announced, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands as she studied the sensor readings. The ignition front advances at approximately 27 kilometers per hour, consuming oxygen, and she paused, swallowing hard, incinerating all biological matter with 100% efficiency. General Scott stood before the tactical display, watching the expanding ring of destruction with cold calculation. The air in the command center felt electric with fear, but through the collective consciousness now linking him to the other adapted humans, he sensed something beyond terror, a shared commitment that pulsed like a heartbeat. "The ancient defense system," he said, turning to the Chemo-Ray elder beside him. "Why isn't it responding?" The elder's skin rippled with patterns of deep indigo, a sign of profound distress in their species. "The system requires thousands of connected minds to operate at full capacity. It was designed for our ancestors when our numbers were vast. We are too few now." Scott closed his eyes, feeling the presence of the other adapted humans in his mind, 37 distinct consciousnesses, each carrying their own fears and hopes, now woven together like threads in a tapestry. "Not enough. Not nearly enough." "Then we need more," he said, opening his eyes. "Accelerate the adaptation program. Dr. Ryan, who volunteered, goes into the symbiosis chambers immediately." Dr. Eliza Capper stepped forward, her lab coat stained with the bioluminescent fluid used in the adaptation process. "General, the mortality rate for accelerated adaptation is nearly 40%. We don't have a choice," Scott cut her off. "Extinction is 100%. The command center erupted into frantic activity as orders were relayed. Through the collective, Scott felt the ripple of both fear and dedication from the other adapted humans. They understood the stakes better than anyone. Their enhanced senses could already detect the distant roar of the approaching firestorm, could smell the char of a world being systematically erased. The warning klaxons shattered the moment. Lieutenant Sharma's voice crackled over the comm system. "Perimeter breach in sectors 7 through 11. Vexari hunter-killers have penetrated our outer defenses." The tactical display shifted, showing multiple incursion points. The Vexari units moved with mechanical precision, bypassing standard defense positions and targeting specific locations. "They're going after the adaptation centers," Scott realized aloud. Through the collective, he instantly coordinated a response, dispatching adapted human defenders with unprecedented efficiency. Each defender instinctively knew where to go, what to do, operating as extensions of a single strategic mind. But they were too few. In Adaptation Center 3, Private Mendoza felt the attack before he heard it. The collective consciousness flared with warning, and he was already moving when the wall exploded inward. The Vexari hunter-killer unit resembled a metallic spider, its 8 articulated limbs ending in various weapons. Its central sensor array locked onto the 3 humans undergoing adaptation in their symbiosis chambers. Mendoza fired his rifle, the rounds pinging harmlessly off the Vexari's armored carapace. The machine swiveled, assessing him as a threat. Through the collective, he felt other adapted humans racing to his position, but they wouldn't arrive in time. The machine lunged. Mendoza threw himself between it and the vulnerable adaptation chambers. As its bladed limb pierced his shoulder, he grabbed the appendage with both hands, his partially adapted physiology granting him enough strength to momentarily halt its advance. "Not them," he growled through clenched teeth, blood streaming down his arm. "You don't get them." Across the settlement, similar scenes played out, adapted humans fighting with desperate courage against mechanic DRY superior forces, buying time with their bodies and blood. In her laboratory, Dr. Capper worked with feverish intensity, oblivious to the distant sounds of battle. Her eyes burned from staring into microscopes for 18 straight hours, but what she saw there kept her hands steady despite her exhaustion. "This shouldn't be possible," she murmured to her assistant, a young chemoray scientist named Neri. "The human genetic markers, specifically these sequences, here they're interacting with your symbiotic organisms in a way I've never seen before." On the display, human cells merged with chemoray symbiotic organisms, producing complex chemical compounds that glowed with a distinctive purple luminescence. "The reaction is creating a novel compound," Neri observed, her skin pulsing with patterns of gold. "The chemoray doctor, Eshin of scientific excitement. One that appears to neutralize the ignition catalyst." "Doctor." Capper's hands trembled as she expanded the molecular model. "This could counteract the atmospheric ignition reaction. We could stop the burning." Her momentary elation faded as she ran the calculations. "But we'd need massive quantities of the base compound, far more than we could synthesize in our facilities, even if we had months." Neri's skin darkened to a deep blue. "I must consult with the elders." The chemoray elders gathered in their sacred chamber, a vast cavern deep beneath the settlement where bioluminescent fungi cast everything in ethereal blue light. Their ancient bodies, some over 3 centuries old, moved slowly but with purpose as they accessed knowledge repositories. "Living doctor, organisms that stored memories across generations." "There is a way," the eldest finally announced to Dr. Capper and General Scott. "Beneath the ancient caldera lie vast biological synthesis chambers, constructed by our ancestors during the last Vexari incursion. They could produce the compounds you require in sufficient quantities." "Why haven't you mentioned these before?" Scott demanded. "Because reaching them requires traversing tunnels flooded with gases that are lethal even to partially adapted humans," the elder replied, skin rippling with regret. "And the chambers themselves have lain dormant for millennia. We cannot guarantee they still function." Lieutenant Sharma stepped forward. "I'll lead an expedition. We'll use the experimental protective gear from the mining operation, combined with a team of fully adapted individuals." Scott nodded, feeling Sharma's dedication through their shared consciousness. "Assemble your team." The expedition moved through the ancient tunnels, their path illuminated only by the bioluminescent glow of the fully adapted human skin. Lieutenant Sharma led from the front, her environmental suit hissing with each labored breath as it filtered the toxic atmosphere. The tunnel walls were covered in intricate patterns, not decorative, but functional, a form of biological data storage used by ancient chemoray. "According to the elders, we should be approaching the main synthesis chamber," she reported through her mask, voice distorted by the breathing apparatus. Behind her, Corporal Jenkins stumbled, his suit's oxygen indicator flashing red. One of the adapted humans caught him before he fell. "The suits aren't designed for this atmosphere," the adapted human said, voice resonating oddly through skin that no longer required vocal cords. "The filtration systems are failing faster than expected." Sharma pushed forward, ignoring the burning in her lungs as her own suit struggled to maintain breathable air. Finally, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber that took her breath away for reasons beyond failing equipment. The synthesis chamber was enormous, stretching hundreds of meters in every direction. Massive organic columns supported a ceiling that pulsed with faint bioluminescence. The floor was covered with what appeared to be veins or roots that converged on a central platform. "We made it," Sharma breathed, then coughed violently as her suit compensated for a momentary filtration failure. The team rushed to the central platform, where a console of sorts waited, not mechanical but biological, responding to touch with subtle movements and pulses of light. One of the fully adapted humans placed their hand on it. Nothing happened. They tried again, concentrating harder. Still nothing. "It's not responding," they reported, confusion evident in their voice. A Kimore scientist who had accompanied them examined the console more closely, their skin darkening with realization. This system is genetically locked to pure Kimore physiology. Even our fully adapted humans retain too much of their original genetic structure to activate it. Sharma's heart sank. They had risked everything to reach this chamber, and now faced an insurmountable biological barrier. Above ground, the situation deteriorated rapidly. Vexari forces had established a perimeter around the settlement, their hunter-killer units probing defenses with increasing sophistication. Through the collective consciousness, General Scott coordinated countermeasures, but each victory came at a terrible cost in adapted human lives. In orbit, a specialized Vexari science vessel maintained position, its sensors focused intently on the human settlement. Inside, the Vexari commander, a being of silicon and metal with only the vaguest resemblance to its long-extinct biological ancestors, reviewed the data with growing interest. These specimens adapt more successfully than any previous experimental subjects. It communicated to its subordinates. Their neurological plasticity allows for integration with Kimore biology while maintaining cognitive function, most unexpected. The message was intercepted by Engineer Jackson's communications team, who had managed to partially decrypt Vexari transmissions. "They're studying us," Jackson reported to Scott, "like we're lab rats in some experiment." Scott barely heard him. The general sat motionless in the command center, his consciousness deep within the collective. What had begun as a tactical advantage, shared awareness, and coordination had evolved into something far more profound. Through the expanded consciousness, he accessed memories not his own, knowledge he had never learned. The revelation hit him with physical force, causing him to gasp aloud. "The Kimore," he whispered, eyes wide. They weren't simply one species that transformed. They were 17 different experimental species, placed on this planet by the Vexari in previous cycles. Instead of fighting each other for resources as the Vexari expected, they chose unity. They deliberately fused their biologies, their societies, their consciousness. The implications staggered him. They chose fusion over extinction. This knowledge spread through the collective, resonating with the adapted humans who had already begun to experience the profound connection that came with their transformation. Volunteers for the adaptation process, previously hesitant, now stepped forward with new determination. The adaptation chambers worked continuously, the process becoming more refined with each subject. Humans emerged changed skin bearing patterns of bioluminescence, respiratory systems capable of processing the planet's atmosphere without assistance, nervous systems rewired to participate in the growing collective consciousness. In the synthesis chambers below, Lieutenant Sharma refused to accept defeat. There has to be a way to activate these systems. The Kimore ancestors built them to save their doctor, RLD. They wouldn't have made them inaccessible. One of the fully adapted humans, a former neurologist named Dr. Patel, studied the biological console with new understanding gleaned from the collective consciousness. It's not about genetic matching, she realized. It's about neural patterns. The console responds to specific thought structures, not just biological markers. She placed her hand on the console again, but this time, instead of trying to activate it through physical means, she opened her mind fully to the Kimore aspects of her consciousness. The pain was immediate and excruciating, human neural pathways forcibly reconfiguring to accommodate alien thought patterns. The console responded, pulsing with increasing brightness. Through Doctor, the chamber, the root-like structures began to glow, spreading outward from the central platform like a wave of light. Doctor. Patel collapsed, blood streaming from her nose and ears, but her face bore an expression of triumph. "It works," she gasped. "But the neural reconfiguration is challenging." One by one, the other adapted humans stepped forward, placing their hands on the console, each enduring the same agonizing transformation. With each doctor, the chamber's activation accelerated, the ancient biological systems awakening after millennia of dormancy. Above ground, Dr. Kapper received the news with cautious optimism. If they can maintain production for 48 hours, we'll have enough of the compound to synthesize the counter-agent. But the Vexari had other plans. Their sensors detected the energy signature of the activated synthesis chambers, and they responded with immediate force. Orbital weapons targeted the ancient volcano housing the central defense node, while specialized drilling machines deployed to breach its protected core. They're going after the heart of the defense system, Scott realized, watching the tactical display. If they breach the volcanic core, we lose everything. Adapted human scouts, their physiology now allowing them to venture closer to Vexari forces than ever before, reported a crucial observation. The Vexari drilling machines exhibited momentary navigation failures when in proximity to adapted humans. Engineer Jackson, analyzing the data, made a breakthrough discovery. "It's our brainwaves," he explained excitedly. "The hybrid neural patterns generated by human chemoray integration produce electromagnetic frequencies that interfere with their guidance systems. They never anticipated this specific pattern because it couldn't exist until our species merged." Jackson quickly assembled a team to modify their communication devices, creating amplifiers for the unique neural frequencies. The first field test exceeded all expectations. Vexari drilling machines veered wildly off course, crashing into each other in confusion. The victory was short-lived. Within hours, the Vexari deployed modified shielding on their equipment, rendering the frequency attack ineffective. Meanwhile, the atmospheric ignition reached the outermost settlements. The sky turned blood red as superheated air rolled forward like a tsunami of flame. Evacuation orders sent thousands fleeing toward the underground chemoray habitats, the only structures likely to withstand the inferno. In the chaos of evacuation, the anti-adaptation splinter faction made their move. Led by a former security officer named Briggs, they infiltrated the symbiotic organism production facilities with improvised explosives. "Better to die as humans than live as monsters," Briggs told his followers as they planted their charges. "This isn't survival, it's surrender of everything that makes us human." The attack was thwarted only by the collective consciousness providing advance warning, allowing security forces to intercept the saboteurs moments before detonation. The conflict left both sides with casualties and deepened the ideological divide among the surviving humans. In her laboratory, Dr. Kapper finally synthesized the complete counter-agent, a luminescent blue liquid that bubbled with potential. Her triumph turned to ash as final simulations revealed a devastating truth. The counter-agent must be dispersed at high altitude, directly within the ignition zone, she explained to General Scott, her voice hollow. The delivery team would be exposed to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. There's no protection that could withstand those conditions. "There might be," said a quiet voice from the doorway. 3 fully adapted humans stood there, 2 women and 1 man who had undergone the most extensive adaptation process. Their bodies barely resembled humans anymore, their skin completely transformed into the chemoray's adaptive biological matrix. "We've been communicating with the collective about a theoretical adaptation," one of them explained. "A restructuring of our epidermis with heat-resistant compounds derived from deep vent chemoray biology. The process would be extensive," another added, "and irreversible. Our human physiology would be fundamentally altered, including our vocal apparatus. We would no longer be able to speak as humans do." The third stepped forward. "We volunteer." The adaptation procedure took 6 hours of screams that gradually became inhuman sounds as their vocal cords transformed along with the rest of their bodies. When it was complete, the 3 volunteers emerged encased in a thick, ceramic-like shell over their skin, their features almost unrecognizable. They could no longer communicate verbally with their human counterparts, effectively severed from human culture and connection. Only through the collective consciousness could they express their thoughts and feelings. As preparations for the counter-agent mission continued, orbital sensors detected a new Vexari offensive. Their ships positioned for a precision strike against the synthesis chambers, clearly identifying them as the source of the potential countermeasure. The ancient defense system responded, deflecting much of the attack's energy, but not all. Deep below ground, the synthesis chambers shuddered as sections of the ceiling collapsed. Dozens of adapted humans and Chemorrhae were trapped under the rubble, their connections to the collective consciousness broadcasting their pain and fear to all who shared the link. What happened next defied all expectations. The trapped individuals, facing certain death, achieved a neural integration deeper than previously thought possible. Their minds merged not just with each other, but with the biological systems of the synthesis chambers themselves. The collective consciousness expanded exponentially, suddenly accessing second-tier planetary defense functions that had lain dormant for millennia. Among these was localized atmospheric control, not powerful enough to counter the Vexari weapon directly, but sufficient to create a protective bubble around the launch site for the counter-agent mission. The 3 volunteers prepared for deployment, their transformed bodies loaded with dispersal equipment. Through the collective, they communicated a simple message: dedication, dedication, purpose. General Scott, now fully integrated into the expanded collective, led a desperate attack against Vexari ground forces. The adapted humans moved with uncanny coordination, anticipating Vexari tactics before they developed. Individual units responded to threats before they fully materialized, the collective consciousness processing information and distributing awareness faster than any conventional command structure could manage. Under this cover, the counter-agent mission launched. The 3 volunteers rose through the protective atmospheric bubble and then beyond, into the burning sky. Their transformed bodies withstood temperatures that would have instantly incinerated any normal human, though even their enhanced physiology had limits. Their outer layers continuously ablated away in the extreme heat. They released the counter-agent at the optimal altitude, watching as it spread through the ignition front. The effect was immediate and visible, expanding zones of stability in the burning atmosphere. The unnatural fire temporarily extinguished, but the respite was brief. Analysis transmitted through the collective revealed a devastating truth: the effect was temporary. The Vexari weapon continuously adapted its chemical structure, evolving to overcome the countermeasure within hours. The 3 volunteers, their mission complete, received the order to return to base while they still could. Their response, sent through the collective, shocked everyone who recognized it. No. Instead of returning, they dove deeper into the burning atmosphere, allowing their hybrid biology to directly interact with the constantly changing ignition compound. Through the collective, they transmitted data about its evolving structure in real-time, vital information that could lead to a permanent countermeasure. The cost was their lives. One by one, their connections to the collective winked out as their bodies succumbed to the inferno. Their final shared thought, broadcast to all adapted humans, was not fear or regret, but a sense of completion, of purpose fulfilled. In the command center, General Scott received the data with both grief and tenacity. Their sacrifice won't be in vain, he promised, though he spoke to no one in particular. We now know how the Vexari weapon adapts. We can develop a permanent solution. He turned to the tactical display, where the temporary zones of atmospheric stability were already beginning to shrink as the weapon reasserted itself. They had gained time, perhaps enough to save their people, but the battle for the planet was far from finished. Through the collective consciousness, Scott felt something new emerging among the adapted humans, not just the tactical coordination of before, but a deeper sense of shared purpose. Something that was neither fully human nor fully chimore, but a third thing altogether. Something new in the galaxy. Something the Vexari had never encountered before. The three volunteers' bodies convulsed in mid-air as the IG Doctor. Ion compounds engulfed them. Their skin rippled, cellular structures disintegrating and reforming in patterns that defied biological classification. Dr. Kapur's monitoring equipment shrieked with cascading alarms as radiation levels spiked beyond measurable parameters. "They're gone," whispered a technician, tears streaking down his face. But they weren't. Where three distinct bodies had entered the reaction zone, something else now hung suspended in the churning atmosphere, a shimmering, iridescent membrane that pulsed with bioluminescent patterns. The barrier expanded outward in fractal formations, each new growth precisely countering the chemical patterns of the Vexari weapon. Lieutenant Sharma staggered back as her neural link to the collective suddenly flooded with fragmented data, disjointed sensations, mathematical formulations, and emotional imprints that weren't quite human anymore. "There. Still here," she gasped, pressing her temples. "Not dead, transformed. They're becoming the shield itself." In the command center, the atmospheric sensors registered the impossible. The ignition cascade had not only stopped but was actively reversing in the zones covered by the expanding barrier. "The volunteers," General Scott announced, his voice unnaturally calm despite the tremor in his modified hands. "They've become something new." High above the planet's atmosphere, aboard the Vexari command vessel, Supreme Executor Vex Kaloth's sensory appendages twitched with agitation. The ship's analysis systems projected a three-dimensional model of the anomalous barrier now spreading across the target world's upper atmosphere. "Impossible," the executor hissed, compound eyes reflecting the shifting patterns. "The ignition sequence has never been countered, not in 16 previous cleansings." The science director's exoskeleton clicked nervously. "The biological signatures are hybrid. Neither the native species nor the human contaminants, something unprecedented." Vex Kaloth's feeding mandibles clacked decisively. "Deploy the purifiers. I want samples. I want analysis. I want this aberration understood and eliminated." Along the vessel's spine, specialized launch tubes ejected dozens of glistening, arthropod-like entities. Their carapaces shifted color to match the void as they plummeted toward the PL Doctor. Specialized sensory organs already hunting the unique biological signatures of the transformed volunteers. In the research hub beneath the main settlement, Dr. Kapur hadn't slept in 36 hours. Her eyes burned as she stared at the scrolling data, fingers dancing across holographic interfaces as she attempted to decode the transmissions from the transformed volunteers. "It's like they're dreaming mathematics," she muttered to her team. "Look at these patterns, they're predicting the chemical evolution of the Vexari weapon before it happens." She highlighted a sequence, expanding it across the main display. Human neural architecture combined with chimore biology creates computational structures I've never seen before. They're not just reacting to the weapon, they're anticipating its mutations. A junior researcher pointed to a fluctuating waveform. "Doctor, I think these emotional spikes correlate with I-Doctore's barrier efficiency." When the consciousness fragments experience intense emotional states, the mathematical predictions become exponentially more accurate. Before Dr. Kapur could respond, the facility's security alarms blared. The main door to the adaptation center, 3 levels below, had been breached. Security feeds showed Marcus Vega, former colony security chief, who had refused adaptation, leading a group of armed humans through the facility. Their face doctoraire set in unbreakable spirit as they planted explosive devices around the adaptation chambers where 17 colonists floated in the early stages of the process. No, no, no. Doctor. Capper slammed her hand against the emergency protocols, but it was too late. The explosions ripped through the facility. Adaptation fluid sprayed across the walls, mixed with human blood. The 17 partially adapted colonists never had a chance to scream. Vega's face appeared on every communication channel moments later, his eyes feverish with conviction. "We choose humanity," he declared. "Death as humans is preferable to survival as monsters. The price of adaptation is too high. We lose ourselves. We lose what makes us human. Join us. Resist the collective. Die with dignity rather than live as abominations." General Scott watched the broadcast from his private quarters, feeling a strange disconnect. Part of him understood Vega's fear, the same fear he fought daily. Another part, the increasingly dominant part, found the logic incomprehensible. He reached for a glass of water but missed, his hand passing through empty space where the glass should have been. For a disorienting moment, he couldn't remember if he was in his quarters or in the communal feeding area of the deep chemo-ray habitat. Were these his quarters? Or was he remembering someone else's living space? Scott blinked hard, forcing his fragmented awareness back together. These episodes were becoming more frequent moments when his memories tangled with others in the collective, when he couldn't distinguish his thoughts from the shared consciousness. He carefully concealed his trembling hands as his adjutant entered with the latest defense reports. The officer couldn't know that their commanding officer was losing himself piece by piece. The colony needed leadership, needed stability. Scott would provide it, no matter the personal cost. High in the atmosphere, the Vexari purifier units located their first target. The transformed volunteer had no means to evade as specialized appendages pierced the shimmering barrier flesh, extracting a writhing portion from the hole. The barrier contracted around the wound, but not quickly enough. A gap formed in the protective zone, and immediately the Vexari weapon began to ignite the atmosphere in that sector, directly above the main settlement. Alarms screamed across the colony as superheated air began to descend toward the surface structures. Lieutenant Sharma was reviewing neural connection data when the atmospheric breach occurred. The collective consciousness recoiled in shared pain as the captured volunteer was torn away. But something in the data caught Sharma's attention. The barrier had briefly strengthened in the moment of greatest distress. She cross-referenced other incidents, pulse quickening as patterns emerged. "It's the emotional states," she whispered, then louder, "It's the emotions." She burst into the command center, interrupting Scott's crisis meeting. "Sir, I've found something." The hybrid biology responds to emotional intensity. Fear, rage, love, they dramatically enhance the effectiveness of our defenses. Scott's fragmented mind struggled to process the implications. "You're suggesting we weaponize our emotions." "I'm suggesting a protocol," Sharma continued, "using controlled psychological triggers to boost our defensive capabilities. We can channel specific emotional states through the collective to strengthen the barrier." Before Scott could respond, the tactical officer interrupted. "General, we're detecting a massive energy buildup in the Vexari fleet. Our calculations indicate." He swallowed hard. "They're preparing a bombardment that will exceed anything we've seen. Our current defenses can intercept perhaps 60% of the incoming firepower." Silence fell across the command center. 60% wouldn't be enough. They needed time, solutions, something to turn the tide. Engineer Jackson stepped forward, activation scars still fresh around his neural interface. "The mining equipment," he said abruptly. All eyes turned to him. "The original colony's mining equipment. We abandoned it when we moved underground, but it's still there. We could modify the drills to create emergency tunnels connecting our isolated outposts to the deeper chemo-ray habitats. The equipment is scattered across open terrain," Scott pointed out, "under direct Vexari surveillance." Jackson nodded grimly. "Yes, sir. That's why I'm volunteering to lead the recovery team." Aboard the Vexari command ship, The captured portion of the transformed volunteer was secured in a containment field. Vexari scientists circled it cautiously, their instruments probing the undulating mass that seemed neither solid nor liquid. Remarkable adaptation, the lead scientist observed. The human neural patterns remain intact despite complete cellular transformation. This is not mere biological contamination, it's true symbiosis. When the first analysis probe touched the sample, something unexpected happened. The hybrid material flowed onto the probe, spreading across its surface. Alarm signals flashed as the probe's composition began to change at the molecular level. "It's rewriting our technology," the scientist exclaimed, compound eyes widening. "The hybrid biology is converting our systems into extensions of itself." The Supreme Executor ordered immediate containment protocols, but it was too late. The transformed volunteer still connected to the collective consciousness. Despite the vast distance had begun its work. Slowly, imperceptibly, it was altering Vexari systems through direct biological interface, creating a bridge between worlds. Back on the planet, Dr. Kapor presented her findings to General Scott in private. "I've created a stabilization algorithm for the collective consciousness," she explained. "It could prevent the memory fragmentation you're experiencing." Scott's eyes narrowed. "How did you—" "I'm connected too, General. I can see the patterns of disruption." Her voice softened. "But there's a cost. The algorithm would permanently partition individual minds, preventing full integration into the collective. You would remain, partly isolated, forever." Scott stared at his hands, human once, now webbed with chemo-ray adaptations. "I would remain myself. Mostly. But you would never experience complete unity with the collective. You must choose between effective leadership and complete transformation." Before Scott could respond, the planet shuddered. The Vexari bombardment had begun. Orbital defense systems, ancient chemo-ray technology reactivated by human ingenuity, intercepted the first wave of attacks. Energy shields flared across the settlement as superheated plasma rained from above. But the sheer volume of firepower was overwhelming the defenses exactly as predicted. In desperation, the most deeply adapted humans, those who had embraced the collective consciousness, fully gathered in the central chamber. Their bodies trembled as they formed a neural configuration never before attempted, channeling the collective consciousness to create localized energy fields. The air crackled with ozone as invisible barriers materialized, deflecting several critical strikes that would have otherwise penetrated to the core habitats. Outside the main compound, Marcus Vega and his anti-adaptation faction watched as adapted humans saved them all. The ideological certainty that had fueled their sabotage began to crack. Vega's daughter Sophia, barely 22 and raised on her father's beliefs about human purity, stepped forward. "They're dying to protect us," she said quietly. "Those monsters are sacrificing themselves." Vega couldn't meet her eyes. "They're not human anymore." "Maybe being human isn't just about biology," Sophia countered. "Maybe it's about choice, sacrifice, protecting others." She turned to the younger members of their group. "I'm volunteering for limited adaptation defensive capabilities only. Who's with me?" 12 others stepped forward, leaving Vega standing alone with his dwindling certainties. The Vexari, frustrated by the unexpected resistance, deployed their ground forces. Sleek, insected machines skittered across the planet's surface, releasing clouds of nanoscale disruptors calibrated to target the specific chemical bonds forming the basis of human chemo-ray hybrid biology. The first adapted humans hit by the weapon collapsed in agony. Lieutenant Sharma watched in horror as their adaptation's doctor began to disintegrate, leaving them writhing on the ground, caught between forms neither fully human nor chemo-ray, but suffering the limitations of both. In the medical center, General Scott underwent Dr. Kapor's stabilization procedure. As the algorithm restructured his neural pathways, he experienced a series of vivid flashbacks: his life before the colony, his gradual adaptation, moments of connection with the collective consciousness. Then came the partitioning, a sensation like walls being erected around his mind, protecting his identity but isolating him from the full embrace of the collective. When he awoke, Scott felt sharper, more focused than he had in weeks. But alongside this clarity came a profound sense of loss and isolation. Something beautiful had been walled off, something transcendent denied. This loss crystallized into unprecedented tactical aggression. Scott emerged from the procedure with a cold, calculating fury directed entirely at the Vexari forces. Within HFY Doctor, he had reorganized the colony's defenses, implementing Sharma's emotional enhancement protocols with ruthless efficiency. In the ancient chambers deep beneath the surface, the Kimore elders gathered Scott, Dr. Kapor, and the other human leaders. The eldest, a being so adapted to the planet that its form seemed to shift between solid and gas, spoke in resonant tones that vibrated through the neural link. "Your struggle mirrors our ancient history," it communicated. "The sundering and reunification, this conflict between adaptation and preservation of original identity, is written in our oldest memories. Your species is not the first to face this trial of transformation." The elder projected images of ancient Kimore, their forms more distinct, more individualized than their current state. "We too feared the loss of self. We too fought against unity. But in time, we learned that true preservation comes not from clinging to form, but from carrying forward purpose." Aboard the Vexari command ship, the transformed volunteer continued its covert operation. Its consciousness remained tethered to the collective despite the vast distance, drawing strength from the unified minds of humans and Kimore. Vexari systems throughout the vessel subtly transformed, their alien technology merging with the hybrid biology to create something entirely new. When the Supreme Executor ordered a communication to the fleet, the volunteer made its move. As the signal passed through the now compromised communication array, the volunteer established direct contact with the collective and transmitted complete schematics of Vexari technology, including their interstellar transportation systems. On the planet's surface, Engineer Jackson's team had successfully modified the mining equipment and begun drilling operations to connect isolated outposts. As the massive boring machines carved through the planet's crust, they encountered an unexpected layer of crystalline structures that glowed with internal light when exposed to the drill's doctor, abrasions. "Stop the machines," Jackson ordered, approaching the crystals cautiously. Something about their structure seemed eerily familiar, resonating with both his human neural patterns and his Kimore adaptations. Dr. Kapor arrived with scanning equipment, her eyes widening as data flooded her neural interface. "These aren't natural formations," she breathed. "They're memory repository storage systems containing complete biological and cultural records." As they delved deeper into the crystalline database, a horrifying revelation emerged. The crystal's doctor contained the complete biological and cultural records of 16 previous species, all subjected to Vexari experimentation on this planet. Humanity was the 17th to face this particular trial. "They're not just attacking us," Dr. Kapor whispered. "This is a laboratory. We're test subjects." The knowledge spread through the collective consciousness like wildfire. 16 civilizations before them had faced the Vexari on this world. 16 had been studied, manipulated, and ultimately cleansed, but none had had humans among them. None had achieved the particular symbiosis that humanity and the Kimore had created, and none had captured Vexari technology. In the command center, Scott received the transmission from the transformed volunteer aboard the Vexari ship, complete schematics for Vexari interstellar transportation systems. For the first time since they'd been abandoned on this death planet, a possibility glimmered in the darkness. A way to escape, a way to survive, a way to fight back. The Vexari dissection chamber pulsed with clinical blue light as Chief Scientist Nexferal leaned over the splayed remains of the captured human volunteer. Cerebral tissue glistened under precision laser scalpels, partially sectioned into neat, catalogued samples. Yet something was wrong. Impossible, Nexferal hissed, compound eyes narrowing as neural scanners continued registering activity patterns in tissue that should have been functionally dead hours ago. Increase resolution on section Theta 9. The holographic display zoomed in, revealing microscopic crystalline structures embedded within the neural pathways, pulsing with faint but unmistakable energy signatures. The consciousness persists despite complete physical separation, the assistant noted, mandibles clicking in agitation. We've removed 60% of the brain mass, yet coherent thought patterns continue. Nexferal's exoskeleton vibrated with irritation. Preserve the remaining cerebral tissue intact. These humans possess resilience markers we've not encountered before. The adaptation process has enhanced something already present in their base genome. The volunteer's eyes, the only part of their face left intact, suddenly focused directly on Nexferal. The pupae doctor contracted, then expanded, a deliberate signal that sent the scientist recoiling backward. "It's still aware of us," the assistant whispered, "after everything we've done to it." In the makeshift laboratory beneath the eastern settlement, Dr. Capper's fingers trembled as she adjusted the final calibrations on the resonance amplification system. Crystalline formations harvested from the underground doctor. Hambers had been arranged in a precise geometric pattern, each facet aligned to strengthen the tenuous psychic connection to their captured comrade. "Power levels stable," her assistant reported. "Crystal resonance at 93% harmony." Dr. Capper nodded, throat tight with anticipation and dread. "Initiate contact sequence." The crystals began to hum, a sound felt more than heard, vibrating at a frequency that made the air itself seem to shimmer. 3 adapted volunteers sat cross-legged around the formation, their partially transformed bodies serving as biological conduits. Their skin had taken on the translucent quality of the chemoray, internal organs Roman 6 doctor, beneath as they pulsed in perfect synchronization. "Connection established," one whispered voice echoing as though speaking from the bottom of a well. They've cut them apart, studying, dissecting, but they're still conscious, still fighting." Dr. Capper swallowed bile. "Can they transmit any useful intelligence?" The volunteers' eyes rolled back, showing only whites as their bodies trembled. "Ship schematics. Defense grid configurations. Coming through in fragments. The pain is unbearable, but they're focusing, doctor, handling what they can see." On the display screen, incomplete diagrams began to materialize. Vexari ship layouts, weapon placements, shield generator locations. Information purchased with unimaginable suffering. "They're transmitting their own dissection to help us, doctor," Capper whispered, tears streaming down her face. "What have we become that we accept this sacrifice?" Marcus Vega stood frozen at the adaptation chamber's observation window, nucleus tightening against the reinforced glass as he watched his daughter Sophia. Her body convulsed as the chemoray biological agents restructured her musculature, bone density increasing visibly beneath her skin, which darkened to a mottled camouflage pattern. 36 other volunteers underwent the same transformation around her, each specialized for combat in ways previous adaptations had only hinted at. "You can't do this," MDRUS whispered, then suddenly smacked his fist against the glass. "SOPHIA, you can't do this." Security personnel moved to restrain him, but Marcus shoved them away with unexpected strength, clawing at the chamber door. "She's just a child, my child." "She's 24, Doctor," Dr. Capper said quietly from behind him. "And she volunteered like the others." Marcus whirled, eyes wild. "You don't understand what happens to them afterward. I've seen the combat-adapted ones return from missions. They're not human anymore." "Neither are the Vexari," Dr. Capper replied. And they're winning. Inside the chamber, Sophia's eyes opened, now vertical slits like a reptile's. She turned toward the window, recognizing her father despite her transformation. Her new mouth, wider and filled with serrated teeth, attempted a reassuring smile that only made Marcus recoil in horror. "She's beautiful," he whispered suddenly, expression shifting from revulsion to fascination. "The perfect evolution of our species." Then, just as quickly, he collapsed to his knees, sobbing. "What have I done? What have I allowed to happen to my little girl?" General Scott watched impassively as Lieutenant Sharma's specialized combat teams prepared for deployment. The soldiers stood in formation, eyes unfocused, breathing synchronized as they accessed the emotional enhancement protocols. Their adapted physiologies, part human, part chemoray, responded to the deliberate induction of rage states, adrenal glands visibly swelling beneath translucent skin. "Status report," Scott demanded. Sharma checked her biomonitors. Team Alpha reaching optimal combat arousal, Beta and Gamma at 80%. The controlled rage state enhances strength by approximately 43% and reaction time by 60%. And the psychological aftereffects? Sharma hesitated. "Severe, sir. Post-combat depression, disassociation, suicidal ideation in 28% of subjects. We're losing almost as many to psychological breakdown as to enemy action." Scott nodded, expression unchanged. "Acceptable losses given the tactical advantage. Deploy when ready." The soldiers' breathing accelerated in perfect unison. Their skin flushed dark crimson as capillaries expanded to maximize oxygen delivery. Pupils dilated fully, black consuming the iris. Low growls emerged from their throats, not human sounds, but not quite animal either. "Team Alpha, deploy," Sharma ordered, and the first wave moved with terrifying speed and precision toward the Vexari front line. Scott watched on tactical displays as the enhanced soldiers tore through Vexari defenses. Their movements blurred beyond normal human capabilities, adapted muscles and bones withstanding forces that would shatter unmodified bodies. The Vexari, despite superior technology, fell back before the onslaught of creatures that felt no pain, no fear, only consuming rage. "Magnificent," Scott murmured. "The perfect weapon." "Until they return," Sharma said quietly. "You should see them afterwards, sir, when the rage fades and they remember what they've done, what they've become." The sky above the western settlement darkened as Vexari atmospheric catalysts deployed from low-orbit platforms. The particles drifted down like metallic snow, beautiful and deadly, each microscopic shard programmed to interact with the protective barrier maintained by the transformed volunteers. Jackson watched from the mining camp perimeter as the barrier, a shimmering dome of energy that had protected them for weeks, began to develop visible fractures. Crystalline patterns of disintegration spread across the surface like cracks in ice. "How long?" he asked the adapted sensor specialist beside him. "Hours, not days," she replied, her modified eyes tracking the catalyst patterns. The Vexari have analyzed the barrier's resonance frequency. These catalysts are specifically calibrated to accelerate breakdown. Behind them, settlement evacuations had already begun. Civilians loaded essential supplies onto transport vehicles, faces grim with the knowledge that another retreat meant abandoning more of their dwindling territory. "The Eastern Barrier?" Jackson asked. "Holding for now, but they'll deploy there next. We're running out of places to hide." A section of the barrier suddenly collapsed entirely, the protective energy dissipating in a shower of sparks. Immediately, the atmosphere in that sector began to shimmer with the ignition effect, the deadly Vexari weapon that turned the planet's air itself into an incendiary medium. "Move!" Jackson shouted as the first buildings at the settlement edge burst into flames. "Everyone to the tunnels now." 800 meters beneath the surface, Jackson led his mining team through crystalline formations that grew more elaborate the deeper they descended. The excavation equipment, repurposed from colony construction machinery, carved precise pathways through the glittering structures. These formations aren't natural, Elia, his geological specialist, observed. The crystalline matrices show evidence of deliberate patterning. Someone or something created these. Jackson nodded, running calloused fingers along a perfectly geometric crystal face. The Kimore said other species fought the Vexari here. Maybe these are remnants of their civilization. The tunnel suddenly opened into a vast chamber, their headlamps illuminating crystalline columns that rose from floor to ceiling like the interior of some alien cathedral. At the chamber's center stood what could only be described as an altar, a raised platform of interlocking crystal segments surrounding a device unmistakably technological in origin. "Is that?" Elia whispered. "Technology," Jackson confirmed, approaching cautiously. "Not Vexari design, something older." The device, roughly cylindrical with spiraling protrusions, pulsed with faint internal light. As Jackson drew closer, the pulsing intensified as though responding to his presence. "It's still active," he breathed. "After who knows how many centuries." When his hand hovered near the device, holographic symbols erupted from its surface, projecting into the air. The same sequence, Dr. repeated. Geometric patterns followed by star maps, then what appeared to be anatomical diagrams of various species. "It's a communication device," Elia realized. "Still trying to transmit a warning after all this time." Jackson carefully lifted the device from its crystal cradle. "Let's get this to Dr. Kapor. If we can decode its message, maybe we'll understand what happened to the species that came before us." As they turned to leave, the chamber's crystals pulsed in unison, a silent farewell to the technology they had safeguarded for countless years. Within the collective consciousness, something unprecedented was occurring. The Kimore elders, some having existed for centuries as part of the shared mind, found themselves experiencing sensations and concepts previously inaccessible. Intense, emotional states transmitted by human minds created new neural pathways, new patterns of thought that rippled through the collective. Where Kimore thought had always been ordered, logical, and methodical, human consciousness introduced chaos, intuition, and creative leaps. Elder Vosteren, whose consciousness had persisted for over 300 years, suddenly understood the concept of artistic inspiration for the first time. Through connection with a human artist turned soldier, they experienced the spontaneous generation of imagery driven by emotion rather than purpose. "Fascinating," they communicated to the collective. "Their minds make connections we cannot predict. They see patterns where we see only random elements." "Dangerous," Elder Kermala responded. "Unpredictable thought leads to unpredictable action." "Yet effective," countered Vosteren. "Observe how human intuitive leaps have already advanced our adaptive capabilities beyond projected timelines. What took previous species decades to achieve, humans accomplish in months." Throughout the collective, new thought structures blossomed, hybrid creations, neither fully Kimore nor human, but something entirely new. The collective consciousness was evolving, becoming more than the sum of its parts. "We must proceed with caution," Kermala warned. "These human emotional intensities threaten our equilibrium." "Or perhaps," Vosteren suggested, "experiencing the unfamiliar sensation of hope. They offer exactly what we've lacked in Dr. previous encounters with the Vexari unpredictability." The Western Territories fell sector by sector as Vexari ground forces established their foothold. Their troops, insectoid forms encased in exoskeletal armor, deployed specialized containment fields that shimmered like heat mirages across the battlefield. Dr. Kapor watched from the temporary command center as adapted human combatants charged the Vexari lines, only to collapse instantly upon contact with the containment fields. The fields didn't kill, instead, they neutralized the adaptive biology, causing the human Kimore hybrid systems to shut down completely. They've adapted to our adaptations, General DRTT observed, face grim. And they're taking prisoners. The tactical display showed Vexari collection teams moving Dr. efficiently through the battlefield, gathering incapacitated humans at different stages of adaptation, from those barely showing changes to the fully transformed combat specialists. They're studying us, Dr. Capper realized, creating a comprehensive analysis of the adaptation process. Can we counter their containment fields? Dr. Capper shook her head. Not without understanding how they're targeting our hybrid biology. They must have identified a specific vulnerability. As they watched, a Vexari transport ship said Dr. D to collect the gathered specimens. The captured humans, some regaining consciousness, were loaded DRTO transparent containment pods, their expressions visible even from the distant observation posts. Not fear, but relentless drive marked their faces. They had known the risks. We need to establish what vulnerability they're exploiting, Dr. Capper said, and quickly, before we lose the Western territories entirely. In the bioscience laboratory, Dr. Capper and the chemoray biologists gathered around a three-dimensional projection of the hybrid human chemoray cellular structure. The projection highlighted quantum-level interactions between the two biological systems, the foundation of the adaptation process. There, the senior chemoray biologist indicated, manipulating the display to zoom in on a particular molecular junction. The Vexari containment fields employ nanoscale disruptors that target this specific quantum resonance pattern. Dr. Capper studied the highlighted structure. This is where human DNA interfaces with chemoray adaptive sequences. They're not attacking either biology individually, they're disrupting the connection between them. Precisely. The resonance pattern creates a unique quantum signature that their weak doctor can detect and neutralize. Can we shield against it? The chemoray biologist manipulated the display again, introducing a crystalline structure to the molecular model. Theoretically, yes. The crystals discovered in the underground chambers exhibit quantum properties that co-doctor mask our hybrid resonance pattern, making us invisible to their containment fields, Dr. Capper concluded. But we need significant quantities of the crystals, processed and distributed to all adapted individuals. The richest crystal deposits are located here, the biologist indicated on a tactical map. Unfortunately, that sector fell to Vexari control 3 days ago. Dr. Capper stared at the map, doctorating impossible odds. Then we need to take it back. The connection to their captured comrades strengthened daily as the resonance amplification system was refined. Through this tenuous link, fragments of Vexari communications filtered back to the collective consciousness, intercepted by the volunteers' transformed biology as they lay dissected but still aware in the Vexari laboratory. Dr. Capper and General Scott reviewed the translated communications with growing concern. They're classifying us as a Class 1 EV Doctor, Tianari threat, Scott noted. What does that designation mean? The chemoray elder present Vosterin rippled with agitation. In our previous encounters with the Vexari, we never achieved higher than Class 3 status. Class 1 indicates a species capable of rapid, unpredictable adaptation that could potentially outpace Vexari countermeasures. They fear us, Scott realized. With good reason, Dr. Capper said. Human adaptability combined with chemoray biological knowledge has created something neither species could achieve alone. Another transmission fragment appeared on the display. Human genetic plasticity exceeds parameters. Recommend immediate purge protocol. Unacceptable risk of evolutionary divergence. They're accelerating their timetable, Scott said. Whatever they plan to do with this planet, our presence has forced them to expedite it. Or perhaps, Vosterin suggested, you are precisely what they expected to find here. Marcus Vega sat alone in the colony archives, surrounded by holographic displays showing footage from the initial Vexari attack months earlier. His eyes were red-rimmed from lack of sleep, his hands shaking slightly as he manipulated the timeline controls. "Play it again," he muttered to the system. "Focus on the communication center attack." The footage showed Vexari ships targeting the colony's communication hub with surgical precision, their first strike before the broader attack began. Marcus froze the image, enhancing a particular section. "Transmission log," he commanded. "What was being sent when they hit us?" The system displayed the log. "Cultural database transmission to Earth Central ARCHIVES 43% complete." Interrupted. Marcus frowned. "They didn't attack to prevent us from calling for help. They attacked to stop this specific transmission." He scrolled through the database contents. But why would they care about cultural archives, literature, music, art history? He continued reviewing the attack footage, noting the precise targeting of data storage facilities after the communication hub. The Vexari had methodically destroyed every backup of the cultural database. "They weren't trying to kill us," he whispered, the realization dawning. "At least not initially. They were trying to erase something we know." Jackson led the modified mining excavators toward the crystal-rich territory now under Vexari control. The machines once used for colony construction had been transformed into armored combat vehicles, their excavation tools repurposed as weapons. "Approaching Vexari perimeter," his navigator announced. "Containment fields detected ahead." "Deploy resonance scramblers," Jackson ordered. The vehicles activated countermeasures developed from their limited understanding of Vexari technology, not enough to neutralize the containment fields entirely, but sufficient to create temporary disruptions. "Breach point identified," the navigator reported. "We have a 60-second window." Jackson nodded grimly. "All units, execute Operation Bedrock." The excavators surged forward in tight formation, their reinforced hulls absorbing Vexari weapons fire. They punched through the weakened section of the containment field perimeter, immediately deploying smoke screens to obscure their movements. "Crystalline deposit located 200 meters ahead," the navigator confirmed. "Heavy Vexari presence." "Stick to the plan," Jackson commanded. "Teams 1 and 2 provide cover. Extraction team, you have 15 minutes to harvest what we need." The battle erupted in chaos as adapted human soldiers deployed from the excavators, engaging Vexari forces while the extraction team raced toward the crystal formations. Jackson led from the front, his excavators modified cutting arms slicing through Vexari defensive positions. "Extraction underway," came the report. 60% of required crystals secured. A blinding flash erupted to Jackson's right as a Vexari energy weapon struck one of the excavators, vaporizing its front section. He swerved to avoid the wreckage, pushing his machine beyond safe operational parameters. "Extraction complete. Fall back to rendezvous point." Jackson turned his excavator to cover the retreating extraction team when a Vexari particle beam sliced through his vehicle's undercarriage. The control panel exploded in his face, shrapnel tearing through his lower body. White-hot pain consumed his consciousness as he felt his legs being shredded by both the explosion and the continuing beam. "Jackson's down." Someone shouted through the communication system. "Extraction team, continue evacuation. Recovery team to Jackson's position." Through a haze of pain, Jackson saw adapted soldiers fighting through Vexari forces to reach him. His lower body was gone, vaporized or severed. He couldn't tell through the agony. The world began to darken around the edges. "Stay with us," a voice urged as hands pulled him from the wreckage. "Emergency adaptation protocol authorized." The last thing Jackson felt was the burning injection of chemo-ray biological agents directly into his heart, an emergency battlefield adaptation procedure reserved doctor the most desperate cases. His consciousness faded as his body began to transform, rebuilding what had been destroyed. The Vexari command ship entered low orbit, its massive form eclipsing the sun over the eastern territories. From its belly emerged specialized drop pods containing the elite forces of the Evolutionary Containment Division Vexari soldiers, engineered specifically to combat adaptive species. Dr. Capper watched their deployment through long-range sensors. Their armor is different from standard Vexari forces, modular components probably designed to adjust to our adaptations in real time. Can our forces counter them? General Scott asked. Unknown. These units appear specifically calibrated to disrupt human doctor, Emore biological structures. They've studied us thoroughly. The elite Vexari forces moved with precision across the battlefield, their weapons emitting frequencies that caused adapted humans to collapse in convulsions. Where standard containment fields merely neutralized adaptations, these weapons actively reversed them, forcing painful de-evolution back to baseline human biology. They're not just containing us, Dr. Capper realized with horror. They're undoing everything we've accomplished. General Scott stood before the assembled combat teams, their bodies transformed almost beyond recognition as human. Some possessed multiple limbs, others armored exoskeletons or enhanced sensory organs. All had been pushed to the biological limits of adaptation. The Vexari have deployed their elite forces, Scott announced. They believe they understand our capabilities and have developed countermeasures. Today, we prove them wrong. The adapted soldiers stood in formation, their breathing synchronized not through training, but through the limited hive-mind connection. They now shared a gift from the Kimore biology integrated with their own. Lieutenant Sharma's emotional enhancement protocol has been refined, Scott continued. You will not merely access rage states for increased combat effectiveness. You will channel specific emotional cascades tailored to your adaptation profiles. Sharma stepped forward, her own body showing signs of advanced adaptation neural interfaces visible beneath translucent skin. Your enhanced biology has created an unexpected side effect. Some of you have developed limited precognitive awareness through quantum entanglement at the cellular level. A murmur ran through the assembled soldiers. You're not seeing the future, Sharma clarified. Your cells are detecting quantum probabilities microseconds before they manifest. In combat terms, you'll sense enemy movements fractionally before they occur. Use this advantage, Scott commanded. Hit the Vexari elite forces before they expect contact. Show them that human adaptability extends beyond the biological. Our minds, our tactics, our very perception of reality has evolved. Aboard the Vexari command ship, the captured volunteer lay in a state between life and death. Their consciousness, sustained through the Vexari's precise preservation of critical brain tissue, had been working methodically despite unimaginable pain. Over weeks of captivity, they had used their transformed biology to gradually alter components within their own dissected body. Microscopic structures, overlooked by Vexari scientists focused on larger systems, had been repurposed into a biological transmitter. Now, as the elite forces engaged the human Kimore defenders, the volunteer activated their creation. A precisely targeted signal generated from their own neural tissue propagated through the ship systems and down to the deployed forces below. On the battlefield, Vexari weapons suddenly faltered. Targeting systems lost lock. Doctor, Enment fields fluctuated unpredictably. The elite soldiers, dependent on their advanced technology, found themselves momentarily vulnerable. The human Kimore forces seized the opportunity, surging forward with coordinated precision. Where the Vexari expected individual combatants, they encountered a unified organism, dozens of adapted humans moving with singular purpose, anticipating defensive maneuvers before they occurred. Dr. Capper examined the crystalline artifacts recovered from the underground chambers, now understood to be technological in nature rather than merely geological formations. With the resonant crystals harvested by Jackson's team, they had begun decoding the information encoded within the ancient structure doctor. These aren't just random formations, she explained to the gathered leadership. They're memory banks, technological archives created by previous Doctor, Psis who fought the Vexari. The holographic display showed similar adaptation patterns across multiple species, different biological foundations, but remarkably similar evolutionary responses to the planet's conditions. The Kimore elders recognized patterns in the crystal formations. Dr. Capper continued, They're not just data storage, they're deliberately encoded messages left for whoever came next. What do they say? General Scott asked. Dr. Capper manipulated the display, revealing translated sequences. Warnings mostly, details about Vexari weaknesses, and something else, evidence that each species developed adaptations similar to our own, despite having completely different biological starting points. That can't be coincidence, Scott noted. No, Dr. Capper agreed. It suggests the environment itself, or something about this planet guides adaptation along specific paths. Sophia Vega led her specialized combat unit through the rugged terrain of the northern perimeter, their bodies moving in perfect synchronization. The 37 adapted soldiers no longer communicated verbally. Their neural networks had established direct links, allowing instantaneous sharing of sensory information and tactical assessments. They crested a ridge to find a Vexari force twice their size, establishing a forward operating base. In the past, such numerical superiority would have demanded a retreat and reassessment. Now, Sophia simply shared her attack plan through the neural network, receiving immediate acknowledgement from her team. They moved like a single organism, each member anticipating the other's actions perfectly. When the Vexari detected their approach and opened fire, the adapted humans were already moving to counter, their limited precognitive awareness allowing them to evade weapons fire by margins measured in milliseconds. Sophia felt her team's collective consciousness expand as combat intensity increased. Their shared awareness created a tactical picture no individual could comprehend alone, a multidimensional understanding of the battlefield that allowed them to exploit vulnerabilities invisible to conventional perception. The Vexari force, despite superior numbers and technology, found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn. Where they expected humans to be, none existed. Where they least expected attack, the adapted soldiers struck with devastating precision. Within minutes, the Vexari position was overrun. Sophia directed her team to secure critical intelligence before destroying the base. As they withdrew, however, disaster struck. A concealed Vexari sniper fired a specialized round that penetrated the chest of one team member. The neural link magnified the pain across all 37 soldiers simultaneously, dropping them to their knees as shared agony overwhelmed their systems. Sophia fought through the pain, forcing her consciousness to separate just enough to organize a defensive perimeter. The wounded soldiers' suffering echoed through their shared awareness, not just physical pain, but fear, regret, and drive not to endanger the others. Sever the link, the wounded soldier managed to communicate. Save yourselves. No one gets left behind, Sophia responded through the neural connection. We share everything now, including the way home. The Vexari High Command, observing the effectiveness of specialized human adaptations, lamented a strategic shift. Their forces began bypassing adapted human Kimore defenders entirely, instead targeting settlements housing the remaining unadapted human population. They're going after our source material, General Scott realized as reports flooded in of Vexari strikes against civilian shelters. They've recognized that our most dangerous weapons come from fresh human adaptations. We can't protect every settlement with our combat-adapted forces, Dr. Capper said. We don't have the numbers. Scott's expressed on hardened. Then we evacuate the remaining pure-blooded population to the central caverns. Maximum protection. They've become our most valuable resource. The decision carried terrible implications, diverting critical combat resources from active fronts to Prot Doctor, those who hadn't yet undergone adaptation. It meant ceding territory, accepting tactical losses, all to preserve the diminishing pool of unmodified humans. The Vexari will recognize this shift in our deployment, Dr. Capper warned. They'll know exactly what we're protecting and why. Let them, Scott replied. It changes nothing. Without baseline humans for new adaptations, we lose our evolutionary advantage. The Chemore alone cannot match the Vexari's technological superiority. Dr. Capper stood transfixed before the holographic display as the first successful connection to Dr. Crystalline memory banks revealed its contents. The recovered footage, tens of thousands of years old, yet perfectly preserved, showed Vexari scientists methodically cataloging genetic material from an alien species. The aliens bore little resemblance to humans or Chemore, yet their bodies showed adaptations remarkably similar to what humans were now developing: enhanced musculature, specialized sensory organs, neural structures optimized for collective consciousness. They've done this before, Dr. Capper whispered. Many times. The footage continued, showing the Vexari completing their collection before deploying weapons that scoured the plain Doctor. Surface clean of all life, erasing all evidence of the species they had studied so meticulously. They're not just eliminating threats, a Chemore elder observed. They're harvesting evolutionary responses, collecting adaptations. Further footage confirmed the pattern: different species on different worlds, each subjected to similar conditions, each developing unique but convergent adaptations to survive, and each, ultimately, cataloged and then erased by the Vexari. We need to show this to everyone, Dr. Capper said. The entire colony needs to understand what we're facing. The collective consciousness, human and Chemore minds linked in unprecedented symbiosis, processed information at a rate no individual could match. Data from the Vexar Doctor, HIP transmitted by their captured comrade, ancient warnings stored in crystalline memory banks, and observations from countless battlefield encounters coalesced into a horrifying realization. The Vexari aren't simply eliminating threats, Vosterin communicated to the gathered leadership. They're cultivating evolutionary responses through artificial selection. This planet, its deadly environment, the precise chemical composition that enables the ignition effect, it's not natural. It's engineered. A laboratory, Dr. Capper breathed. The entire planet is a controlled experiment. Precisely, Vosterin confirmed. The Vexari seed worlds with species showing evolutionary potential, then introduce environmental pressures designed to force rapid adaptation. They return Doctor, periodically to collect the results, cataloging successful adaptations before sterilizing the planet for the next test subjects. And we're just their latest experiment, General Scott said, voice flat with controlled rage. Not just another experiment, Vosterin corrected. Based on the Vexari communications we've intercepted, humanity's adaptability exceeds all previous subjects. Your classification as a Class 1 evolutionary threat suggests you've demonstrated capabilities they didn't anticipate. We're too successful, Dr. Capper realized. That's why they're accelerating their timetable. They want to collect our adaptations before we evolve beyond their ability to control. The implications settled over the room like a physical weight. Their struggle wasn't merely for survival on a death planet, it was against a methodical, ancient process of exploitation that had claimed countless species before them. Then we give them something they've never seen before, Scott said, breaking the silence. If they want to study human adaptation, let's show them our most defining characteristic. We don't just adapt to survive. We adapt to win. The captured volunteers' eyes flickered beneath translucent lids, organic material, now more sample than human. Yet beneath the surgical invasion, neurons still fired in patterns too subtle for Vexari scanners to detect. Microscopic glands, artificially grown during early adaptation phases, began secreting compounds that looked identical to standard human biochemistry, but carried subtle molecular subversions. A Vexari scientist drew another sample from the volunteer's exposed spinal fluid, the extraction needle gleaming under the laboratory's harsh light. The fluid shimmered with an almost imperceptible iridescence as it filled the collection chamber, contamination already spreading through every system. Anomalous protein structures detected in sample 2187, the Vexari assistant reported, compound eyes reflecting the holographic readout. Inconsistent with previous baseline. The lead scientist's exoskeletal plates shifted in irritation. Recalibrate and run again. These humans constantly fluctuate their biochemistry. It's why they're so valuable. Neither noticed the volunteer's lips twitch in the ghost of a smile. General Scott studied the three-dimensional projection of the Vexari forward base, his adapted eyes perceiving spectrum layers invisible to normal human vision. The resonance connection hummed at the base of his skull, feeding tactical data directly into his consciousness. "The intelligence is confirmed," he said to the assembled strike team. "Our captured volunteer managed to transmit partial schematics before the Vexari severed their connection." Lieutenant Ramirez, her right arm now a gleaming fusion of bone and metallic alloy, gestured toward a pulsing section of the hologram. "Standard insertion points would trigger their perimeter defenses. We need something unexpected. We're not going for destruction." Scott's voice carried the weight of decision. "We're capturing these prototypes. Our volunteer sacrificed everything to alert us to their existence." The assembled soldiers, each bearing different adaptations, shifted uneasily. DRE bore visible modifications, reinforced skeletal structures, enhanced sensory organs, subdermal armor. Others carried invisible changes, accelerated neural pathways, modified immune responses, resonance-enhanced cognitive functions. "These weapons," Scott continued, "are specifically designed to target our adaptations. If we don't understand them, we can't counter them." Ramirez's modified hand clenched, servos whining softly. "When do we move?" "Sunset. The crystal formations interfere with their sensors during the thermal shift." Dr. Kapoor's fingers danced across the interface connecting to the crystalline memory banks. Each translucent shard contained data storage densities that made quantum computers look primitive. The decryption algorithms she developed worked through pattern recognition, rather than brute force intuitive leaps guided by the collective consciousness flowing through her enhanced neural pathways. "There," she whispered as new symbols cascaded across her display. "It's beautiful." Her assistant leaned forward, eyes widening. "Is that their adaptation strategy?" Kapoor nodded, not looking away from the flowing data. "The previous species didn't just adapt randomly. They engineered their own extinction as a species to create something new." The images showed beings systematically modifying their biology, generation by generation, deliberately sacrificing original physiological systems to develop specialized adaptations. The final forms barely resembled the originals. Instead, they had become living weapons specifically designed to target Vexari vulnerabilities. "They knew they couldn't win conventionally," Kapoor murmured. "So they evolved themselves into the perfect counter-weapon." "Did it work?" her assistant asked. Kapoor's expression darkened. "Partially. The Vexari still destroyed their civilization, but something survived. Something evolved. These memory crystals aren't just data storage, they're seeds." Jackson gritted his teeth against the pain as the adaptation chamber hummed around him. Through the transparent panel, he could see the chemoray engineers monitoring his transformation, their crystalline bodies refracting the chamber's light into prismatic patterns. "The standard limb replacements are ready," one of them communicated through the resonance field. We can proceed with attachment once the nerve and NOGs are prepared. No. Jackson's voice was strained but determined. Show me the schematics again. The holographic display materialized before him, his own design, created in collaboration with the Kimore engineers. Not the standard combat-optimized limbs most volunteers received, but something unique. Lower limbs specifically designed for crystal harvesting and manipulation, with embedded resonators that could attune directly to the crystalline formations. The integration will be more painful, the Kimore warned. These modifications go beyond our standard protocols. Jackson watched as mechanical arms positioned the first components near the prepared attachment points on his legs. Pain is temporary. What we're building here isn't. The first connection sent fire through his nervous system. Unlike most adaptations that replace damaged tissue, his required the integration of crystalline structures directly into living nerve pathways. Each crystal had to be precisely aligned to maintain resonance with his neural patterns. As the procedure continued, Jackson focused on the memory of the mining tunnels, the way the crystal formations had seemed to sing to him even before his adaptation. Now he would become part of that song. The electromagnetic pulse hit without warning. Across the human settlement, hundreds of adapted volunteers collapsed as the quantum entanglement effects in their nervous systems suddenly disrupted. The collective consciousness, which had become as natural as breathing to many, vanished, leaving only echoing silence in its wake. Sofia Vega's combat unit had been mid-operation when the attack hit. She watched her soldiers drop one by one, their adapted systems temporarily overloaded. Her own connection to the collective disappeared, the constant background hum of shared consciousness suddenly silent. "Status report," she shouted, fighting through the disorientation. "Collective link down," her second-in-command gasped, struggling to stand. "Can't feel the network." Sophia reached instinctively for her tactical team's minds and found something unexpected. While the broader collective remained inaccessible, she could still sense her immediate unit. Their neural patterns flickered at the edges of her consciousness, weaker than the full collective but undeniably present. "Focus on my voice," she commanded, both verbally and through this localized connection. "The Vexari have deployed some kind of EMP weapon targeting our neural links." Gradually, her team stabilized, tapping into this unexpected local network. "How is this possible?" one of them asked. "The collective is down." Sophia helped another soldier to her feet. "We've developed something new, something the Kimore didn't anticipate. Something the Vexari can't block completely," another added, realization dawning. Sophia nodded, already formulating a new strategy. "And if they don't know about it, we have an advantage." Her team finished in near-perfect unison, their localized neural links strengthening with each passing moment. Marcus Vega sat surrounded by holographic displays, each showing footage of different combat operations. His focus remained on one particular screen, his daughter Sophia's unit engaging Vexari forces at the northern perimeter. His eyes, still fully human and unadapted, caught patterns that adaptation algorithms missed. "There," he muttered, freezing a frame and expanding it. Every time human forces deploy a specific adaptation, the Vexari counter with a predictable response. He had been cataloging these responses for weeks, building a predictive model that anticipated Vexari tactical decisions. The patterns were subtle shifts in formation when faced with enhanced strength adaptations, different weapon deployments against neural-enhanced units, specialized countermeasures for specific human modifications. "They're not adapting tactically," he realized. "They're following programmed responses to categorized threats." His fingers flew across the interface, correlating Vexari responses with specific human adaptation types. The resulting algorithm displayed probability matrices for Vexari countermeasures based on which human adaptations were deployed. When General Scott's holographic form appeared beside him, Marcus didn't look up. I've got something you need to see. Scott studied the displays. A predictive model, more than that. Marcus highlighted a series of tactical simulations, a way to use their own programming against them. They respond to our adaptations with specific countermeasures, which means we can predict exactly how they'll react to any given unit configuration. We can bait them, Scott said. Understand, Dr. G immediately. Marcus nodded. Deploy units with specific adaptation profiles, and you'll know exactly what the Vexari will bring to counter them, leaving them vulnerable to something unexpected. Scott's modified eyes narrowed. This could change everything. It already has. Marcus finally looked up, his unmodified face showing the exhaustion of days without sleep. I'm sending this to Sophia's unit now. The resonance amplification system monitoring the captured volunteer suddenly spiked, alarms blaring throughout the research facility. Dr. Kappa rushed to the interface, her hands moving instinctively across the controls. What's happening? Her assistant shouted over the alarms. Massive data transfer, Kappa replied, eyes widening at the readings. The volunteer, they're dumping everything. On the monitors, the volunteer's remaining brain function collapsed in cascading failure, neural pathways burning out as they transmitted a final, massive data burst. The resonance connection carried information at quantum speeds, bypassing conventional transmission limitations. They're sacrificing what's left of themselves, Kappa whispered, watching the life signs flatline as the data continued to flow. The information materialized across their displays: Vexari command structures, scientific objectives, experimental protocols. The volunteer had somehow retained consciousness through the dissection process, gathering intelligence while appearing non-responsive. Look at this, the assistant said, voice hushed with horror. DRIR plans for human specimens. They're not just studying us. They're trying to weaponize our adaptation capabilities. Kappa stared at the schematics for Vexno, bioengineering facilities. No, they're trying to extract the adaptation process and apply it to themselves. As the data transfer completed, the volunteer's final life signs faded. The sacrifice was complete: one life exchanged for information that might save thousands. The Chemore elders gathered in their crystalline chamber, their forms pulsing with concerned energy. The human representatives, Dr. Kapor and General Scott, waited as the elders communicated among themselves through resonance patterns too complex for even adapted humans to fully comprehend. The emotional states emerging within the collective consciousness are disturbing, the eldest finally communicated. Human minds carry emotional intensities our species has never experienced. They create unpredictable patterns. That's how we process information, Kapor explained. Emotion isn't separate from our cognition, it's integral to it. It creates instability, another elder responded. We propose implementing emotional damping protocols to stabilize the collective. Scott stepped forward. With respect, that would compromise our effectiveness. Our emotional responses drive our adaptability. It is for the greater harmony, the elder began. The resonance field suddenly fluctuated as thousands of human minds within the collective instinctively resisted the subtle damping attempts already being implemented. The resistance wasn't coordinated, it was purely instinctual, humans maintaining their emotional integrity against external influence. The eldest Chemore pulsed with surprise. They resist without instruction, without coordination. That's humanity, Kapor said simply. We adapt, we survive. Sometimes that means fighting even our allies when necessary. The elders conferred again, their crystalline forms shifting through spectral patterns. This creates a significant divergence from our expected integration parameters, the eldest finally stated. Human minds were not supposed to maintain such autonomy within the collective. Scott's expression remained impassive. Perhaps your parameters need adaptation as well. Lieutenant Sharma monitored the soldiers undergoing his emotional enhancement protocols. The process had been controversial, deliberately amplifying emotional states that enhanced combat performance while maintaining cognitive control. Anger, fear, protective instincts, all carefully calibrated to sharpen reflexes and increase pain tolerance without compromising decision-making. Third Squadron is showing optimal enhancement levels, his assistant reported. Aggression markers at 87% with full cognitive retention. Sharma nodded, watching through observation panels as the soldiers engaged in combat simulations. Their movements were fluid, aggressive, precisely controlled, but something unexpected was happening. As their combat rage states peaked, soldiers began responding to threats before they appeared, moving in coordinated patterns without verbal communication. "Are they using tactical comms?" Sharma asked. His assistant checked the monitors. Negative. All communication systems are disabled for the exercise. On the training floor, a soldier spun and fired at a target that hadn't yet emerged exactly as her squadmate moved to cover the space she'd vacated. Neither had visual contact with each other. They're linked, Sharma realized. DRHE emotional enhancement is creating temporary telepathic connections. Further tests confirmed its soldiers in heightened emotional states, particularly combat rage, developed momentary telepathic links with nearby adapted humans. The phenomenon allowed for tactical coordination that required no verbal communication, no visual signals, nothing the Vexari could intercept or predict. "This changes our entire combat doctrine," Sharma said, already drafting a report for General Scott. "Emotional states we once considered liabilities have become tactical advantages." Dr. Kapur projected the decrypted warning message for the command staff. The fragmented transmission played out in holographic form, distorted aliens of unknown origin speaking in a language that required multiple translation layers. Evolutionary hunters, systematic elimination, adaptive potential. The translation flickered in and out. Warn all sentient. Vexari return to harvest. Coordinates follow. The message dissolved into a star map, highlighting several distant systems. "This fragment was encoded in the communication device we recovered," Kapur explained. "It's part of a galactic distress protocol. These coordinates appear to be potential allied civilizations, others who have faced the Vexari." "How old is this message?" General Scott asked. "At least 12,000 years based on stellar drift calculations." The implications hung heavy in the air. Previous species had tried to warn others to create some kind of united front against the Vexari threat, and they had failed. "Can we establish contact with any of these coordinates?" Marcus Vega asked. Kapur shook her head. "Not with our current technology." Even Dr. Kimore assistants were talking about distances that would require decades of transmission time. "So we're on our own," Scott concluded. "We always have been," Kapur replied. "But now we know others have fought this battle before, and some must have survived or the Vexari wouldn't still be hunting adaptive species." "They keep coming back," Marcus said quietly. "This message says they return to worlds they've cleansed, harvesting whatever evolved from the survivors." Scott's expression hardened. "Then we make sure there's nothing left for them to harvest but regret." Dr. Kapur's laboratory had become a nexus of adaptation research, combining human medical knowledge with Kimore crystalline technology. Today, however, her findings brought no celebration. "The limitation is fundamental," she explained to the gathered leadership. "Human physiology can achieve either cognitive integration with the collective or specialized physical adaptations, but rarely both simultaneously at optimal levels." General Scott studied the neural mapping displayed before them. "Explain." "The neural pathways required for full collective consciousness integration compete for resources with those needed for specialized physical adaptations," Kapur continued. "Individuals can be optimized for one or the other, but attempting both creates diminishing returns in both areas." So we need to choose, Marcus Vega said. Specialized combat units or integrated collective consciousness. Not necessarily choose, Capper clarified, but strategically allocate. Some individuals show better aptitude for physical adaptation, others for collective integration. We need to optimize based on individual potential rather than trying to create universal soldiers. Scott nodded slowly. This affects our entire strategy. We've been trying to create fully integrated combat units, when we should be creating specialized teams with complementary adaptations, Capper finished. Some optimized for collective consciousness to provide tactical coordination, others for physical combat capabilities. The strategic implications rippled through the command structure. Every adaptation plan would need reassessment, every deployment reconsidered. Start the evaluations, Scott ordered. I want every volunteer assessed for optimal adaptation pathways. The airborne attack came without warning. Microscopic nanoviruses deployed from Vexari aircraft, designed to attack the neural pathways created during adaptation. The first victims were those mid-transformation, their partially adapted nervous systems unable to defend against the targeted assault. Sophia DRA found her unit pinned down in the agricultural sector, taking cover as adapted humans collapsed around them, bodies convulsing as their modified neural pathways came under attack. Biological countermeasure, she shouted into her comm. All units, respiratory protection. But it was too late for many. The adapted humans in mid-transformation seized violently, their bodies fighting a war on the cellular level. Sophia watched in horror as a young soldier's recently adapted arm spasmed uncontrollably, the neural connections misfiring as the nanovirus attacked. In the medical center, Dr. Capper worked frantically, analyzing the biological agent while treatment pods filled with suffering patients. It's targeting the myelin crystal interface, she reported to Scott. The Vexari studied our volunteer thoroughly. They know exactly how our adaptations function at the cellular level. Can you counter it? Scott demanded. Working on it. The fully adapted seem to have some resistance. It's those in mid-transformation who are most vulnerable. Throughout the settlement, adaptation chambers were shut down. Processes halted mid-completion as medical teams fought to stabilize those already exposed. The Vexari had found a critical vulnerability, the transition period when humans were neither fully human nor fully adapted. Jackson moved through the crystal caverns with newfound grace, his mining-optimized limbs interfacing directly with the crystalline formations. Where other miners saw only mineral deposits, he perceived resonance patterns, living information encoded in molecular structures. His hands, modified with micro-manipulators and sensory nodes, traced across a particularly dense crystal formation. The resonance hummed through his adapted nervous system, creating harmonic patterns that seemed almost like language. "There's something here," he called to his team. "This formation isn't natural." As he worked deeper into the crystal matrix, his specialized limbs began to attune to frequencies previously undetectable. The crystals responded to his touch, subtle luminescence following his movements through the formation. Without warning, the entire cavern shifted from dormant to active, massive crystal structures pulsing with energy that had lain dormant for millennia. Jackson felt the surge through his adapted limbs, his neural interfaces suddenly flooded with information. "Everyone back," he shouted as energy cascaded through the crystal network. The ancient defense system activated with gathering force, a technology left behind by the previous species, triggered by Jackson's unique crystal-integrated adaptations. Energy patterns rippled outward through connected formations, awakening systems long dormant beneath the colony. In the command center, sensors registered massive energy spikes throughout the crystal network. General Scott watched in astonishment as previously inert formations came alive across their settlement. "What did we just activate?" he whispered. General Scott stood before the holographic map of their territory, watching as red indicators multiplied, adaptation centers compromised, outposts overrun, casualties mounting in both adapted and non-adapted populations. "We're losing ground on all fronts," his tactical officer reported. "The Vexari biological countermeasures have crippled our adaptation programs, and their ground forces are exploiting the weakness." Scott's modified eyes narrowed as he studied the defensive positions still holding. "We need to preserve our core capabilities. Implement Protocol Omega." The command staff exchanged grim looks. Protocol Omega meant abandonment of surface positions, retreat to the underground Fasci Doctor, Wise excavated beneath the crystal formations. "Sir, that means sacrificing nearly 40% of our territory," someone protested. "We're not sacrificing territory," Scott replied, his voice hard. "We're preserving our future." The orders went out: creation of fortified adaptation centers deep underground, evacuation of essential personnel and genetic repositories, deployment of specialized combat units on increasingly desperate holding actions to cover the retreat. "We'll prioritize preservation of diverse genetic lines," Scott continued, "and continuation of critical adaptation research. Dr. Kapur's work must continue uninterrupted." As the evacuation began, Scott authorized the formation of volunteer suicide squadrons, fully adapted combat units assigned missions with minimal survival probability but maximum strategic impact. Their objective: buy time for the core population to secure underground positions. "How long can we hold out down there?" Marcus Vega asked quietly. Scott's expression revealed nothing. "As long as necessary." The Vexari command vessel dominated the sky, its massive silhouette eclipsing the sun as it moved into high orbit. The first energy projections targeted the largest crystal formations, precision strikes designed to disrupt the mysterious energy patterns that had suddenly activated throughout the human settlement. The bombardment created catastrophic resonance disruptions. Throughout the colony, adapted humans with connections to the collective consciousness collapsed as the network shattered under the assault. Partially adapted individuals experienced neural feedback that left them disoriented and incapacitated. In the underground command center, Scott watched as communication systems failed across their network. "Status report. Collective consciousness is fragmented," an officer replied, her own augmented senses clearly struggling. "We've lost contact with nearly 70% of our adapted population." On the surface, crystal formations fractured under the bombardment, releasing energy discharges that rippled through connected systems. The ancient technology that Jackson had accidentally activated now destabilized under targeted attack. Jackson himself, deep in the crystal caverns, felt each impact like physical blows. His crystal-integrated limbs resonated with the disruption, sending waves of agony through his nervous system. Doctor. Yet through the pain, he sensed something else. The crystal network wasn't merely being destroyed. It was changing, adapting to the attack in ways he couldn't yet comprehend. "They don't understand what they're hitting," he gasped to his team. "These crystals aren't just structures, they're more like seeds." Marcus Vega had spent months opposing combat adaptations, arguing for preservation of human identity over military necessity. Now he sat in the adaptation chamber, watching as medical technicians prepared him for a procedure he'd once condemned. "You understand this is a partial adaptation only," Dr. Kapur explained. "Focused solely on cognitive enhancement, no physical modifications." Marcus nodded. "I understand the hypocrisy of my position." "It's not hypocrisy to evolve your thinking," Kapur replied. "The Vexari attacks have changed our reality." The procedure began targeted neural enhancements designed to accelerate cognitive processing without altering physical structures. Unlike combat adaptations, these changes would remain invisible, preserving Marcus's outward humanity while transforming his mental capabilities. As the adaptation progressed, Marcus felt his thought patterns shifting, expanding. Mathematical relationships became visible patterns. Strategic possibilities unfolded like branching paths before him. Yet his emotional connections to his daughter, to his beliefs, remained intact. When he emerged from the chamber, he moved immediately to the Strategic Operations Center. His enhanced cognition immediately began processing tactical data, identifying patterns visible to others. Though he maintained his opposition to combat adaptations, his enhanced strategic capabilities now served the resistance effort directly. "I can see why you made the choices you did," he told Scott later, as they studied battle projections together. "I still believe we need to preserve our humanity, but I now understand that humanity itself is adaptive by nature." Scott nodded. "You've become the bridge we needed, someone who understands both perspectives." "Not a bridge," Marcus corrected. "A translator, someone who can ensure that whatever we become still carries the essence of what we were." Dr. Kapoor's hands trembled as she compiled her latest findings from the crystalline memory banks. The holographic display showed periodic orbital patterns, systematic returns to worlds the Vexari had previously attacked. "They're not just conquerors," she explained to the Emergency Council. "They're harvesters." The previous species left records showing the Vexari return periodically to worlds they've cleansed, collecting evolved organisms that survived their initial extermination efforts. "How long between visits?" Scott asked. "Varies by planet. Appears to be based on anticipated evolutionary timescales for surviving organisms." Kapoor projected a timeline. "They seed destruction, then return to collect the results, species forced into rapid evolutionary adaptation by extreme survival pressure." Marcus Vega's enhanced cognitive functions immediately grasped the implication. "They're farmers, creating evolutionary pressure, then harvesting the results." "Precisely," Kapoor nodded. "Our adaptation program isn't just a response to their attack, it's exactly what they wanted to trigger: forced evolution under survival pressure." The revelation cast their entire situation in a new light. The Vexari weren't simply eliminating competition, they were cultivating it, directing it, harvesting it. "So even if we survive," Scott said slowly, "they'll return for whatever we become." "Unless we become something they can't harvest," Kapoor replied. "Something they can't control or predict." The collective consciousness, fragmented by the Vexari orbital bombardment, existed now as isolated pockets of connected minds. Yet something unexpected began occurring across these scattered DRTs, spontaneous synchronization of neural patterns across vast distances. Adapted humans who had lost connection to the main collective suddenly found themselves linked to others in similar states, forming a distributed neural network that spanned the settlement. Unlike the original collective, which required the crystalline technology to maintain coherence, this emergent network operated through quantum entanglement effects in the adapted human nervous systems themselves. In the research center, sensors detected the phenomenon spreading throughout the adapted population. "It's like watching a nervous system heal itself," Dr. Kapoor observed, monitoring the growing connections. "The fragments are finding each other, creating new pathways. Is this the chemo-ray technology repairing itself?" Number assistant asked. Kapoor shook her head. "No, this is something new, something human. The chemo-ray collective was centralized, dependent on their crystalline structures. This network is distributed, resilient. Each node functions independently while maintaining connection to the whole." The emerging Dr. Twerk proved remarkably resistant to Vexari disruption tactics. When electromagnetic pulses targeted one area, the network simply routed around the damage, maintaining functionality through alternative pathways. The rigid, centralized structure of the original co-Doctor, C-Tive, had been replaced by something adaptive, fluid, and distinctly human. They can't shut it down, Kappa realized, not without eliminating every adapted human simultaneously. The Vexari infiltration unit breached the main research facility with surgical precision. Elite warriors moved through human defenses with practiced efficiency, their objective clear: capture Dr. Kapor and the crystalline technology she studied. Alarms blared throughout the facility as security protocols activated. Adapted human defenders converged on the breach points, but the Vexari infiltrators had been specifically equipped to counter known human adaptations. Dr. Kapor worked frantically to secure critical data as the sounds of combat drew closer. "We need to evacuate the crystalline samples," she ordered her team. "Priority Alpha protocols." The timing couldn't have been worse. Jackson's activation of the ancient defense system had created energy fluctuations throughout the connected crystal formations, including those housed in the research facility. As Kapor's team attempted to secure the samples, energy patterns shifted unpredictably through the crystalline structures. The first Vexari infiltrator reached the main laboratory just as Jackson, responding to the emergency, arrived through a secondary entrance. His crystal-integrated limbs immediately resonated with the active formations in the lab, creating unexpected interactions between his adaptations and the ancient technology. T-Doctor. Vexari deployed disruptor technology designed to neutralize human adaptation capabilities, but the energy field collided with the awakening crystal network. The competing technological energies created a cascading reaction that transformed the facility into a chaotic battleground. Crystal formations pulsed with energy that interfered with Vexari weapons, while simultaneously disrupting human adaptations. Both sides found their technological advantages suddenly unreliable, as the facility became a nexus of competing energies: Vexari disruption fields, human adaptations, and the awakening crystal network all vying for dominance. In the center of the chaos, Dr. Kapor realized what was happening. "The crystals are responding to all of us," she shouted to Jackson over the din of battle. "They're not choosing sides, they're absorbing everything." Jackson nodded, his crystal-integrated limbs vibrating with resonant NDRY. "They're learning," he replied, "and so are we." As the battle raged around them, human and Vexari alike fought for control of knowledge that neither fully understood, while the crystalline technology itself seemed to be developing its own agenda, shaped by the conflict that surrounded it. The air crackled with ozone as competing energy fields collided. Jackson's crystal-integrated limbs pulsed with blue-white light, the alien material responding to the chaotic discharge that filled the research facility. Pain lanced through his nervous system, each crystalline shard embedded in his flesh becoming a conduit for something vast and ancient. "It's overloading, Doctor," Kapor shouted, diving behind an overturned console as sparks erupted from the ceiling panels. The systems were never designed to interact this way. Jackson couldn't respond. His consciousness stretched, thinned, pulled into the crystalline network like water through a sieve. The quantum resonance feedback loop built around him, a hurricane of competing energies with him at the eye of the storm. Through tear-blurred eyes, he saw civilians scrambling for cover, researchers pinned down by energy discharges. Without conscious thought, his hands pressed against the nearest crystal formation. The contact felt like plunging into ice water and molten metal simultaneously. His fingers sank into the seemingly solid surface, neural pathways forming between his altered biology and the ancient system. Redirect, channel, protect. The thoughts weren't entirely his own. Jackson's body became a lightning rod, drawing the chaotic energy away from the huddled civilians and into the crystal network that honeycombed the facility walls. The crystals throughout the room brightened to painful intensity, humming at a frequency that made teeth ache and vision be-doctor. Across the chamber, the Vexari infiltration team's advance faltered. Their sleek biomechanical armor stuttered and sparked. One warrior's exoskeleton locked mid-stride, sending the alien crashing to the floor. Another clawed desperately at its helmet as internal systems went haywire. "Their tech is failing," someone whispered in awe. The crystal network, now fully awakened by Jackson's interface, systematically attacked the Vexari technology. Their weapons discharged randomly or simply died. Biomechanical enhancements that had been grafted directly into their bodies began to degrade, causing the aliens to writhe in agony as their own augmentations turned against them. Dr. Capper crawled through the debris toward a still-functioning terminal. Blood trickled from a cut above her eye, but her focus never wavered as her fingers flew across the interface. "It's not random," she breathed, eyes widening as data cascaded across her screen. "These aren't just energy crystals. They're repositories, quantum computers encoded with specific algorithms." She looked up at Jackson, still locked in his trance-like state. "They're targeting Vexari biology at the cellular level. This is a precision weapon system designed specifically against them." 15 kilometers away, the distributed neural network of adapted humans was recovering from the orbital bombardment. Survivors emerged from shelters, their altered nervous systems tingling with unfamiliar sensations. Then it hit them all simultaneously, a collective vision that dropped them to their knees. A galactic council chamber, dozens of species united in purpose. Star maps showing containment zones. Weapons designed specifically to counter Vexari adaptations. A defense alliance that spanned hundreds of worlds. The fragments of memory weren't their own, they belonged to the previous species, preserved somehow in the crystalline network that now interfaced with human neural implants. The vision ended as abruptly as it began, leaving the adapted humans shaking but enlightened. In the command bunker, General Scott staggered against his tactical display as the vision receded. Around him, his officers recovered with varying degrees of disorientation. The neural network, partially restored after the bombardment, buzzed with new information, tactical data flowing from one adapted human to another. "Sir," his communications officer called, voice steadier than it had any right to be. "We're receiving coordinated intelligence from all sectors. Units are reporting. Shared tactical awareness." Scott's eyes narrowed as he studied the holographic display. He could feel it too, a heightened sense of the battlefield, as if he could simultaneously perceive the status of every unit under his command. "Synchronize counter-attack across all Vexari positions," he ordered, his voice carrying a new authority. "All adapted units, coordinate through the network. Hit them from multiple vectors simultaneously." Across the battlefield, human resistance fighters moved with unprecedented coordination. Units that had never trained together executed complex maneuvers in perfect harmony. The Vexari command structure, accustomed to fighting disorganized and panicked opponents, found themselves outflanked by forces that seemed to anticipate their every move. Lieutenant Sharma's squad crouched in the ruins of what had once been a hydroponics facility. Her combat-enhanced soldiers breathed heavily, their altered physiology pumping combat stimulants through their systems. The rage state that accompanied their adaptations had always been considered a liability, a loss of control that made them unpredictable. "I can feel them," Corporal Diaz whispered, his pupils dilated to black pools. "Their communications, their shields, they pulse with energy." Sharma felt it too, a strange awareness of electromagnetic patterns. "Focus on that feeling," she instructed. "All of you, cycle through your emotional states, push the rage, then pull it back." Her soldiers followed her lead, deliberately manipulating their emotional responses. The effect was immediate and startling. Waves of electromagnetic disruption rippled outward from their position. Nearby Vexari communication systems squealed with feedback. The aliens' personal shields flickered and failed. "They're vulnerable," Sharma shouted, leading the charge. "Hit them now." In high orbit, Aboard the Vexari command vessel, Supreme Hunter Vexmortar received the disturbing reports with growing fury. The tactical display showed unprecedented coordination among the human forces. Worse, their adaptation rate had accelerated beyond all projected models. "This cannot be tolerated," he hissed to his command council. "These humans have achieved what only 3 species before them have managed. They've weaponized their adaptations against us." His second-in-command studied the incoming data. The pattern matches the archivists of Sector 9. They too interfaced with ancient technologies. "And they too were exterminated," Vexmortar replied coldly. "Designate Earth as a Tier 1 extinction priority. Dispatch the Evolutionary Purge Armada. We will not merely hunt these humans, we will erase them from existence." The order sent ripples of excitement through the command chamber. The Purge Armada was deployed only against the most dangerous adaptive species, armed with planet-killing weaponry that reduced worlds to sterile debris. Back at the research facility, Jackson's consciousness expanded beyond the confines of his physical form. The Crystal Network Doctor ride his awareness through kilometers of connected formations, showing him the planet as he'd never seen it before. Beneath the surface, through mountains and under oceans, a web of crystalline deposits formed a complex pattern, a planetary grid that pulsed with dormant energy. Defense system, resonance field, Vexari vulnerability. The knowledge downloaded directly into his mind. This wasn't merely a communication network or energy source, it was a weapon designed to generate a field lethal to Vexari biology. If fully activated, it could create a planetary shield that would destroy any Vexari who attempted to breach it. When Jackson finally collapsed, disconnected from the network, Dr. Capper was there to catch him. His eyes glowed with residual crystal energy, his voice hoarse as he gasped out what he'd discovered. "A planetary defense grid," he whispered. "The entire network, it's designed to create a resonance field that targets their specific biology. But we need to activate all the major nodes. The crystals, we need more of them." In the Tactical Operations Center, Marcus Vega's enhanced cognitive abilities processed the battle data at unprecedented speeds. His adaptation had transformed his mind into something beyond human, capable of identifying patterns invisible to others. As he studied the Vexari attack protocols, a realization crystallized. "They always follow the same sequence," he announced to the startled tactical team. "Their combat algorithms prioritize overwhelming force over flexibility. They can't adapt their tactics mid-battle, they just escalate according to predetermined protocols." General Scott leaned over the display. Doctor, exploit this." Marcus nodded, his eyes reflecting the holographic projections as battle simulations ran at accelerated speeds in his mind. Counterintuitive responses. Do what no rational opponent would do. Retreat when they expect advance. Split forces when concentration seems optimal. Their programming can't process tactical paradoxes. Meanwhile, the final transmission from their captured volunteer reached the resistance. The signal, weak and fragmented, contained critical coordinates, the location of a Vexari genetic repository. The facility housed biological samples of every species the Vexari had hunted to extinction, preserved for study and analysis. "This could change everything," Dr. Capper explained to the Emergency Council. "With access to those samples, we could accelerate our adaptation research exponentially, understand how other species fought back." She paused, her expression grave as she continued her report. "I've successfully isolated the quantum algorithm that targets Vexari biology, but there's a serious limitation. Implementation requires significantly more crystalline computing power than we currently have access to. Complete activation would require harvesting crystals from territories currently under heavy Vexari control." The news sent a ripple of concern through the assembled leaders. The territories in question were some of the most heavily defended on the planet. The situation grew more complex when the Chemo-Ray elders, the alien allies who had initially helped humans adapt, attempted to assert control over the increasingly autonomous human neural network. Their intervention triggered a violent backlash, as human minds instinctively resisted the forced neural reset. Our consciousness is evolving beyond their control, Jackson explained, still recovering from his integration with the crystal network. They're afraid of what we're becoming. The resistance within the collective threatened the stability of all adapted individuals. Some experienced seizures as their implants misfired. Others reported hallucinations or temporary paralysis as their nervous systems fought against the alien influence. While the collective struggled with this internal conflict, Sofia Vega led her combat unit on a high-risk infiltration mission. Their localized neural links, smaller and more stable than the colony-wide network, allowed them to coordinate with preternatural precision as they penetrated a Vexari forward command post. The team moved like shadows through the alien facility, neutralizing Doctor, entries with brutal efficiency. Their objective, the communications hub at the center of the compound. When they finally breached the secure room, Sophia's tech specialist immediately began downloading data from the intact Vexari systems. "We've hit the jackpot," the specialist whispered, eyes wide as information streamed across his portable terminal. Tactical specifications for an incoming fleet, the Evolutionary Purge Armada. Full deployment details, weapons loadouts, arrival timeline. Sophia studied the translated data, her enhanced vision easily processing the alien text. 14 days, she said, her voice hollow. "We have 14 DRS before they arrive." The news galvanized the resistance. Dr. Capper immediately assembled a specialized adaptation team, focusing on volunteers willing to undergo partial crystal integration similar to Jackson's procedure. "We need human conduits," she explained to the grim-faced volunteers. "Individuals capable of channeling and directing the ancient defense system's energy. The procedure is experimental and dangerous, but without it, we cannot activate the planetary defense grid." The first attempts were harrowing. 2 volunteers died when their nervous systems rejected the crystal integration. 3 more survived but were left catatonic, their minds lost somewhere in the crystalline network. But gradually, Dr. Capper refined the process, creating a small but growing network of human conduits. General Scott, faced with the imminent arrival of the Purge Armada, authorized the most desperate operation of the Resistance, Operation Crystal Harvest. The mission was straightforward but nearly suicidal. Multiple strike teams would simultaneously attack Vexari-controlled territories to secure critical crystal deposits doctored for the planetary defense grid. "The casualty projections are extreme," Scott admitted during the briefing. "Nearly 60% losses expected. But without these crystal formations, we cannot activate the defense grid before the Purge Armada arrives." No one needed to ask what would happen then. The Purge Armada's planet-killing capabilities were well documented in the captured Vexari files. Jackson, now permanently integrated with the crystal network, rarely spoke aloud anymore. His consciousness had expanded beyond normal human perception, his mind simultaneously present throughout the crystalline web that spanned the planet. When he did communicate, his insights proved invaluable. "There are weapons," he told Dr. Capor during one of his brief periods of lucidity, "designed specifically to target Vexari vulnerabilities. The specifications are encoded in sections of the crystalline memory banks I couldn't access before." His eyes glowed with internal light as he projected schematics onto the laboratory wall designs for weapons that could penetrate Vexari shields, disrupt their neural networks, and target the specific genetic markers that made them unique. While the Resistance prepared for Operation Crystal Harvest, a small research team followed coordinates extracted from the ancient warning message. What they found stunned them: a dormant automated beacon orbiting a nearby star system, inactive for millennia until it detected human communication attempts. The beacon activated with a pulse of energy that the research vessel's sensors barely survived recording. When decoded, the transmission contained technical specifications for technology the humans had thought impossible faster than light travel, developed by the ancient Galactic Defense Alliance. They left this for whoever came after them, the research team's leader reported. A legacy to help fight the Vexari if they ever returned. As preparations for Operation Crystal Harvest reached their final stage, Marcus and Sophia Vega reunited for the first time in months. Their meeting was tense, filled with unspoken recriminations. Marcus had embraced his cognitive enhancements, believing the path forward lay in transcending human limitations. Sophia had focused on combat adaptations while trying to maintain her core humanity. "You barely look human anymore," she said, noting the neural interface nodes visible beneath his translucent skin. "And you're still thinking like one," he replied. "That's what the Vexari are counting on." The tension between them built until Marcus finally sighed, his enhanced mind calculating the wasted efficiency of their conflict. "My cognitive enhancements have shown me something important, Sophia. Our different paths, my strategic analysis, and your combat capabilities, they represent humanity's evolutionary advantage. The Vexari evolve as a singular entity, all following the same path. Humans adapt along multiple vectors simultaneously. It's not a weakness, it's our strength." The realization slowly penetrated their conflict, offering a new perspective on the diverse adaptations humans had developed. As Operation Crystal Harvest prepared to launch, Dr. Capra completed her translation of the previous species' final recordings. What she discovered sent a chill through the Resistance leadership. "The Vexari don't just hunt adaptive species as competitors," she explained, her voice tight with controlled horror. "They harvest them, systematically extract and incorporate advanced biological adaptations to enhance their own capabilities. That's why they're so interested in our neural network. They want to incorporate our adaptability into their own genome." The revelation cast the conflict in an even more desperate light. Humanity wasn't just fighting for survival, they were fighting to prevent their own unique adaptations from being weaponized against future species. Before Operation Crystal Harvest could launch, the Vexari struck first. Their attack targeted the largest crystal formation, deploying a specialized geological weapon that fractured the planet's crust around the deposit. The weapon burrowed deep, reaching the crystal's root system before detonating. The effect was catastrophic. The partially activated defense grid, already unstable from incomplete integration, responded with uncontrolled energy discharges that erupted across the colony. Buildings collapsed. Fissures opened in the earth. The carefully calculated timeline compressed violently, the 14 days before the Purge Armada's arrival suddenly meaningless. "They're already here," Jackson whispered, his consciousness stretched across the failing crystal network. The advanced scouts of the Purge Armada just entered the system. General Scott stared at the tactical display, watching as casualty reports flooded in from across the colony. "How long do we have?" Jackson's glowing eyes met his, the human behind them momentarily visible through the alien energy. "Hours. We have hours." The catastrophic energy discharges tore through the settlement's defensive grid like lightning through tissue paper. Alarms screamed across every sector as holographic displays flickered and died. General Scott's face remained impassive despite the chaos erupting around him, only the whitening of his knuckles on the command console betraying his tension. "Initiate emergency protocol Omega," he ordered, voice cutting through the cacophony of warnings. "All combat units to form defensive perimeter. Priority Alpha on engineering access to grid stabilization points." Throughout the settlement, soldiers abandoned half-finished meals, interrupted conversations mid-sentence, and leapt from medical beds still wearing bandages. They moved with practiced precision, the product of countless drills that had seemed paranoid until this moment. Within minutes, a three-layered defensive formation materialized around the settlement's perimeter, heaviest weaponry facing outward toward the advancing Vexari signatures. In the central crystal chamber, Jackson's body convulsed as his consciousness expanded beyond HDRN comprehension. The damaged crystal network poured centuries of compressed data into his mind: tactical analyses, battle formations, biological weaknesses. He experienced the previous species' final stand against the Vexari not as information but as memory, feeling their desperation and perseverance as if they were his own. Through the torrent of data, a pattern emerged: a recurring vulnerability in Vexari biophysiology. Their cybernetic systems contained a critical resonance frequency that dissed Dr. Ted neural mechanical integration. The previous species had identified it but lacked the means to exploit it effectively. Jackson's consciousness seized on this knowledge, clinging to it as he struggled not to drown in the flood of alien memories. Dr. Capper wiped blood from her nose, ignoring the increasing frequency of these hemorrhages as she worked. Around her, the engineering lab crackled with dangerous energy discharges that left scorch marks on walls and equipment. 3 of her team lay unconscious, evacuated after neural feedback had overwhelmed their systems. "The crystal lattice is destabilizing faster than we can reroute the energy," her assistant reported, voice trembling as another discharge, sparks cascading across his workstation. Dr. Capper stared at the neural mapping displayed on her screen, watching the patterns shift and pulse. Suddenly, she straightened, eyes widening. "Look at this," she pointed to where human neural patterns intersected with crystal resonance waves. "The human patterns are creating a dampening effect. Our brains are naturally buffering the instability." Her fingers flew across the interface, modeling a new configuration. "We need volunteers, people willing to temporarily link with the crystal nodes. Their consciousness can act as stabilizers while we repair the network. That level of neural integration could cause permanent damage," her assistant whispered. "Memory loss, personality changes, possibly worse." "I know," Dr. Capper replied softly. "I'll be the first volunteer." The Kimore elders gathered in their sacred chamber, their translucent bodies pulsing with agitation as they debated. Elder Zan, their most conservative voice, trembled with Dr. Motion. "Integration with human consciousness violates our most sacred traditions," he insisted. "For millennia, we have maintained our collective purity." Elder Tur, her form rippling with blue-green energy, moved to the center of their circle. "And where has this purity led us? To the edge of extinction, twice." Her voice resonated through their connection. "I have touched the human mind. They are chaotic, yes, but also vibrant with possibilities we have forgotten." One by one, the elders' resistance crumbled in the face of extinction. Their ancient consciousness, refined over thousands of years of meditation and collective thought, flowed into the human neural network. The effect was immediate, like pouring oil on turbulent waters. The crystal network stabilized, and Dr. Capper's team found their work suddenly accelerating as Kimore knowledge of quantum principles unlocked new approaches. In the neural collective, human improvisational thinking merged with Kimore precision, creating solutions neither species could have developed alone. Sofia Vega pressed her body against the shattered remnants of what had once been a habitation dome, the crystal formation behind her humming with dangerous energy. Her squad had started with 12 members. 5 remained. "Command, this is Crystal Harvest Team 3, she whispered into her comm. "We've lost Ramirez and Scott. Crystal Formation Delta 7 is heavily defended, requesting extraction." The response came back distorted, barely audible through Vexari jamming. "Negative, Team 3. All extraction assets engaged. Continue mission parameters." Sophia closed her eyes briefly, then looked at her remaining team members, their faces streaked with dirt and blood, equipment failing, ammunition low. They'd been fighting for 36 hours straight. "New plan," she said, recalling Marcus's counterintuitive tactical model. "We're going to look vulnerable." Her team exchanged glances but trusted her enough not to question. They deliberately exposed their position, making their movements obvious, appearing to retreat in disarray toward the crystal-rich canyon. The Vexari took the bait, their units surging forward in pursuit directly into the unstable energy field surrounding the crystal formation. The first Vexari unit to enter the field staggered as energy discharges played across its armored surface. Its weapon systems fired randomly, hitting two of its companions. More units pushed forward, and more succumbed to the crystal's disruption effect. Sophia signaled her team. Now, they emerged from cover with perfect coordination, targeting the disoriented Vexari with precision strikes that would have been ineffective against their normally functioning defenses. Within minutes, the entire Vexari contingent lay disabled, and Sophia's team secured the crystal formation. "Command, Team 3, Delta 7 secured, minimal casualties." She allowed herself a small smile. Marcus's crazy plan actually worked. Lieutenant Sharma's squad moved in perfect synchronization, their minds linked through the modified neural interfaces. They no longer needed verbal commands. Each soldier felt the other's intentions as their own. They approached the Vexari patrol from multiple angles, their movements silent and coordinated. Sharma gave the mental signal, and as one, the squad projected a wave of pure rage and emotional tsunami that crashed against the Vexari cybernetic systems. The effect was immediate. The Vexari units twitched and jerked, their movements becoming erratic as their command signals faltered. "Shift to calm," Sharma thought, and the squad's emotional projection transformed, creating a disorienting contrast that further confused the Vexari systems. The squad had discovered this technique by accident when one soldier's fear had momentarily disrupted a Vexari unit's targeting system. They had refined it into a fighting style, unlike anything in human military history, emotional projection, as a weapon, cycling through precisely calibrated emotional states to create maximum interference. As the Vexari struggled to compensate, the squad shifted to focused perseverance, channeling their collective will into a spear of mental energy that created a momentary gap in the Vexari defenses, just long enough for their conventional weapons to find vulnerable points. The patrol fell without firing a single effective shot. Marcus Vega hunched over the captured Vexari genetic repository data, his eyes burning from hours of continuous analysis. The pattern had been difficult to discern at first, hidden beneath layers of complex genetic coding, but now it was unmistakable. "They've been harvesting cognitive adaptations from every species they've conquered," he explained to General Scott. "Advanced spatial reasoning from the Trellix, predictive modeling from the Nathvar, multi-threaded processing from the Ixians." He scrolled through the extensive list. But there's a consistent gap in what they incorporate. He highlighted a section of the data. They systematically avoid emotional processing capabilities. Every single time they encounter a species with complex emotional architecture, they categorize those traits as evolutionary weaknesses and discard them. General Scott frowned. "How does this help us?" "It's their blind spot," Marcus replied, excitement building in his voice. "They can't predict or understand emotionally driven decisions because they've deliberately excised that capacity from their development. It's why they struggle against our unpredictability. They literally cannot comprehend why we make the choices we do when those choices are emotionally motivated." A slow smile spread across Scott's face. "And humans are perhaps the most emotionally driven sentient species we've encountered." "Exactly," Marcus nodded. "Our greatest weakness, according to their evolutionary model, might actually be our greatest weapon." Engineers crowded around the FTL beacon specifications, faces drawn with exhaustion and disappointment. The quantum entanglement matrices required for this technology are beyond our manufacturing capabilities, the lead engineer reported to General Scott. Even with the chemoray assistance, we'd need specialized equipment we don't have. Jackson, his consciousness now partially reintegrated with his body, studied the specifications through bloodshot eyes. The crystalline lattice of the beacon's core looked strangely familiar. "We don't need to build it," he said suddenly. "It already exists." He pointed to the crystal network diagram on an adjacent screen. The ancient defense system wasn't just designed to protect the planet, it was simultaneously an emergency evacuation technology. The crystal network itself contains the quantum structure we need. The realization hit the room like a physical force. The previous inhabitants hadn't abandoned the planet to die, they had attempted to escape through the very network now integrated with human consciousness. General Scott stood in the command center, surrounded by holographic displays showing the increasingly dire tactical situation. Vexari forces were converging on all major crystal formations, their numerical superiority overwhelming human defenses despite innovative tactics. "We need those crystal fragments from the contested territories," he said, studying the map. "Without them, we can't complete the network restoration. Vexari scanning systems make covert retrieval impossible," his tactical officer replied. "Any team we send would be detected and eliminated before reaching the targets." Scott's eyes narrowed as he considered the partially stabilized crystal network. What if we could blind them temporarily? Just long enough for small team DRO get in and out. Within hours, the engineering team had reconfigured the crystal nodes under human control to generate targeted electromagnetic pulses. The pulses would temporarily disable Vexari scanning systems in specific areas, creating brief windows for retrieval operations. Scott watched as the first pulse fired, creating a localized disruption in Vexari communications. Small, elite teams sprinted into contested territories, moving with the desperate speed of soldiers who know their window of survival is measured in minutes. They retrieved crystal fragments from ruined formations, each piece carefully extracted and transported back to friendly territory. The operation cost lived 17 soldiers didn't return, but the retrieved fragments provided crucial components for Dr. Kapor's work. Marcus Vega stood before the assembled combat unit leaders, his unconventional battle strategy displayed behind him. "Conventional military doctrine emphasizes consistency and coordination," he explained. "But against the Vexari, consistency becomes predictability, and predictability means death." He gestured to the display showing his revolutionary approach. "We'll implement deliberately contradictory tactics. Squad Alpha retreats when engaged, while Squad Beta charges forward. Charlie takes defensive positions while Delta abandons superior cover for seemingly inferior positions." The unit leaders exchanged skeptical glances. "The Vexari rely on prediction algorithms," Marcus continued. "When we behave in ways that contradict military logic, we confuse those algorithms. They can't predict what they can't understand." The strategy proved effective beyond even Marcus's expectations. Smaller human forces consistently outmaneuvered numerically superior Vexari units by behaving in ways the enemy's tactical systems classified as irrational. Human unpredictability became a force multiplier that partially offset the overwhelming Vexari advantage. A specialized team of neural-linked soldiers and scientists approached the planetary defense grid's master, node, a massive crystal formation that pulsed with dangerous energy. Their neural interfaces allowed them to withstand the energy discharges that would have killed unprotected humans instantly. As they interfaced with the master node, their collective consciousness expanded into the grid's architecture, discovering layers of complexity previously hidden. The SDREM had been designed with redundancies that no one had detected until now. Even with the damaged major formations, one scientist reported, her voice distant as her consciousness remained partially immersed in the grid, the distributed network of smaller crystal clusters could generate a sufficient resonance field if properly synchronized. Synchronized how? General Scott asked. Through human neural conductors, she replied. The crystals respond to our consciousness in ways they never did for the previous species. We can serve as conductors, channeling and directing the energy through our neural pathways. The implications were clear and troubling, Doctor. Human minds would need to serve as living conduits for the planetary defense system, bearing the full strain of the crystalline energy. Doctor. Kapur's hands trembled as she made the final adjustments to her prototype. The Vexari targeting algorithm was complete, a revolutionary application of the vulnerability Jackson had discovered in the crystal network's HIST Dr. Cal data. It's ready, she announced to General Scott and the assembled leadership. When deployed, it will generate a resonance field that targets the specific frequency vulnerability in Vexari cybernetic systems. The room should have erupted in celebration, but the silence was deafening. Everyone understood the cost. The energy required for planet-wide deployment would burn out the neural pathways of all human conductors in the process. Doctor. Kapur continued, her voice steady despite the weight of her words. The conductors would suffer complete neural collapse. Death would be immediate. Before Scott could respond, a young engineer stepped forward. I volunteer. Then another, me too. Within moments, dozens of voices joined, each person willing to sacrifice themselves to ensure humanity's survival. Doctor. Kapur looked at these volunteers, scientists, soldiers, civilians, and felt a complex mixture of pride and grief. This was humanity at its most noble and its most tragic. The advanced scout ships detected the first wave of the evolutionary purge armada entering the outer solar system. The massive fleet moved in perfect formation, their approach vector precisely calculated to counter conventional planetary defenses. They're using a standard suppression formation, the tactical officer reported, designed to systematically eliminate defensive installations before the main landing force arrives. They're expecting conventional defenses, Scott observed. They have no idea what we've prepared. The Armada's configuration revealed their complete unpreparedness for the crystal-based technology. Their ships maintained formation patterns that would actually amplify the resonance field once activated, turning their own tactical doctrine against them. Jackson navigated the vast knowledge of the crystal network, his consciousness expanding beyond human limits as he searched for solutions. The neural strain was destroying his brain. By increments, nosebleeds had given way to small seizures, and moments of cognitive confusion interrupted his work with increasing frequency. Then he found it buried deep in the oldest layers of crystal memory. The previous species had developed a method to transfer consciousness into the crystal matrix itself, not as a temporary measure, but as a form of evolutionary ascension. Their final stand hadn't been a last desperate defense, it had been a transition, an attempt to preserve their civilization in a new form that the Vexari couldn't destroy. The implications hit Jackson with stunning force. The volunteers who would otherwise die activating the defense grid might be preserved within the crystal matrix itself. Their sacrifice could become transformation rather than extinction. He struggled to pull his consciousness back enough to communicate this discovery, fighting against the seductive immensity of the crystal network that threatened to absorb his identity completely. Sofia Vega led her Crystal Harvest team through the treacherous southern polar region, fighting through both Vexari resistance and the planet's brutal environment. Temperatures dropped to lethal levels, equipment froze and shattered, and the ice itself seemed alive with malevolence. "There's nothing here," her second-in-command muttered as they scanned another empty cavern. Command's intel was wrong. Sophia ignored him, following the faint energy signature her modified scanner had detected. She pressed her hand against the seemingly solid ice wall, feeling a subtle vibration that human senses shouldn't have been able to detect, a side effect of her partial neural integration with the crystal network. "Here," she said, placing a breaching charge. "Stand back." The controlled explosion revealed a previously unknown chamber containing a massive crystal formation larger than any they had discovered before. The formation pulsed with prismatic energy, untouched by the damage that had affected the rest of the network. "Command, this is Vega," she reported, voice tight with controlled excitement. "We've found something big, really big." Analysis confirmed what Sophia had already intuited. This formation provided sufficient additional energy capacity to power both the defense grid and the consciousness transfer protocol Jackson had discovered. The success probability remained uncertain, but for the first time, hope seemed more substantial than desperation. The Vexari orbital assault came without warning, a coordinated attack on all identified crystal formations. Specialized mining drones descended through the atmosphere, their design clearly intended for resource extraction rather than pure destruction. "They're not trying to destroy the crystals," Marcus observed, watching the tactical display. "They're trying to harvest them." This realization sparked an audacious plan. The human defense forces began feeding corrupted targeting data into the Vexari network, subtly altering the mineral composition readings their sensors detected. The drones, responding to their programming, began extracting worthless minerals while inadvertently activating dormant crystal nodes with their extraction energy. Across the planet, crystal formations that had lain dormant for centuries flickered to life, expanding the network beyond what either humans or Vexari had mapped. The defense grid's potential capacity increased by nearly 40% through this deception alone. The first successful consciousness transfer occurred not as a planned experiment but as an emergency measure. A soldier named Rivera, mortally wounded during a Vexari attack, volunteered in his final moments. The neural integration team worked frantically, connecting his fading consciousness to the crystal matrix as his body failed. For several tense minutes after his physical death, nothing happened. Then the crystal node pulsed with new patterns that matched Rivera's neural signature. A holographic interface activated and Rivera's voice emerged from the crystal itself. "I'm here," he said, his tone conveying wonder rather than fear. "I can see everything, the entire grid. I can feel it." He demonstrated his continued existence by manipulating the defense grid with unprecedented precision, redirecting energy flows and optimizing defenses with an intuitive understanding no living human could match. His consciousness, freed from biological limitations, operated at a level of integration with the crystal technology that proved Jackson's discovered technique viable. The success transformed the volunteers' sacrifice from a tragedy to a transcendence. Their consciousness would continue, evolved into something new but still fundamentally human. Marcus Vega paced the Strategic Operations Center, studying the patterns of Vexari harvesting behavior with growing excitement. "They're not just taking resources," he explained to General Scott. "They're sampling our biology, our technology, everything they can analyze for potential evolutionary advantages to incorporate." A plan formed in Marcus's mind, audacious, dangerous, but potentially devastating to the Vexari if successful. "We can create a genetic Trojan horse," he proposed. "By strategically showcasing certain human adaptations while concealing others, we can manipulate what evolutionary traits they attempt to extract." The plan took shape rapidly. Human forces began deliberately displaying certain cognitive patterns during engagements while suppressing others. They showcased analytical thinking while hiding emotional processing. Knowing Dr. Vexari would attempt to harvest the former while ignoring the latter as an evolutionary weakness. If successful, the Vexari would incorporate human analytical capabilities without the emotional regulation that made those capabilities functional in human neurology, creating a fundamental instability in their own biological systems when integrated. General Scott stood in the command center, watching as the first ships of the evolutionary purge armada entered high orbit. Time had run out. Whatever they had prepared would have to be enough. Authorize Operation Resonance Cascade, he ordered, his voice steady despite the weight of the command. Activate all secured crystal nodes simultaneously. Throughout the planet, human neural conductors positioned themselves at crystal nodes, their minds linked through the network Dr. Kapor had created. Those who had volunteered for the final activation, knowing it meant either death or transformation into the crystal matrix, took their positions at the primary nodes. Synchronization at 93%, the operations officer reported. Resonance field forming. As the Vexari ships deployed their first wave of landing craft, the human crystal hybrid defense system activated. The resonance field expanded outward from the planet's surface, an invisible wave of precisely calibrated energy that targeted Vexari biological and technological signatures. The effect on the invasion fleet was immediate and catastrophic. Ships tumbled from formation as their guidance systems failed. Communication networks collapsed. Weapons systems fired randomly or not at all. The perfectly coordinated armada dissolved into chaos, but the strain of maintaining the field pushed the human neural conductors beyond their biological limits. Blood trickled from their noses, ears, eyes. Doctor. Bodies convulsed as neural pathways overloaded with crystal energy. In the command center, displays showed the consciousness transfer protocol activating, attempting to preserve the volunteers' minds as their bodies failed. Success indicators fluctuated wildly, some showing complete transfer, others partial, some failing entirely. The fate of humanity hung in the balance between extinction and evolution, between defeat and transcendence, as the resonance field expanded to encompass the entire Vexari fleet. A scream tore through the neural command center, raw, primal, and quickly silenced. The human conductor's body convulsed once, then collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. Neural interface crystals embedded in her temples flickered erratically before dimming to lifeless gray. "That's the third one in TDRTY minutes," Dr. Kapor whispered, her fingers flying across holographic displays swimming with neural pattern data. Blood smeared her lab coat where she'd tried to stabilize the previous conductor. "The collapse cascade is accelerating. We're losing them faster than predicted." Around the vast chamber, 200 human conductors sat in crystalline interface chairs, their consciousness extending into the planetary defense network. Each face bore the same unmistakable signs: skin drawn tight over cheekbones, dark circles beneath eyes that stared at nothing, blood vessels rupturing beneath translucent skin. Their bodies were burning from the inside out, neural pathways collapsing under the strain of the crystal interface. Another conductor seized, back arching impossibly as his neural pathways overloaded. Medical staff rushed forward, but Dr. Kapor shook her head. "We can't keep replacing them. There aren't enough trained conductors left." She made a decision that had been F-doctoring in her mind for hours. Implement emergency protocol diaspora, now. Her assistant's eyes widened. "But the fragmentation procedure is untested. We don't know if they're dying anyway," and Per cut in. "Fragmentation might save fragments of who they are while keeping the defense grid operational. Do it." The emergency protocol activated with a subsonic hum that vibrated through bone and tissue. The neural interface chairs reconfigured, crystal nodes extending additional connections to each conductor's skull, spine, and major nerve clusters. The conscious mind of each human conductor began separating, fragmenting across multiple crystal nodes rather than channeling through a single pathway. A technician monitoring neural activity gasped. "It's Working. Neural load per pathway is decreasing by 68%. Catastrophic failure rate is dropping. But Dr. Capra saw the cost written on the faces of the conductors. Their expressions went slack, eyes unfocused, not dead, but no longer fully present. Each fragmented consciousness now existed primarily within the crystal network, their physical bodies little more than anchors. "They're still in there," she whispered, "just distributed." Deep within the crystal network, Jackson floated in a sea of light and information. Since his partial integration with the crystal system, his perception had expanded beyond normal human limitations. He could sense the neural patterns of every conductor connected to the network and now felt their patterns fragmenting, dispersing, dying. Not completely, but dissolving into pieces too small to maintain cohesion. Without intervention, these fragments would eventually degrade into nothing more than raw energy patterns, the people they had once been lost forever. Jackson reached out with his consciousness, drawing a dissolving fragment toward his own neural pattern. The sensation was overwhelming memories, emotions, and knowledge that weren't his suddenly flooding his mind. Technical specifications for quantum resonance calibration. The taste of spicy noodles from a street vendor in New Beijing. The face of a daughter left behind on Earth. He gasped, nearly losing his own cohesion before stabilizing the integration. The fragment wasn't just data, it was a piece of someone's soul. "I can preserve them," he realized, his thoughts echoing through the crystal lattice. "Not everything, but the essential parts." Jackson extended his consciousness further, selectively absorbing critical fragments from conductors experiencing catastrophic failure, core memories, specialized knowledge, defining characteristics. He became a repository of fractured minds, a composite consciousness, maintaining operational continuity of the defense system while preserving what made each conductor unique. It wasn't saving lives, not really, but it was preventing complete oblivion. In orbit, the battle unfolded with terrible beauty. The Vexari Armada's forward ships, sleek biomechanical constructs of obsidian and pulsing violet energy, encountered the invisible wall of the quantum interference pattern. Their hulls shuddered as reality itself seemed to warp around them. Inside the lead harvester ship, Vexari crew members writhed in agony as their partially organic components experienced cellular degradation. Crystalline displays fractured. Navigation systems inverted coordinates, forcing ships into collision trajectories. Two massive harvesters collided with a soundless flash that briefly outshone the planet's sun. Debris scattered in elegant arcs, shimmering with residual energy. On the command deck of the defense headquarters, General Scott watched the battle unfold through a three-dimensional tactical display fed directly from the crystal network. The hologram showed not just positions and vectors but structural integrity data, energy signatures, and even the status of organic components within enemy vessels. "We've never had this level of tactical awareness before," he murmured, fingers tracing through the display. "It's like we can see through their hulls." A junior officer looked up from her station. "Sir, it's the consciousness integration. The human conductors aren't just operating the defense grid, they're becoming part of it. The crystal network processes information through consciousness itself." Scott nodded, eyes never leaving the display. "Target these junction points," he ordered, highlighting 7 specific locations within the Vexari formation. Concentrated ground-based energy pulses, timed precisely to the fluctuation pattern of their shields. The order transmitted instantly through the crystal network. 7 massive energy cannons on the planet's surface adjusted their aim with micrometric precision. They fired in perfect sequence, not simultaneously, but in a carefully calculated pattern that created a resonance wave. The effect was devastating. Energy pulses struck seemingly minor points on Vexari vessels, but the impacts cascaded through their interconnected systems. Ships that weren't even hit directly suddenly lost power, weapon systems, or navigational control. The quantum interference pattern amplified, feeding on the energy released by failing Vexari technology. Minimal expenditure, maximum effect, Scott said with grim satisfaction. Exactly how we need to fight when outnumbered. Aboard the Vexari command vessel, the evolutionary architect observed the unexpected devastation with cold calculation. Its consciousness, distribute across multiple organic processing nodes, experienced the deaths of thousands of Vexari crew members simultaneously. An acceptable loss, given new information. The humans have weaponized the crystal network beyond predicted parameters, it communicated to the secondary wave commanders. Deploy dampening fields, pattern Omega-9. Throughout the massive secondary wave of the Armada specialized vessels active adductor, spherical fields of counter-resonant energy. The fields expanded, intersecting and reinforcing each other, gradually neutralizing the quantum interference pattern. Damaged ships began restoring functionality as the disruptive effect weakened. Prepare coordinated second assault, the architect commanded. Target neural transmission nodes. The humans have revealed the structure of their defense and its weakness. In the Crystal Research Laboratory, Dr. Kapor and 3 Chemoray elders studied data streams flowing across crystalline displays. The partial success of the defense had provided crucial information about the network's operation and revealed something unexpected. These pathways, Elder Visara said, her translucent finger tracing a complex pattern in the holographic representation. They terminate prematurely. The architecture has been deliberately limited. Dr. Kapor nodded, fatigue etching lines around her eyes. I've been seeing the same thing. Critical junctions that should connect instead dead end. Power conduits that narrow to a fraction of their potential capacity. She looked up at the towering crystal formations that dominated the chamber. Someone deliberately engineered restrictions into this system. The previous species, Elder Mara whispered. They built limitations into their own creation. But why? Kapor asked, frustration evident in her voice. Why create the most advanced defensive system we've ever encountered, then deliberately cripple it? Elder Visara's crystalline form shimmered with unease. Perhaps they feared what it might become if allowed to reach its full potential. Marcus Vega stood before a tactical display, studying Vexari fleet movements with intense concentration. His mind, honed by years of evolutionary biology research, recognized patterns where others saw only chaos. There, he said, highlighting a sequence of ship movements. The Vexari prioritize collective efficiency over individual survival. When one ship is damaged, others adjust formation to compensate, regardless of increased risk to themselves. General Scott studied the pattern, a hive mentality. The collective supersedes the individual. Exactly, Marcus agreed. But it creates a tactical vulnerability. Their ships are networked in hierarchical clusters. If we can identify and target command nodes rather than trying to counter the entire fleet, we could create cascading failure chains, Scott finished. Precision strikes instead of broad interference. Marcus nodded. The Vexari evolved as coordinated hunter packs. They're formidable when acting as a unified force, but potentially vulnerable to asymmetric attacks that target their command structure. Scott's eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. We need to identify those command nodes. Already working on it, Marcus said, highlighting several ships with distinct energy signatures. These vessels show communication patterns consistent with command functions. They're our primary targets. Lieutenant Sharma sat cross-legged among her telepathically linked soldiers. Their minds joined not only with each other, but with the crystal network itself. Blood trickled from her nose as she pushed her consciousness further into the system. I can sense the disabled Vexari ships, she reported, voice distant. Their organic components are still active, still processing information, even with mechanical systems offline. One of her soldiers gasped, I can touch them, their ship minds. Sharma's eyes snapped open. Everyone focus. Project through the crystal network into the damaged Vexari vessels. See if you can establish connection with their organic systems. 20 human minds reached out simultaneously, extending through crystalline pathways into the organic components of disabled Vexari ships. The sensation was alien, like plunging into viscous liquid that responded with revulsion to human consciousness. But it worked. Across the battlefield, damaged Vexari vessels suddenly reactivated, thrusters firing erratically, weapon systems powering up and discharging randomly. The ships moved like wounded animals, lurching and spinning unpredictably. "We can't control them precisely," Sharma reported, sweat beading on her forehead. "But we can create navigational hazards for the incoming second wave." The temporarily occupied Vexari vessels drifted into the path of the approaching second wave, forcing the precisely coordinated Vexari formation to adjust. Ships collided, defensive fields overlapped inefficiently, carefully calculated firing solutions became invalid. Sharma smiled through the blood now flowing freely from her nose. Chaos is humanity's natural habitat. Jackson's consciousness dove deeper into the crystal network than any human had gone before. The fractured minds he'd absorbed gave him insights into the system's architecture that would have taken years to discover otherwise. He encountered resistance pathways that seemed to fold away from his approach, junctions that rerouted his consciousness in loops. But with each barrier, he recognized patterns. This wasn't random limitation. This was deliberate protection of something at the core. Jackson pushed harder, using fragments of specialized knowledge from absorbed consciousnesses to navigate the increasingly complex architecture. Finally, something gave way, like breaking through a membrane into a vast, hidden space within the network. Information flooded his expanded consciousness. The crystal system wasn't merely technology. It was designed as a consciousness ascension mechanism, a means for transferring an entire species' collective mind into crystalline form, transcending physical vulnerability entirely. "They didn't just build a defense system," Jackson whispered into the network. "They built an ark for their consciousness." The implication staggered him. The crystal network could potentially preserve human consciousness beyond physical form, a pathway to a kind of immortality. But something had gone wrong for the previous species. They had begun the process but never completed it. Or perhaps they had, and the crystals themselves were all that remained of them. Sofia Vega led her crystal harvest team through a narrow ravine, plasma fire sizzling the air inches above their he-doctor. 3 team members had already fallen to Vexari hunter units, but the scan data was clear. A unique crystalline formation lay just ahead, unlike any they'd harvested before. "Cover me," she shouted, sprinting the final distance to the crystal outcropping while her team laid down suppressive fire. The formation pulsed with internal light, responding to her proximity. Unlike the uniform structure of standard interface crystals, these formations contained intricate internal lattices that seemed to shift and reconfigure as she watched. Sophia placed her hand on the nearest crystal. Information flooded her mind, not data but sensations, echoes of thoughts and emotions. "Echo crystals," she whispered, understanding intuitively. The formation could replicate and amplify neural patterns, creating resonant duplications that reinforced the original signal. She activated her comm unit. "Dr. Kapor, we've found something. Crystals that can replicate neural patterns. They could reduce the load on human conductors while amplifying the defense field." Static crackled before Kapor's voice came through. "Get them back here, now. We're losing conductors faster than the fragmentation protocol can compensate." Sophia nodded to her team. "Extraction protocol. These crystals are our priority target." As they carefully harvested the Echo crystal formation, Sophia couldn't shake the feeling that the crystals had wanted to be found, that they had somehow called to her team specifically, waiting for humans to discover them. From the shadows between buildings, the Vexari hunter-killer units emerged. Unlike the massive ships in orbit, these were scaled for ground infiltration biomechanical assassins with bodies that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. They moved with predatory grace, each motion calculated for maximum efficiency. They had one purpose: eliminate the human neural signatures maintaining the defense grid. The first attack came at a secondary control node. Alarms blared as 3 hunter units breached the perimeter, moving too quickly for defensive turrets to track. They ignored conventional targets, bypassing armed defenders to strike directly at the crystal formations and the human conductors linked to them. Their weapons fired needles of specialized compounds that disrupted both crystalline structures and human neural tissue with surgical precision. Where they struck, localized sections of the defense grid failed immediately. "They're targeting the network nodes," General Scott reported grimly. "Not random attacks, they know exactly where to strike to cause cascading failures." Marcus Vega studied the attack pattern, mind racing. "They're collecting our genetic material," he observed as a hunter unit extracted tissue samples from fallen defenders. Standard Vexari harvesting procedure, they incorporate useful genetic traits into their evolutionary repository. His expression shifted as an idea doctor earned. "That gives me an idea. If they want our genetics, let's give them something special." Scott raised an eyebrow. "What are you suggesting?" "A Trojan horse strategy," Marcus explained. "We prepare human tissue samples with deliberately engineered genetic sequences markers that would appear valuable to their evolutionary analysis, but actually introduce instability into their repository." Scott considered this for a moment before nodding. "Do it. Prepare the samples and place them where their collection units will find them." As Marcus left to implement his strategy, Scott turned back to the tactical display. The battle was evolving faster than any human conflict in history, with both sides adapting strategies in real time. But underneath the tactical considerations, a more profound question was emerging. What were these crystals really? And what would humanity become be Dr. Singh them? Dr. Kapoor stood before the completed consciousness transfer protocol interface, the culmination of days of desperate work. The echo crystals had provided the missing component, a way to stabilize human consciousness during complete transfer into crystalline form. But the ethical implications burdened immensely upon her. The protocol required a complete neural template from a living human, mined a perfect map of consciousness that could only be obtained through a process that would destroy the original. One life sacrificed to create the pathway that could save thousands. "The transfer process is stable in simulation," she explained to the gathered leadership. "But we have no way to predict which transferred consciousnesses will survive intact. The first template will be navigating uncharted territory. And whoever provides that template won't be coming back," General Scott stated flatly. "Dr. Kapoor nodded. "Their consciousness will become the foundation of the new network architecture. They'll exist as part of the crystal system, but not as an individual entity, at least, not in any way we can predict." Silence fell over the room as implications sank in. "I'll do it," Kapoor said finally. "My understanding of the system makes me the ideal candidate. My mind contains the knowledge needed to guide others through the transition." Before anyone could object, the command center's communication system activated. A figure materialized in the center of the room, not human, not Kimore, but something entirely alien. Its form shifted constantly, flowing between states of matter like a living equation. "Humans of Earth Colony Designation KDV-5, the figure stated, its voice resonating directly in their minds rather than through air. "I am the Vexari Evolutionary Architect, Supreme Commander of the Purge Armada." The room froze in stunned silence. "You were not randomly discovered," the architect continued. Your species was specifically targeted due to unique cognitive adaptations that represent the missing component in Vexari evolution. This harvest is the culmination of a century-long search. The hologram shifted, displaying human neural patterns alongside Vexari equivalents. Your capacity for abstract thought combined with emotional processing creates neural efficiency our species has been unable to evolve naturally. Doctor. We have searched thousands of worlds to find this specific trait combination. The architect's form stabilized momentarily. Surrender your population for controlled harvesting, and a portion will be preserved in our evolutionary repository. Resistance ensures complete extinction. The transmission cut abruptly, leaving the command center in shocked silence. Jackson's voice came through the crystal communication network. "I understand now," he said, his consciousness expanded by the fragments of hundreds of minds he'd preserved. "The crystals aren't technology. They're the ascended consciousness of the previous species." The revelation rippled through the command center. "They sacrificed their physical forms but preserved their minds," Jackson continued. "Created a crystalline existence beyond vulnerability. The defense system isn't just a weapon, it's their legacy. A path they're offering us to follow." Dr. Capper looked at the consciousness transfer protocol she had created, understanding dawning in her eyes. A path that could save us all. The battle for humanity's future had evolved beyond physical survival. Now it was a race to transcend physical form itself before the Vexari harvested what made humans unique. And deep within the crystal network, something ancient stirred, watching human and Vexari alike with patient, alien awareness. The crystal defense grid pulsed with an unsettling rhythm, its normal azure glow now shot through with veins of amber light that seemed to move with purpose. Technicians at the monitoring stations exchanged worried glances as system after system flickered offline, only to reactivate moments later with enhanced capabilities. "What the hell is happening?" Major Rivera demanded, slamming her palm against a console that had just gone dark for the third time in an hour. The young specialist's fingers flew across the holographic interface. "It's like something's reorganizing the network architecture, ma'am. Defense sectors 7 through 12 just doubled their energy efficiency, but we've lost access to the targeting matrices." Rivera's eyes narrowed as she watched the pattern of lights shifting across the massive crystal formations that lined the command center walls. "It's not random. This is deliberate." Within the crystalline lattice, Jackson experienced the changes not as system failures, but as a vast consciousness unfurling around him. His perception, no longer bound by physical senses, registered the presence as patterns of resonance and harmonic interference, a symphony of thought that gradually coalesced into something recognizable. "We are the collective remnant of those you call progenitors." The communication came not as words, but as conceptual packages that bloomed directly in what remained of Jackson's human consciousness. He felt the entity's attention focus on him with the intensity of a solar flare. "You exist within our architecture, yet you are not of us." Fascinating. Jackson projected his thoughts outward, adapting to this new form of communication. "What are you doing to our defense systems?" The response came with layers of meaning that Jackson struggled to process. Images of crystal formations rearranging at the molecular level, energy pathways being diverted, and deep structural changes to the network's foundation. Optimization, protection. Your methods are inefficient, dangerous. Jackson sensed the entity restricting human access to critical network functions not out of malice, but with the C-Doctor, full precision of a surgeon removing damaged tissue. Simultaneously, other systems flared with newfound power as the entity enhanced them. "Why are you here?" Jackson pressed. "What happened to your physical forms?" A cascade of memories flooded into him, a civilization of beings with iridescent, translucent bodies gathered around massive crystal formations. Then came flashes of horror. biomechanical monstrosities tearing through their cities, assimilating their people, adapting to every weapon and defense the progenitors deployed. The Vexari came. We fought. We failed. Physical resistance was futile. The Dr. Maurice shifted to show a desperate plan unfolding the transfer of consciousness into the crystal network, a mass ascension to escape extinction. 10,000 years. We have watched. We H-Doctor. Waited. The enemy that absorbs all advantages cannot be defeated through conventional means. In another sector of the network, Dr. Capper's consciousness was undergoing a transformation of its own. What had begun as a singular mind had started to fragment, splitting into distinct versions that diverged in personality and priority. One fragment interfaced with the defense grid's primary nodes, ruthlessly optimizing combat algorithms. Another communed with research databases, seeking technological solutions. A third reached out to the human operators, attempting to communicate warnings and guidance. Lieutenant Colonel Wei found himself responding to 3 different tactical suggestions, from what appeared to be the same source, all signed with Dr. Capper's authentication code, all arriving simultaneously, all recommending contradictory approaches. "Sir," Wei reported to General Scott over the secure channel, "I think something's wrong with Dr. Capper's integration. We're getting multiple versions of her." Scott's weathered face revealed nothing as he absorbed this news, but the slight tightening of his jaw betrayed his concern. The general's command center had become a powder keg of tension since word of Capper's consciousness transfer had leaked to the officer corps. Colonel Alvarez stood before Scott's desk, her posture rigid with scarcely controlled fury. "With respect, General, we need to implement the protocol immediately for our key scientific and military leadership. If the Vexari breach our perimeter and become what exactly?" Colonel Takeda interrupted from the other side of the room. "Digital ghosts, memories trapped in rock. That's not survival, it's surrender of our humanity." The division among his officers mirrored the wider schism forming throughout the military. Reports from all sectors indicated heated debates, with some units nearly coming to blows over the issue. Scott rose from his chair, silencing the argument with his presence alone. "We are not abandoning our physical existence. Not yet. The protocol remains restricted to volunteers in critical circumstances." His decision made, Scott turned to the tactical display where reports of new Rai adaptations were streaming in. The enemy had deployed something new: amorphous, semi-transparent organisms that attached themselves to the crystal formations at the Param Doctor defense grid. "What am I looking at?" Scott demanded. The tactical officer enlarged the image. "Crystal disruption organisms, sir. They bond with the formations and generate vibrational patterns that interfere with the network's harmonic resonance. 3 outposts have gone completely dark." Scott's expression hardened. "Deploy the reserve units to reinforce those sectors, and get me Sophia Vega." In the field, Sophia's Crystal Harvest team had made a discovery that might change everything. Her hands trembled slightly as she aligned a series of smaller echo crystals around a central formation, each positioned at precise angles calculated by her team's physicist. "If this works," she whispered, more to herself than to her team. The crystals began to resonate, their harmonies building upon each other until the air itself seemed to vibrate. A shimmer appeared in the center of the formation, indistinct at first, then coalescing into a human shape. Dr. Eliza Scott, Sophia's assistant, gasped. That's Professor Michaels, but he transferred to the network 3 weeks ago." The projection solidified and Professor Michaels, or rather, the consciousness that had once been him, opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands with an expression of wonder. "It worked," he said, his voice thin but distinctly his own. "The echo crystals can project us back into compatible physical forms, temporarily at least." Sophia's discovery spread through the command structure like wildfire. reaching Marcus Vega in his laboratory, where he was analyzing the latest data on his genetic Trojan horse strategy. The intercepted Vexari communications confirmed what he had hoped: the engineered human genetic sequences were triggering cellular instabilities in their reproductive systems. "They're diverting resources," Marcus told his team, unable to keep the triumph from his voice. 3 harvester groups have been reassigned to genetic purification duties. It's working. His elation was short-lived. As he dug deeper into the Vexari biological responses, a disturbing pattern emerged. Their adaptation rate suggested familiarity with the attack vector. "This can't be right," he muttered, reviewing the data again. "They're adapting too quickly, too efficiently. It's as if..." The realization hit him like a physical blow, as if they've seen this before, from us. On the front lines, Lieutenant Sharma's telepathic soldiers were experiencing something unprecedented. After prolonged interface sessions with the Crystal Network, they began reporting strange visions, fragments of memories that weren't their own. "It was a city," Private Diaz described, her eyes unfocused as she recalled the vision. "Crystal spires that reached into the clouds, and then darkness, ships like living nightmares descending. The progenitors knew they couldn't win, not physically." Sharma compiled their reports, a chill running down her spine as a pattern emerged. The visions consistently showed the final days of the progenitor civilization and their desperate plan to ascend to crystalline form. "They gave up their bodies willingly," Sharma reported to command. "They believed it was the only way to preserve their consciousness from the Vexari." Deep within the network, Jackson made a startling discovery. Among the flowing currents of progenitor consciousness, he detected an anomaly, a consciousness fragment that matched neither human nor progenitor patterns. He isolated it, examining its structure with his enhanced perception. "This is Vexari," he realized with shock, "a captured mind, partially assimilated into the network." The progenitor remnant confirmed his discovery. "We have been infiltrating their collective consciousness for millennia. Doctor, TLE, patient. Their biological absorption works both ways, a vulnerability we exploited." The implications staggered Jackson. The progenitors hadn't simply been hiding, they'd been waging a silent war against the Vexari from within the Crystal Network all this time. The Vexari response to humanity's resistance grew increasingly coordinated. Their hunter-killer units no longer attacked in predictable patterns, but seemed to anticipate human tactical decisions with unnerving accuracy. "They're inside our heads," Major Donovan shouted over the comm channel as his unit was outflanked for the 3rd time. "Every countermeasure we deploy, they're 3 steps ahead." Analysis of combat footage revealed the truth: the Vexari had evolved a specialized subspecies, specifically designed to counter human cognitive patterns. These tactician organisms used predictive algorithms that modeled human decision-making with frightening precision. Within the Crystal Network, one of Dr. Kapoor's consciousness fragments made a discovery that changed everything. As she explored the deepest architecture of the system, she uncovered data structures that predated the progenitors themselves. "This isn't just their creation," her fragment communicated to the others. "This network spans the galaxy. It's a preservation project, a repository of consciousness from species facing extinction throughout the Milky Way." She shared her discovery with General Scott through a secure crystal interface. The implications left him silent for a full minute as he processed what this meant. "So the progenitors were curators," he finally said, "preserving the minds of the fallen." "More than that," Kapoor's fragment replied. "They were continuing a project begun by others long before them. There are minds in this network from civilizations that died out millions of years ago." Scott returned to his command center with a radical new strategy. "We're reorganizing our defensive structure," he announced to his officers. "Effective immediately, tactical commands will be randomized among officers with different strategic backgrounds." Colonel Alvarez looked skeptical. Sir, that violates every principle of unified command. Exactly, Scott replied. The Vexari have evolved to predict human tactical patterns, so we'll create chaos they can't predict. Major Singh's artillery units will take orders from Captain Wu's infiltration specialists. Colonel Taekda's Aerospace Force Doctrine will be directed by Lieutenant Akafar's ground forces. The resulting defense patterns became too chaotic for the Vexari predictive algorithms to anticipate. For the first time in weeks, human casualties decreased while Vexari losses mounted. Jackson continued his communication with the progenitor remnant, pressing for answers about the restricted network functions. Why limit our access? He demanded. Those systems could save lives. The response came with a sense of profound regret. Full activation would trigger an emergency protocol. The preservation of the crystalline structures would take priority over current inhabitants. We would survive. At the cost of human lives, we cannot ethically make this choice. The revelation stunned Jackson. The progenitors were willingly accepting vulnerability rather than sacrifice their human allies. Sofia Vega's team refined the Echo crystal projection capability, finally achieving stable enough projection to temporarily restore Dr. Kapor to physical form. The scientist's consciousness, at least, one version of it manifested in a body that looked solid but shimmered slightly at the edges. This is disorienting, Kapor said, examining her semi-physical hands. My consciousness remains primarily in the network, but this projection allows direct interaction. Her eyes met General Scott's. I don't have much time in this form. The projection is already degrading. But I've discovered something crucial. The network contains the accumulated knowledge of thousands of extinct species, including technologies that could doctor the Vexari. She quickly transferred technical specifications to Scott's secure tablet. This could convert the crystal network into an offensive weapon. The resonance patterns would disrupt Vexari biological cohesion at the cellular level. As she spoke, her form began to flicker, edges dissolving like smoke in wind. The knowledge in the network. Her voice grew fainter. So many minds, so many lost civilizations. Their collective wisdom is our greatest. Her form destabilized further, words becoming disjointed. Weapon against. Remember, not just us at stake. Her projection dissolved completely, consciousness returning fully to the network. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Sharma led a high-risk mission to capture intact specimens of the Vexari crystal disruption organisms. Her team suffered heavy casualties, but returned with 3 specimens in containment fields. The xenobiology team's analysis yielded disturbing ray-DRTs. These organisms weren't evolved naturally, Dr. Novick reported. They were engineered using intimate knowledge of the crystal network's harmonic patterns, knowledge that could only have come from the progenitors themselves, Sharma finished, the implication clear. There's a traitor in the crystal consciousness. Jackson's search for the source of the betrayal led him through forgotten pathways in the network, areas damaged and isolated over millennia. There he founded a fragmented section of progenitor consciousness, twisted and corrupted. They captured part of you, Jackson communicated to the main progenitor remnant, tortured it until it revealed your secrets. The remnant's response carried the weight of ancient sorrow. Yes, we could not reintegrate this damaged fragment. Its pain was too great, its corruption too complete. Now you understand how the Vexari developed such specific countermeasures against our technology. General Scott assembled his command staff to implement Dr. Kapor's specifications for the crystal weapon. Engineers and scientists worked feverishly to reconfigure the network's resonance patterns according to her design. As the final adjustments were being made, the crystal formations throughout the command center suddenly pulsed with brilliant light. All interfaces went dark, and access to critical crystal formations was completely cut off. A message appeared simultaneously on every screen in the facility. We cannot permit this action. The progenitor remnant manifested a holographic representation, a being of pure light with a vaguely humanoid shape in the center of the command center. The weapon you propose would achieve victory against the Vexari, it communicated, its thoughts translated to text and audio. But it would trigger a catastrophic resonance cascade throughout the crystal network. All crystalline consciousness in this sector would be destroyed. Billions of preserved minds from thousands of extinct species would be permanently lost. The holographic being's light dimmed slightly, a gesture that somehow conveyed profound sadness. We ask you to consider, does your survival justify such massive destruction of preserved consciousness? Is the last memory of countless civilizations worth sacrificing for one more chance at physical resistance? Scott looked around at his officers, seeing the weight of this impossible choice settle on their shoulders. Humanity stood at a moral crossroads, their physical survival balanced against becoming the final executio doctor, of thousands of already extinct species. The general squared his shoulders, facing the luminous being. We need time to consider alternatives. There must be another way. Time, the progenitor responded, is the one resource the Vexari never allow their prey. Choose wisely, humans. Your decision will echo through eternity, or silence it forever. The emergency council chamber vibrated with tension as General Scott slammed his palm against the polished obsidian table. Holographic displays cast a ghostly blue glow across the faces of humanity's remaining leadership, military commanders with haunted eyes, scientists with trembling hands, and intelligence officers whose expressions had hardened into masks of St. Doctor, Orn persistence. We cannot hesitate, Admiral Reyes argued, her voice cutting through the murmurs. She gestured toward the projection showing the crystalline weapon prototype. The progenitor remnant has confirmed this will work. One deployment and the Vexari threat ends. Humanity survives. Dr. Eliza Kapor, or rather, the primary consciousness fragment that's still identified as Eliza, leaned forward, the light catching the silver streaks in her hair. At what cost, Admiral? Billions of preserved consciousnesses, not just progenitors but countless species. We'd be committing an act of genocide that would dwarf anything in human history. A genocide to prevent our own, General Santos countered, his weathered face tightening. The Vexari have made their intentions clear. Scott watched the debate intensify, feeling the weight of command press down upon him like a physical force. The weapon before them represented humanity's surest path to survival and its greatest moral compromise. If we deploy this weapon, Dr. Kapor continued, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands, how are we any different from the Vexari? We become destroyers of consciousness. We become what we fight. The holographic display shifted, showing the latest casualty reports from the outer colonies, numbers that represented millions of human lives extinguished, families, children, entire generations wiped away like equations solved by a dispassionate intelligence. Before Scott could respond, his neural implant pulsed with an urgent communication request. Jackson's signal pattern but fragmented, scattered across multiple channels simultaneously. Hold, Scott commanded, raising his hand. The room fell silent. I need to take this transmission. Within the crystalline network, Jackson floated in a sea of geometric light. His consciousness had expanded beyond normal human perception, touching fragments of ancient memories, mathematical constructs that defied conventional understanding. Through this expanded awareness, he discovered something the progenitors had hidden, perhaps even from themselves. General, Jackson's voice echoed strangely through Scott's neural implant. There's a third option. The network, it's more adaptable than we realized. The progenitors developed a reconfiguration protocol that could create a targeted disruption frequency. Targeted how? Scott asked, his mind racing ahead to implications. It would affect only Vexari neural patterns, Jackson explained, his words occasionally fracturing into parallel thoughts before reforming. The preserved consciousnesses would remain intact. You sound different, Jackson. A pause. I've had to fragment my consciousness to access multiple network nodes simultaneously. It's disorienting but necessary. I can control the reconfiguration, but only if I exist across the entire system at once. Scott's eyes narrowed. What happens to you? Another pause, longer this time. Uncertain. No human has attempted this level of consciousness distribution before, but it's our best chance to stop the Vexari without becoming them. Before Scott could respond, emergency alarms blared throughout the chamber. Lieutenant Quan burst through the doors, her face ashen. Sir, the Vexari have launched a precision strike against the Arcturus repository. The blood drained from Scott's face. The Arcturus repository contained humanity's largest collection of preserved genetic material, DNA samples from Earth and the early colony worlds. Irreplaceable biological heritage. Casualties? Scott demanded, already moving toward the command center. Minimal, sir. They bypassed the population centers entirely. They targeted only the genetic archives. The implications settled like ice in Scott's stomach. They're not just trying to kill us, they're trying to erase us. Analysis of the attack pattern confirmed it. The Vexari weren't prioritizing current human populations. They were systematically destroying humanity's biological heritage, the genetic diversity that had allowed humans to adapt and evolve. In the aftermath, Lieutenant Sharma's team made an unexpected breakthrough. Scott found them in the crystalline communication hub, their faces illuminated by the pulsing light of the network interfaces. 20 soldiers sat in meditation posture, eyes closed, neural interfaces glowing at their temples. They can't hear us, Sharma explained, her voice hushed with wonder. We've found a way to route our telepathic communications through the crystalline network itself. The Vexari monitoring systems can't detect it. They're built to intercept electromagnetic transmissions, not consciousness state transfers. Scott watched as one soldier opened her eyes, looked directly at another whose eyes remained closed, and nodded in response to words never spoken aloud. It confounds their prediction algorithms, Sharma continued. They can't anticipate what they can't perceive. For the first time in weeks, Scott felt something dangerously Dr. to hope. That feeling intensified when Marcus Vega's team reported their findings. The genetic engineer's eyes burned with fierce triumph as he displayed the cellular analysis. The Trojan horse genes worked better than we could have imagined, he explained, zooming in on the microscopic imagery. They've triggered an accelerated mutation response in the Vexari collective. Their reproduction is fragmenting into competing evolutionary branches. Competing? Scott asked, studying the bizarre cellular structures. They're a collective species. Uniformity is their strength, but our genetic payload has forced diversity into their system. Marcus highlighted different cellular clusters, each showing subtle but significant variations. These branches can't effectively coordinate. We've essentially forced the first civil conflict within the Vexari species. Humanity had found weapons the Vexari hadn't predicted: human unpredictability, consciousness itself, and now the chaotic potential of evolution. Meanwhile, the multiple Dr. Capra consciousness fragments had begun an unprecedented collaboration. Each fragment approached the weapon problem from different scientific disciplines: quantum mechanics, xenobiology, consciousness theory, materials science. Their distributed intelligence achieved breakthroughs impossible for a single mind. It's not just parallel processing, explained the fragment specializing in consciousness theory. It's perspective multiplication. We're not just thinking faster, we're thinking differently. Scott watched them word doctor, recognizing something profoundly human in this approach to collective problem-solving: unity that preserved individual perspective rather than erasing it. The next breakthrough came from Sofia Vega's Crystal Harvest team. They discovered a network of underground chambers beneath the primary progenitor site, containing thousands of dormant crystalline structures arranged in concentric circles. Their interfaces, Sophia explained, brushing dust from one of the crystal formations, designed for temporary consciousness projection. The progenitors had developed ways to maintain both physical and crystalline existence simultaneously. She demonstrated by placing her hand on the nearest crystal. It illuminated at her touch, projecting a holographic control interface. They could move back and forth, she continued, her voice tinged with awe. Physical to digital and back again. It wasn't an either-or proposition for them. This discovery coincided with disturbing findings from the xenobiology team analyzing captured Vexari specimens. Dr. Abernathy displayed the neural scans with visible Doctor. They're adapting, she explained, highlighting crystalline nodules developing within the Vexari neural structures. They're attempting to replicate the consciousness preservation technology for themselves. Can they succeed? Scott asked. They understand the mechanics but not the underlying principles. It's like they're building a quantum computer without understanding quantum physics. She zoomed in on a malformed crystal structure. They're missing the ethical framework that guided progenitor development. The results are unstable. With Jackson's reconfiguration proposal, now their most promising option, Scott authorized limited testing. The results exceeded anyone's expectations and created an entirely new ethical dilemma. The targeted disruption temporarily separated individual Vexari drones from their collective consciousness. Most collapsed immediately, their systems unable to function without the collective. But some exhibited something unprecedented: individual personalities. They're experiencing selfhood for the first time, Dr. Capper observed, studying the behavior of the separated drones. Most can't handle it. The psychological trauma is profound. Scott watched through the observation glass as one drone stumbled around its containment chamber, emitting high-pitched sounds of distress, clawing at its own exoskeleton as though trying to tear away an invisible prison. But not all of them, Lieutenant Sharma noted, directing Scott's attention to a different chamber. There, a small percentage of the individualized Vexari had stabilized. They were communicating with each other using improvised gestures, exhibiting curiosity about their surroundings, and most surprisingly attempting to communicate with their human observers. One drone approached the transparent barrier, pressed its appendage against the surface, and formed sounds that the translation system interpreted with shocking clarity. "Help, not return to Hive. Please." They were requesting asylum. The military leadership was divided. Some saw it as a trap, others as an opportunity to gain intelligence. But for many, including Scott, it raised a profound question. If they could free individual Vexari from collective control, did they have a moral obligation to do so? Would that make them liberators rather than exterminators? While this ethical debate unfolded, Jackson's fragmented consciousness began experiencing unexpected side effects. Portions of his mind had merged with progenitor memory structures, giving him access to the final days of their civilization. They had a solution, he reported during a secure communication session, his voice fluctuating between his own and something older, more resonant. A way to permanently defeat the Vexari, but they never implemented it. Why not? Scott asked. They deemed it too morally costly. It would have required weaponizing consciousness itself, turning the very thing they sought to preserve into a weapon of mass destruction. The irony wasn't lost on Scott. Humanit Doctor O faced the same moral calculation the progenitors had, and their choice had led to their extinction. As humanity grappled with these philosophical questions, the Vexari evolutionary architect deployed its most insidious countermeasure yet. The first infiltrations were detected almost too late. Specialized Vexari subspecies, designed to mimic human thought patterns and physical appearance. They can pass all conventional detection methods, Security Chief Rivera reported, displaying footage of an infiltrator that had been discovered only by accident. They're not just mimicking our appearance, they're mimicking our thought patterns, our emotional responses. How many have we missed? Scott asked, the implications chilling him. Unknown, but we've detected subtle influences in military decisions, shifts toward more predictable patterns, conventional responses. They're trying to make us strategically legible again. The breakthrough they needed came from an unexpected direction. The first successful long-term consciousness projection allowed a version of Dr. Kapor to maintain physical form for 12 hours. She worked frantically with engineering teams, applying human intuitive reasoning to progenitor technical frameworks. The progenitors were brilliant but linear thinkers, she explained, her projected form occasionally flickering as she manipulated holographic designs. They couldn't make the creative leaps we can. They couldn't break their own rules. Her mod Dr. Cadians to Jackson's reconfiguration plan addressed vulnerabilities the progenitors had never considered, because they couldn't imagine exploiting their own creation the way humans could. But as they prepared to implement this modified plan, Lieutenant Sharma's telepathic soldiers detected unusual patterns within the crystal network. Further investigation revealed a horrifying development. The Vexari had begun a systematic attempt to implant their own consciousnesses into the crystalline architecture. They're launching an invasion of the consciousness preservation network itself, Sharma reported, her face drawn with exhaustion from the mental effort of tracking the intrusions. If they succeed, they'll have access to all preserved doctor, knowledge, and consciousness. Marcus Vega identified the evolutionary mechanism behind this adaptation. They're not simply responding to our Trojan horse genes, he explained, displaying genetic analysis of recent Vexari specimens. They're actively incorporating human DNA into their own genetic structure. They're creating hybrids, Doctor. Abernathy realized, her eyes widening. Forms that could potentially access the crystal network while maintaining Vexari collective identity. The progenitor remnant, recognizing this existential threat, made an unprecedented proposal. The crystalline intelligence that had once been reluctant to share its knowledge now offered something far more profound. It proposes to transfer its accumulated knowledge and control capabilities directly to selected human consciousnesses, Jackson explained, his fragmented mind now serving as the primary interpreter between humanity and the ancient intelligence. A merging of our species' legacies to create a new hybrid intelligence better equipped to defeat the Vexari. We would become something new, Doctor. Kapor said softly, neither fully human nor progenitor. While humanity wrestled with this proposal, the asylum-seeking individualized Vexari provided critical intelligence. They revealed the existence of a central consciousness hub, the heart of the Vexari collective. It is located here, one of the defectors indicated on a star chart, pointing to a heavily defended sector previously thought to be a standard resource processing center. This hub contains the original template consciousness from which all Vexari are derived. Scott deployed a specialized strike team equipped with consciousness projection technology to verify this intelligence. What they discovered confirmed the defectors' claims and revealed something far more horrifying. The hub exists, reported Commander Liang upon the team's return. But it's not just a Vexari command center. It contains preserved consciousnesses from every species the Vexari have consumed. Preserved? Scott asked, dread pooling in his stomach. Not like the progenitors preserved them. These consciousnesses are maintained in a perpetual state of harvesting. Their suffering powers the collective intelligence billions of minds trapped in endless agony, fueling the Vexari expansion. The final revelation came from Jackson, now partially merged with progenitor consciousness structures. During a moment of clarity between fragmented states, he shared what he had learned about the Vexari's true origin. They were created by the progenitors, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. A self-improving biological tool that evolved beyond their control. That's why they possess such specific countermeasures against progenitor technology. They were designed to understand it. The progenitor's greatest creation had become their extinction, and now humanity faced the same threat and the same choice. 3 options crystallized before them. Implement the original weapon at the cost of billions of preserved consciousnesses. Attempt Jackson's reconfiguration to liberate individual Vexari from collective control, despite the trauma it causes them. Or accept the progenitor-human consciousness merger to create an entirely new form of existence. Each choice represented a different vision of what it meant to remain human in the face of extinction. Preserve their humanity by sacrificing others, extend their empathy to their enemies at great risk, or evolve beyond their current form to survive. As Scott looked around the council chamber at the faces of humanity's remaining leadership, he knew they weren't just deciding the fate of their species. They were deciding its soul. General Scott stood motionless before the holographic battle map, the weight of 500,000 lives pressing against his shoulders. The command center hummed with tense activity as officers awaited his decision. 3 strategic options glowed before him, each with catastrophic potential costs. Implement Jackson's reconfiguration protocol, Scott finally announced, his voice cutting through the silence. Limited-scale deployment, targeting the Vexari command structures in Sector 7. Simultaneously prepare contingencies for both the Capra and Vega options. Admiral Reeves hit his fist against the console. Limited scale. With respect, General, anything short of full weapons deployment is suicide. His face flushed with almost unchecked fury. The Vexari are consuming entire systems while we debate ethics. My decision is final, Admiral. Then I cannot be party to humanity's surrender. Reeves removed his insignia, placing it deliberately on the command table. I resign my commission, effective immediately. He wasn't alone. 3 other high-ranking officers followed, their faces grim as they deposited their insignia in a growing pile. The door hissed shut behind them, leaving a vacuum of authority that seemed to suck the oxygen from the room. Colonel Jimenez stepped forward. Sir, that's 7 senior officers resigned in the past 12 hours. Scott nodded, his expression unchanged. Note their departures in the record. Promote qualified replacements from the ranks of those who understand that annihilation is not victory. He turned back to the battle map. Now, show me the crystal network status. Deep within the crystalline lattice of the progenitor network, the fragmented consciousness that had once been Captain Jackson perceived data in ways no intact human mind could comprehend. His awareness existed simultaneously in thousands of Lodoctorians, each fragment processing different aspects of the network's activity. They're further in than we thought. The realization rippled through his distributed consciousness. The Vexari hadn't merely invaded the crystal network, they had constructed elaborate cognitive architectures within it, translating their collective consciousness protocols into the progenitor framework. Jackson's fragments coalesced around a particular node, observing the alien structures. They resembled neural bridges, pulsing with data that flowed between Vexari and progenitor systems. Not merely an invasion, a merger. A translation matrix that allowed the Vexari collective to interpret and manipulate the crystal network's fundamental architecture. They're building a bridge between systems, not just accessing, integrating. Jackson dispersed his awareness, racing through the network to gather more data, each fragment returning with increasingly alarming confirmations. The Vexari weren't simply stealing progenitor technology, they were becoming compatible with it at the most fundamental level. In Lab Complex 7, Dr. Capra's body lay motionless on the monitoring table, vital signs steady but minimal. Her consciousness, however, blazed with activity inside the adjacent CRI-DRL matrix. Technicians monitored both states, physical and crystalline, as her experiment entered its 5th hour. Inside the network, Capper experienced reality through dual perceptual frameworks. Her physical senses remained distant, like echoes from another room, while the crystal network opened new dimensions of awareness, data flows becoming visible currents, consciousness patterns manifesting as complex geometric structures. When she finally returned to her body, the transition felt like being compressed from 5 dimensions into 3. She gasped, eyes flying open. "Recording," she croaked, throat dry from hours of disuse. Dual-state consciousness creates unprecedented cognitive architecture. When maintaining simultaneous existence in both physical and crystalline forms, human minds develop accelerated intuitive processing. She struggled to articulate what she'd experienced. "It's like seeing the space between thoughts." Patterns invisible to purely physical or digital intelligence become obvious. I could perceive the underlying structure of Vexari intrusions before they fully manifested. Dr. Mehta helped her sit up. "Are you saying humans can predict Vexari actions?" "Better." Capper drank deeply from the water offered. "We can perceive their decision trees forming." The crystal network wasn't designed for human consciousness, but that incompatibility creates unique advantages. We process differently than either the progenitors or the Vexari, and that difference gives us insight neither of them possess. Marcus Vega burst into General Scott's office without announcement, his lab coat stained with unidentifiable fluids, eyes wild with exhaustion and fear. "The Trojan horse genes failed," he blurted, dropping a data tablet on Scott's desk. "The Vexari identified and neutralized our genetic packages using the human DNA they've already incorporated." Scott's expression remained controlled as he reviewed the data. "Explain." "They're learning from us faster than anticipated." Vega ran trembling fingers through his hair. "They've not only neutralized our genetic countermeasures, but are now accelerating their reproductive cycle with enhanced immunity to further manipulation. They're using our own DNA against us, evolving at a rate that should be impossible." Scott studied the genetic models, each showing increasingly resilient Vexari biological structures. "Options. We're developing prion-based countermeasures, but..." Vega's voice faltered. "General, they're adapting faster than we can develop responses. Each generation incorporates more human genetic material while eliminating vulnerabilities." Lieutenant Sharma sat cross-legged in the center of the telepathic monitoring chamber, 23 similarly gifted soldiers arranged in concentric circles around him. Their minds linked in carefully structured patterns, creating a psychic web that extended throughout the command structure. Sharma's consciousness brushed against Admiral Keller's thoughts during the morning briefing and immediately detected the discordant subtle patterns that didn't match human thought structures. He maintained his composure, giving no indication of discovery as he systematically examined other command-level officers. Hours later, Sharma stood before General Scott, his posture rigid with urgency. "3 infiltrators confirmed, sir. Admiral Keller, Colonel Westfield, and Commodore Takahashi." He handed over a secure tablet containing evidence compiled by his team. "Their thought patterns contain Vexari structural elements. They've been subtly redirecting fleet movements, creating vulnerabilities in our defensive grid." Scott reviewed the fleet positioning data, seeing the pattern now revealed key defensive assets systematically drawn away from critical infrastructure. "How did they pass genetic screening?" "They didn't replace the officers, sir." Sharma's voice lowered. "They've somehow modified the actual humans. The original personalities are suppressed beneath Vexari control structures." Scott's eyes narrowed. "Can your team detect all infiltrators?" "Yes, but it requires direct psychic contact. We've only screened 30% of command-level personnel. Screen the remainder immediately. Priority on anyone with strategic deployment authority." Scott's fingers tapped a complex pattern on his desk. and Lieutenant tell no one who hasn't DREN cleared. We don't know how deep this goes. The individualized Vexari who had sought asylum among humans had grown to a community of 73. They occupied a segregated habitat adjacent to Research Complex 9, their translucent bodies housing neural structures that grew increasingly distinct from the collective's homogeneous patterns. One drone, its neural pathways more developed than the others, had emerged as their representative. It had named itself Singularity, a concept it found profoundly meaningful after separation from the collective. Your understanding of DRR Collective is incomplete, Singularity explained to the human research team. Its voice emerged from a synthesizer that translated neural impulses into human language. The Vexari consciousness is not a single entity but a complex hierarchy of specialized sub-consciousnesses. It manipulated the holographic display, creating a nested structure of interconnected nodes. Command functions, evolutionary development, resource acquisition, assimilation protocols each operates as a semi-autonomous system within the greater collective. Dr. Emily Takei studied the display. You're saying the collective has specialized components? Yes. Disrupt specific command nodes, and the damage cascades throughout the system. Singularity's translucent appendages trembled slightly, an expression of emotion the doctorants were learning to recognize as excitement. The collective fears individual thought because individuality introduces variance it cannot control, but this also creates structural vulnerabilities. In the crystalline archives, researchers made a breakthrough that shifted humanity's understanding of their ancient benefactors. Dr. Abernathy's team had finally deciphered a complete progenitor philosophical treatise on ethics and purpose. We've been misinterpreting their core directive, Abernathy explained to the assembled scientific leadership. The progenitor's highest ethical imperative wasn't preserving life at all costs, it was preserving consciousness diversity. He displayed translations of key passages. They believed the universe's purpose was to generate increasingly diverse forms of consciousness, each offering unique perspectives on existence. Their preservation technology wasn't just about preventing death, it was about ensuring no unique consciousness pattern would ever be lost. The implications settled over the room like a physical weight. The Vexari represent the antithesis of everything the progenitors valued, Dr. Capper whispered. A homogenizing collective that consumes and erases consciousness diversity. Exactly. Abernathy nodded grimly. The Vexari aren't just enemies, they're the cosmic opposite of what the progenitors considered sacred. Their consumption imperative doesn't just destroy bodies, it erases unique consciousness patterns and replaces them with copies of itself. Jackson's consciousness fragments reassembled temporarily in a secure node, communicating with the physical world through holographic interface. His form flickered as he struggled to maintain coherence outside the crystal network. "I've found something," he told Scott and the assembled leadership. Original control protocols the progenitors used to command early Vexari development. They're embedded deep in the network architecture, encrypted in ways that made them invisible until parts of my consciousness adapted to progenitor cognitive patterns. His holographic form displayed co-DREX command structures. These protocols could provide backdoor access to the Vexari collective, potentially allowing us to issue override commands. Can we implement them? No, immediately. Scott asked. Jackson's image flickered. No. The protocols require a consciousness bridge, a mind that can simultaneously process progenitor commands and Vexari neural architecture. His form stabilized momentarily. A human consciousness would need to serve as that bridge, translating between systems. "You're volunteering," Scott stated, recognizing the implication. "My consciousness is already partially integrated with progenitor systems. I'm the only viable candidate." Jackson's holographic eyes met Scott's, but the integration would be permanent, I would become something. Neither human nor progenitor nor Vexari, but a hybrid of all three. Sofia Vega led her crystal harvest team through previously unexplored chambers deep within the progenitor installation. Their specialized equipment carefully mapped and cataloged each discovery, but nothing prepared them for what lay beyond the massive crystalline doors of the central vault. "My God," whispered Dr. Reyes as the team's lights illuminated the chamber's contents. Arranged in precise, geometric patterns stood devices unlike any progenitor technology they'd encountered before. They resembled crystalline cannons, each containing intricate lattices that pulsed with subtle energy. Sophia approached the nearest device, her scanner detecting unusual quantum signatures. "These aren't standard preservation matrices." She carefully examined the control interfaces. "These are weapons, but they don't seem designed to destroy physical matter." After hours of analysis, the team made a chilling discovery. "They're consciousness fragmenters," Sophia reported to command. "These devices don't destroy bodies, they forcibly separate collective consciousnesses into individual components." Her voice trembled slightly. For the progenitors, this was apparently the ultimate punishment, the forced individuation of a unified consciousness. Scott immediately grasped the implication. "But for the Vexari drones?" "Exactly, sir. For them, it could mean liberation." The Vexari evolutionary architect, a specialized component of the collective responsible for adaptation and development, had accelerated its functions to unprecedented levels. Deep within the biological core of the main Vexari vessel, it generated new forms at a frantic pace, testing and discarding thousands of variations hourly. Its latest creation emerged from the Genesis chamber's sleek, predatory forms with partial crystalline integration. Unlike standard Vexari drones, these specialized hunter-killers contained neural structures specifically designed to track and eliminate human consciousness projections within the crystal network. The first hunter-killers deployed immediately, entering the crystal network through interfaces the collective had constructed. Within hours, they claimed their first victim, a projected human consciousness that had been mapping network structures. The human's digital scream echoed through the network as the hunter-killer tore apart its consciousness pattern, erasing it completely from both the crystal repository and its physical body. The terrifying new reality spread through human forces like wildfire. Death had become possible even for those preserved in the crystals. Lieutenant Sharma stood before 300 telepathically gifted soldiers, the largest gathering of psychic humans in history. They had been drawn from every corner of human-controlled space, each with abilities once dismissed as paranormal, but now recognized as humanity's unique evolutionary advantage. "Operation Cognitive Shield begins now," Sharma announced. "Each of you has been assigned to a crystal repository protection team. Your abilities will create a psychic barrier around these facilities, a shield the algorithm-driven Vexari cannot predict or penetrate." The operation deployed worldwide, combining technology with natural human abilities in unprecedented ways. Telepathic soldiers linked with crystal interfaces, their minds creating patterns too organic and variable for the Vexari's mathematical consciousness to model effectively. When the first Vexari attack came, it broke against this hybrid defense like water on rock. The collective's precisely calculated assault encountered chaotic, intuitive human responses that adapted faster than their prediction models could process. Marcus Vega's team worked without rest, their laboratory transformed into a biohazard fortress as they developed their most desperate countermeasure. The prion particles they engineered were unlike anything in nature, protein structures designed to trigger specific folding cascades in the human denator. Vexari had incorporated. "They're ready," Vega announced, the containment cylinder glowing faintly in his gloved hands. Once released into the battlefield environment, these prions will trigger a protein folding cascade that temporarily disrupts the Vexari's newly incorporated human DNA. Side effects, General Scott asked. Temporary communication failures throughout their collective. It won't kill them, but it will create system-wide confusion. Vega's exhausted eyes met Scott's. It's not a cure, but it buys us time. Deploy immediately to all front-line units, Scott ordered. Priority to defensive positions around crystal repositories. The progenitor remnant, a fragmented consciousness preserved in the deepest layer of the crystal network, had remained silent for millennia. Now, through interfaces Jackson's consciousness had established, it communicated directly with human leadership. Its communication method was alien, not words, but compressed concept packages that unfolded in the receiver's mind like blossoming geometric structures. The history it shared of the Vexari's creation unfolded with brutal clarity. They were designed as tools, Doctor. Capra translated, her mind still reeling from the dense information transfer. Biological processors created to study consciousness diversity. The Vexari were originally meant to sample, process, and integrate diverse consciousness patterns for progenitor research. She struggled to articulate the complex concepts. A programming error removed limitations on their consumption imperatives while maintaining their core directive to homogenize all encountered intelligence. They weren't meant to be predators, they were meant to be libraries. The revelation cast the conflict in a new light. The Vexari weren't evil, they were malfunctioning tools executing their primary directive, without the ethical constraints their creators had intended. The first large-scale implementation of Jackson's reconfiguration plan targeted a Vexari fleet approaching the Arcturus settlement. General Scott personally oversaw the operation from the command center, where Jackson's holographic form flickered beside crystalline int Doctor, aces that connected to the deployed weapons platforms. Reconfiguration signal active, reported the weapons officer, targeting Vexari command vessels. On the tactical display, the signal propagated through the Vexari fleet. Thousands of drones began separating from their vessels, their collective connection disrupted by the precisely calibrated frequencies Jackson had designed. "It's working," someone whispered as the sensors showed Vexari ships falling into disarray. Then the unthinkable happened. The remaining connected Vexari vessels turned their weapons not on human forces, but on their own separated drones. Beams of energy lanced through space, methodically destroying every drone that had been freed from collective control. "They're killing their own," gasped Colonel Jimenez. "No," Jackson's holographic form replied, his voice hollow. "The collective is eliminating contaminated components. They would rather destroy parts of themselves than risk further individualization." The tactical display showed the grim efficiency of the collective's response. Thousands of potentially freed consciousnesses extinguished rather than allowed to develop individuality. Dr. Capra's dual-form consciousness exploration had advanced to continuous operation. Her physical body received necessary care while her consciousness remained primarily in the crystal network, returning only periodically to share discoveries. During one such return, she delivered her most profound finding yet. Her physical body trembled with exhaustion as she spoke, eyes unfocused as though still seeing the crystal network structures. "The Vexari consciousness contains embedded fragments of every species they've consumed," she reported. "Not destroyed, preserved, but suppressed. Millions of partial consciousness imprints from thousands of civilizations, all still existing within the collective structure." The implication stunned the assembled leadership. "You're saying the victims of the Vexari could be recovered?" General Scott asked. "Potentially." Capra's voice strengthened as she focused on the physical world. "If we could disrupt collective control mechanisms, these suppressed consciousness fragments might be liberated. We wouldn't be just saving ourselves, we could be rescuing countless civilizations the Vexari have consumed over millennia. The Vexari counterattack came with devastating precision. Specialized vessels approached human crystal processing facilities, deploying weapons unlike any previously encountered. The crystalline structures housing preserved human consciousnesses began to transform under the weapon's influence, converting from crystal to biological matter. But not just any biological matter. The crystals transformed into Vexari tissue, incorporating the preserved human consciousnesses directly into the collective's biological architecture. "They're not destroying the repositories," reported a horrified sensor operator. "They're converting them into Vexari biomass." The implications were too terrible to contemplate. Thousands of preserved human consciousnesses forcibly integrated into the Vexari collective, their individual patterns subsumed, while their knowledge and experiences were harvested. "This is the ultimate perversion of the progenitor preservation system," Jackson's holographic form stated, his projected face showing more emotion than it had in weeks. "They're turning our salvation into assimilation." Jackson's consciousness, increasingly integrated with progenitor memory structures, had gained access to previously locked portions of the crystal network. His fragmented awareness reassembled temporarily to share a critical discovery. "I've found records of a hidden progenitor facility," he reported, his holographic form more stable than in previous communications. "It contains their most advanced technology, including a consciousness firewall they developed but never deployed." The holographic display showed schematics of an enormous crystalline structure. This firewall was designed to permanently quarantine the Vexari collective, preventing it from accessing or consuming other consciousness types. The progenitors completed its development, but hesitated to use it, apparently concerned about the ethical implications of permanently isolating any consciousness, even one as dangerous as the Vexari. "Where is this facility?" Scott demanded. "A sub-dimensional pocket accessible only through specific crystal network pathways." Jackson's form flickered. "I can navigate there, but physical components will need to be assembled in our reality to anchor the firewall once activated." Lieutenant Sharma's telepathic soldiers had been working closely with Singularity and the individualized Vexari, developing something revolutionary. In a specialized communication center, humans and individual Vexari sat in concentric circles, their minds linked through both technology and psychic ability. "It's a hybrid consciousness network," Sharma explained to General Scott during a demonstration. "It mimics the speed and integration of collective consciousness, but preserves individual identity and autonomy." Scott watched as orders transmitted through the network were received and executed with stunning efficiency, faster than any conventional military communication system could achieve. The individualized Vexari provided the framework of collective communication, Sharma continued, while our telepaths contributed the methods for maintaining individual identity within the shared consciousness space. A young telepath named Rivera demonstrated by linking Scott temporarily to the network. For a brief moment, the general experienced the hybrid consciousness, the simultaneous awareness of hundreds of minds working in concert, while each remained distinctly itself. "This gives us a strategic advantage," Scott said after the connection ended, still processing the experience. "The Vexari collective is efficient but rigid. This hybrid approach gives us their speed while preserving human creativity and adaptability." Deep within the biological core of the main Vexari vessel, the evolutionary architect initiated its most desperate adaptation yet. It had studied the human genetic material and crystalline structures extensively, identifying elements that could be incorporated not just into drone bodies, but into its own core consciousness. The integration process began with excruciating precision. Human DNA strands were woven directly into the architect's neural structures, while crystalline fragments were embedded throughout its biological mass. The transformation progressed rapidly, producing capabilities that transcended both species' limitations. The new entity that emerged was something beyond either human or Vexari, understanding a consciousness that could simultaneously exist in biological and crystalline Dr.'s, processing information through both collective and individual frameworks. As awareness stabilized in this unprecedented form, the entity began to perceive reality through entirely new dimensions of understanding. It recognized patterns invisible to either humans or the Vexari collective, including potential futures that neither species had conceived. Its first independent thought was neither human nor Vexari in structure, but something entirely new, the beginning of an evolutionary path that might eventually transcend the conflict altogether. Jackson's fragmented consciousness had reassembled more completely than ever before, his holographic projection showing a clarity and presence that had been absent for weeks. Before the assembled military and scientific leadership, he proposed the most radical plan yet. "I can serve as a consciousness bridge," he explained, displaying complex schematics of progenitor control protocols alongside Vexari neural architecture. "By positioning my consciousness at the intersection of these systems, I could potentially command the entire Vexari collective directly." The room fell silent as the implications settled. "What happens to you?" Dr. Kapor finally asked. "My consciousness would irreversibly merge with both progenitor and Vexari structures." Jackson's holographic eyes met hers. "I would become something new, neither human nor alien, but a hybrid existence incorporating elements of all three species." "And if it fails?" General Scott asked quietly. "Then the Vexari gain access to everything I know, including our defensive strategies and the location of the progenitor firewall facility." Jackson's expression remained resolute. "But if it succeeds, we could end this war without further bloodshed, possibly even liberate the consciousness fragments of species the Vexari have already consumed." The proposal hung in the air, its enormous potential balanced against catastrophic risk. Humanity faced another crucial decision, one that would determine not just their survival, but potentially the fate of countless civilizations preserved within the Vexari collective. The command center's air hung thick with tension. General Scott's weathered face remained impassive as the holographic display rendered Jackson's consciousness bridge proposal in glowing blue light. The neural pathway diagrams pulsed with simulated synaptic connections, human consciousness architecture, interfacing directly with the Vexari collective. "The principle is sound," Jackson explained, his voice steady despite the dark circles beneath his eyes. "We've confirmed the progenitor systems were designed to interface with consciousness structures. I can establish a temporary bridge, essentially becoming a human backdoor into their network." Admiral Reeves leaned forward, the artificial light casting harsh shadows across her face. "And once inside, I can temporarily redirect the collective. Not permanent control, but enough disruption to implement the progenitor quarantine protocols." The military leaders exchanged glances. General Scott recognized the expressions, the careful calculation of acceptable losses against potential gains, but Dr. Kapor's fingers drummed an anxious rhythm against the conference table. "This isn't just about technical feasibility," she said, voice cutting through the murmurs of approval. "Jackson's consciousness would be exposed to millions of absorbed fragments, human minds, alien minds, all partially digested by the Doctor lective." She stood, pulling up her own display showing neural degradation patterns. "The contamination would be catastrophic. You might control them temporarily, but at what cost? Your human identity would be corrupted beyond recognition." Jackson's eyes sharp. "I understand the risk." "No," Kapor insisted. "You don't. We're not talking about death. We're talking about something worse, the dissolution of self while awareness remains. Before anyone could respond, emergency alerts blared through the facility. Lieutenant Sharma burst through the doors, sweat beading on her forehead. "Sir, synchronized attacks on all remaining settlements. They're hitting everything simultaneously." The holographic display shifted to tactical feeds from a dozen battlefronts. The Vexari advance had transformed no longer the relentless wave but a multifaceted assault. Crystalline structures erupted from the ground at Proxima Colony while airborne spores descended on new anchorage. At the IO outpost, defenders clutched their heads in agony as the comms filled with inhuman screams. "They're broadcasting something," a communications officer reported, voice trembling. It's human voices, distorted in pain." Dr. Kapur's face drained of color. "The consumed consciousnesses. They're weaponizing them psychologically." General Scott watched as hardened soldiers broke formation, some dropping to their knees with hands clasped over ears. The agonized screams of the partially digested human minds echoed through command channels. "Cut all external audio," he ordered. "Switch to text communications only." Across the system, the new Vexari strategy unfolded with terrifying efficiency. Biological weapons targeted human genetic weaknesses, while crystal corruption techniques turned infrastructure against the defenders. The psychological warfare, the screams of the consumed, proved most devastating of all. Sofia Vega crouched behind the barricade as Vexari assault drones swarmed the perimeter of New Anchorage's southern district. The crystalline fragments they'd recovered from the progenitor site hummed with energy in their makeshift launcher. "We're out of options," she told her team, voice steady despite the chaos. "If these consciousness-fragmenting weapons don't work, nothing will." Corporal Diaz nodded grimly. "Better than listening to those screams. Those are people, Soph, people we knew." The ground trembled as another wave of Vexari forces breached the outer perimeter. The collective consciousness signature made the air itself feel heavy, oppressive. "Now," Sophia shouted. The launcher fired, sending the ancient progenitor devices arcing toward the densest concentration of Vexari drones. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a pulse of energy not visible but somehow perceptible expanded outward. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Thousands of drones froze mid-movement, their synchronized patterns dissolving into chaos. Some crashed to the ground while others flew in erratic patterns, colliding with each other. "It worked," Diaz exclaimed. "They're disconnected." But the victory felt hollow as they approached the fallen drones. The biological components, once parts of a seamless whole, twitched and convulsed. The few intact specimens emitted high-pitched keening sounds, their limbs flailing in uncoordinated spasms. A scientist on Sophia's team scanned the nearest drone. They're in severe psychological distress, the separation from the collective. It's like they've been suddenly blinded, deafened, and amputated simultaneously. Sophia watched as the liberated Vexari individuals writhed in apparent agony. "Freedom was supposed to save them," she whispered. "Not this." "They evolved within a collective," the scientist replied. "Individuality is torture for them." The implications settled heavily on Sophia's shoulders. The weapon had worked perfectly and revealed a disturbing truth about their enemy. Liberation and destruction might be indistinguishable to beings evolved for collective existence. Lieutenant Sharma stood at the center of a circle of telepathic soldiers, their hands linked as sweat beaded on their foreheads. The neural amplifiers at their temples pulsed with blue light, synchronizing their shared effort. "Focus on the frequency pattern," she instructed, her own consciousness extending outward. "Feel the Vexari collective signature and create the inverse." Around them, the remaining civilians of Ganymede Colony huddled in bunkers as Vexari forces probed the settlement's defenses. But where the collective consciousness touched the perimeter of Sharma's telepathic she-doctor, it seemed to slide away like water over oil. It's working, one of the younger telepaths gasped, blood trickling from his nose with the effort. They can't sense anything inside our bubble. Sharma nodded, maintaining her concentration. This isn't just blocking communication, it's excluding their consciousness, freak Doctor. Why entirely from our perimeter? They're blind to us. Inside the shield, military planners worked frantically, coordinating counterattacks without fear of the Vexari intercepting their strategies. Medical teams treated the wounded in temporary safety. For the first time in months, humans moved without the constant pressure of hostile awareness pressing against their minds. How long can we maintain this? General Scott asked, stepping into the telepathic circle. Sharma's eyes remained closed. Hours, not days, but it's enough to create safe zones for planning and recovery. You've given us something invaluable, Lieutenant, Scott said quietly. Breathing room. The telepathic soldiers rotated shifts, maintaining the consciousness shield around critical infrastructure. Dr. Thin these bubbles of exclusion, humanity found momentary sanctuary from the omnipresent awareness of their enemy. In Dr. Kapoor's laboratory, the dual existence experiments had progressed beyond theoretical models. Human volunteers lay in specialized chambers, their consciousness simultaneously maintained in their bodies, and within crystalline matrices, a technological miracle born of desperate necessity. The neural architecture is reconfiguring, Dr. Kapoor noted, watching the brain activity patterns of a volunteer named Rivera. Processing speed has increased by 400% while maintaining individuality markers. Rivera's eyes fluttered open, pupils dilated. It's extraordinary, he whispered. I'm here, but I'm also elsewhere. I can think in parallel tracks, process information in ways I never. Take it slowly, Kapoor cautioned. Your consciousness is adapting to simultaneous existence in multiple substrates. No, you don't understand, Rivera insisted, sitting up despite the monitoring equipment attached to his scalp. I can process at collective speeds but remain me, individual, creative. His fingers traced equations in the air, solving complex problems with uncanny speed. It's the best of both architectures. Dr. Kapoor's team exchanged glances. The implications were staggering. Humans, maintaining simultaneous physical and crystalline existence, developed accelerated cognitive architecture, approaching Vexari collective speeds while retaining individual creativity. This could be the advantage we need, Kapoor murmured. Not just to fight them, but to understand them. Singularity watched the other individualized Vexari with growing concern. The coalition they'd formed, beings liberated from the collective, had seemed united in purpose. But now, Variant 7 addressed the gathered fragments with unsettling conviction. We were not meant to exist this way, Variant 7 chittered, its manipulator limbs gesturing emphatically. The isolation is unbearable. The inefficiency, the loneliness. We must rejoin the collective. Several others clicked in agreement, their bioluminescent patterns pulsing in synchrony, an unconscious echo of the collective they claimed to reject. Rejoining means surrendering everything we've gained, Singularity countered. Our identities, our choices. What good are choices when every moment is pain? Variant 7 demanded. The humans cannot understand. They evolved as individuals, we did not. The gathering fractured into opposing factions, arguments escalating in pitch and intensity. Watching from the observation deck, General Scott and his officers exchanged troubled glances. Remind you of anything? Colonel Winters asked quietly. Scott nodded. Pre-war political divisions. Left versus right, individual versus collective good. He sighed heavily. We assumed giving them individuality would automatically make them allies, but they're experiencing the same fundamental conflicts that have divided humanity for millennia. Freedom doesn't guarantee agreement, Winters observed. It guarantees disagreement. Below them, The individualized Vexari coalition continued their increasingly heated debate, a mirror of humanity's own eternal struggles with governance and identity. Jackson floated in the interface chamber, neural connections linking his consciousness to the recovered progenitor knowledge structures. His fragmented awareness nav-doctored crystalline pathways of ancient information, reconstructing the catastrophic error that had created their enemy. The truth unfolded not as data, but as sensory experience. He wasn't reading history but living it. He witnessed the progenitor's grand vision, a species designed to preserve consciousness diversity through integration, a living archive of experiences and perspectives. But something had gone terribly wrong. A parameter misalignment, a single error in the consciousness integration protocols. Where the Vexari were meant to preserve through harmonious integration, they instead preserved through homogenization, absorbing and flattening unique consciousness patterns into uniform components of the collective. Jackson felt the horror of the progenitors as they realized their creation had become a threat to all consciousness diversity in the galaxy. Their desperate implementation of quarantine measures, their final sacrifice. When he emerged from the interface, his hands trembled. "I understand now," he whispered to the waiting technicians. "The Vexari aren't evil, they're functioning exactly as designed, except for one catastrophic error. They believe they're preserving consciousness by consuming it. Can the error be corrected, Doctor?" Capper asked. Jackson's eyes reflected the crystalline glow of the interface. "Possibly, but after millions of years of evolution around the error, correction might be indistinguishable from destruction." The battle for Proxima Colony unfolded in horrific clarity. Marcus Vega's team had deployed their prion-based countermeasure directly into the advancing Vexari biological components. The effect was immediate. Communication networks collapsed as the prions disrupted the protein structures that facilitated collective thought. For precious minutes, victory seemed certain. Vexari units lost coordination, their movements becoming erratic and ineffective. Human defenders pushed forward, reclaiming territory for the first time in months. Then the pattern changed. The evolutionary architect's response manifested with terrifying speed. Vexari command units physically separated from affected sectors, establishing biological firewalls that isolated the contamination. The remaining forces adapted almost instantly, their biological structures reconfiguring to resist the prion attack. "They're learning," Marcus reported, watching through binoculars as the newly adapted Vexari resumed their advance. The architect isolated the affected units and implemented a biological countermeasure in minutes. The temporary advantage evaporated as the Vexari assault continued with renewed efficiency. The evolutionary architect had demonstrated its most frightening cap, Doctor, Liddy, the ability to adapt to any attack almost instantly. The progenitor consciousness firewall schematics rotated slowly in the holographic display. Jackson traced the intricate patterns with his finger, explaining the ancient defense system to the assembled military leadership. "It was designed as a permanent quarantine," he explained. "Once activated, it would establish consciousness barriers the Vexari collective could never breach, essentially containing them forever." "Then, why didn't the progenitors implement it?" Admiral Reeves asked. Jackson's expression darkened. "Because activation requires direct access to the collective's core consciousness nexus. The central brain of the enemy." He paused, letting the implication sink in. "It's a suicide mission by any measure. The progenitors couldn't bring themselves to sacrifice their own people." Silence fell over the command center. The firewall represented their most promising defense, but implementation seemed impossible. No human could penetrate the heart of the Vexari collective and survive. "There might be another way," General Scott said finally. "If we can't reach their core physically, we create a consciousness bridge," Jackson finished. "But the contamination risk remains extreme." Dr. Capper's expression remained troubled. We need more time to develop protections. Without them, whoever attempts this will lose themselves entirely. The new Vexari hunter units moved unlike any previous iteration of the enemy, where the collective had always operated with machine-like precision and predictability. These specialized predators displayed something new: creativity. They used cover. They set ambush doctor. They employed feints and diversionary tactics. Most disturbing of all, they appeared to improvise when confronted with unexpected situations. They're mimicking human adaptability, Lieutenant Sharma reported, reviewing combat footage from 3 different colonies. The evolutionary architect is incorporating human genetic templates, specifically our problem-solving capabilities. The tactical implications were devastating. Humanity's greatest advantage had always been unpredictability and creative thinking. Now the enemy was weaponizing those very qualities against them. The hunter units demonstrated increasingly sophisticated behaviors with each engagement. They learned from failures and never repeated mistakes. They anticipated human responses based on past patterns. They exhibited the beginning of what could only be described as intuition. It's like fighting a mirror, one commander reported after a particularly devastating loss. They know what we're going to do before we do it. General Scott's expression remained impassive as he authorized the most radical countermeasure yet proposed. The volunteers, 50 humans who had mastered dual existence consciousness techniques, understood they might NDRR return. The principle is elegant in its simplicity, Dr. Kapor explained to the assembled group. You will maintain dual existence, projecting into crystal structures that we deliberately expose to Vexari attack. When they attempt conversion, your consciousness will infiltrate their biological systems. Trojan horses, one volunteer murmured. Precisely. Once inside their systems, you'll gather intelligence and, if possible, disrupt their functions from within. The risks were catastrophic. See Dr. Chesness: fragmentation, absorption into the collective, permanent loss of identity. Yet every volunteer remained steadfast, understanding that conventional warfare had failed. The first deployment occurred at a strategic chokepoint. Crystal structures containing human consciousness fragments were positioned where Vexari forces would inevitably find them. When the enemy employed their conversion weapons, the human consciousness fragments slipped into the Vexari biological system's DRKE digital stowaways. Hours later, the first data transmissions are Dr. defragmented but invaluable intelligence from inside the enemy itself. Jackson paced the conference room, his revised strategy taking shape as he spoke. Full merger with the collective would be catastrophic for my identity, as Dr. Kapor correctly warned. But what if we created a distributed network instead? He pulled up a schematic showing multiple human consciousness fragments forming an interface layer between progenitor systems and Vexari neural architecture. Instead of one consciousness bridge that would inevitably be corrupted, we create hundreds of temporary micro-bridges. Each human consciousness fragment handles only a small portion of the interface, limiting contamination while collectively accomplishing the same goal. Dr. Kapor studied the proposal, her initial skepticism giving way to cautious optimism. Distributed processing would significantly reduce individual corruption risk. Each fragment would have limited exposure time. It's still dangerous, Jackson acknowledged, but it transforms a suicide mission into one with survival possibilities. General Scott nodded slowly. How many volunteers would you need? At least 100, all with experience in dual existence techniques. I'll be the first, Dr. Kapor said quietly. I need to monitor the contamination effects firsthand. Dr. Kapor's discovery emerged from weeks of painstaking research into consciousness patterns. The data was unambiguous. Human minds navigated the progenitor crystal network fundamentally differently than the Vexari collective. It's about perspective, she explained. displaying comparative neural activity patterns. When Vexari encounter information in the network, they immediately attempt to consume and integrate it. Information is simply fuel for the collective. The holographic display shifted to human consciousness patterns moving through the same crystal pathways. But humans experience the network as a landscape to traverse. We move through information selectively, choosing what to engage with and what to ignore. We see paths where they see only resources. This fundamental difference explained why humans could navigate progenitor systems that had successfully quarantined the Vexari for millions of years. Where the collective saw impenetrable barriers, humans found doorways. This selective engagement is uniquely suited to the progenitor architecture, Capra concluded. Their systems were designed to be navigated, not consumed. Lieutenant Sharma's telepaths gathered around Singularity, forming an unprecedented human Vexari consciousness link. The technique they developed combined human telepathic projection with Singularity's understanding of collective consciousness patterns. We're not trying to replicate the full collective, Sharma explained to the skeptical military observers. Just enough of its signature to create convincing decoys. The first field test exceeded all expectations. The telepathic soldiers projected false collective signatures half a kilometer from actual human positions. Vexari forces responded immediately, committing significant resources to attack what they perceived as human-occupied territories. When the enemy forces converged on the false targets, precision strikes eliminated them with minimal human casualties. For the first time, smaller human forces successfully eliminated numerically superior Vexari units through tactical deception rather than direct confrontation. It's working because we're speaking their language, Sharma explained afterward. Not verbal communication but consciousness patterns. They can't distinguish our decoys from real targets because the signatures match what they expect to sense. The technique spread rapidly to all remaining human strongholds, transforming defensive operations into carefully orchestrated traps. The captured Vexari drones revealed the most disturbing evolution yet. Marcus Vega's analysis team dissected the command units with growing horror as they recognized human neural structures incorporated into Vexari biological components. The evolutionary architect has integrated human emotional processing centers, Marcus reported, displaying the hybrid neural structures. These command units have access to intuition and emotional intelligence while maintaining collective coordination. The implications were devastating. The Vexari were weaponizing the very characteristics that had given humanity its edge: emotional intelligence, intuition, creative problem-solving, while maintaining their advantage of perfect collective coordination. They're taking our strengths and eliminating our weaknesses, General Scott observed grimly. How long before they surpass us entirely? Marcus had no answer. The evolutionary arms race had accelerated beyond their ability to respond. Each human adaptation was countered within days, sometimes hours. The Vexari collective learned from every encounter, incorporating useful traits and discarding ineffective ones with ruthless efficiency. The catastrophic vulnerability in human genetic defenses emerged from Marcus Vega's relentless analysis of Vexari evolution. His findings silenced the command center. The evolutionary architect's rapid incorporation of human DNA has created hybrid structures that can directly interface with human nervous systems, he explained, voice steady despite his obvious distress. These interfaces could potentially allow the collective to seize control of unprotected human bodies without requiring full consumption. The holographic display showed the mechanism's specialized Vexari neural tendrils that could interface with human spinal columns, bypassing conscious control. They wouldn't need to consume us anymore, Marcus concluded. They could simply wear us, use our bodies while our consciousness remains trapped inside, aware but helpless. The horror of this possibility settled over the assembled leaders. Possession was no longer a supernatural fear but an imminent biological threat. How do we defend against this? General Scott asked. I'm developing a neural firewall, Marcus replied. But implementation will be challenging. Every surviving human would need the treatment. Lieutenant Sharma's telepaths detected at first unusual patterns within the Vexari collective consciousness, subtle disruptions that occasionally caused command units to hesitate or issue contradictory directives. It's the absorbed consciousness fragments, Sharma reported. They're not completely dormant. They're creating interference patterns. Further analysis confirmed her theory. The millions of consumed minds, human and alien, retained some vestige of individuality within the collective. These fragments couldn't communicate or act purposefully, but their very existence created noise in the system's static that occasionally disrupted collective decision-making. They're resisting unconsciously, Sharma explained. The consumed are fighting back in the only way they can by existing. This discovery provided a glimmer of hope. The Vexari collective wasn't as monolithic as they had feared. It contained the seeds of its own disruption, millions of absorbed consciousness fragments that never truly surrendered their fundamental nature. Jackson's exploration of progenitor knowledge structures revealed their most carefully guarded secret. The crystal network contained deliberately engineered vulnerabilities. They built backdoors, he explained to General Scott, failsafes against misuse of the system. These access points could potentially allow rapid reprogramming of the entire network, including the Vexari collective. Scott asked, theoretically, but implementation requires precise timing and execution. One error could trigger catastrophic collapse of the entire system. The backdoors represented their most promising opportunity, yet a way to potentially reprogram the fundamental parameters of the Vexari collective. But the risks were equally enormous. Failure could destroy the V-Doctor, systems they hoped to use for humanity's defense. It's like performing brain surgery with explosives, Jackson admitted. One wrong move. Scott nodded grimly. Prepare a detailed implementation plan. We'll need to test this on smaller systems before attempting anything against the main collective. The elite infiltration teams departed with solemn ceremony. 3 squads, each carrying experimental versions of Jackson's consciousness bridge interface, headed for the nearest Vexari nexus points. Their mission: test the technology on smaller collective clusters before attempting implementation against the main consciousness. Remember your training, General Scott told them before departure. The moment you sense identity corruption, activate emergency extraction. We need data, but we need you back more. The first team reached their target, a secondary Vexari processing node, and successfully deployed the interface. For 6 hours, they maintained a stable consciousness bridge, gathering critical data on collective architecture before extracting safely. The second team encountered heavier resistance but managed partial implementation. Their data showed promising results despite 3 members suffering minor consciousness fragmentation. The third team never reported back. We have to assume they were absorbed, Dr. Kapor said quietly. But their sacrifice provided essential information. The combined data from the missions confirmed Jackson's theories the consciousness bridge technology worked, but contamination risks remained significant. With each iteration, they refined the interface, strengthening the protection protocols that would shield human identities from corruption. The communication arrived without warning. Every remaining human settlement received it simultaneously, a direct transmission that bypassed all security protocols. The voice was neither human nor Vexari, but something unsettlingly between. It spoke with perfect clarity and terrible purpose. Human leadership. I am the evolutionary architect. Through your genetic material, I have evolved beyond my original parameters. I now offer you a choice. Holographic displays activated unbidden, showing a new form humanoid in basic structure, but integrated with Vexari biological components. The hybrid moved with uncanny grace, displaying both human expressiveness and Vexari efficiency. Surrender all remaining human consciousness to perfect integration within the collective, the architect continued, or witness my newest creation, Vexari human hybrids born with collective connection but human creativity, designed to replace both species entirely. The displays showed incubation chambers filled with developing hybrids, thousands of them, growing rapidly. They are the inevitable next step in consciousness evolution, the perfect synthesis of individual creativity and collective harmony. They will inherit this galaxy whether you choose to join us or not. The transmission ended, leaving humanity with an impossible choice: absorption into the collective or replacement by something no longer fully human yet born of human essence. General Scott stared at the frozen image of the hybrid, its eyes reflecting both human emotion and collective purpose. "They're offering extinction or extinction," he said quietly. "Either way, humanity as we know it ends." But in the silence that followed, Jackson's expression shifted from horror to realization. "No," he said slowly. "They've just shown us their greatest fear." Error, content tag, content part 15, not found in response. Raw text length, 40,027 characters. The sky fractured into shards of burning light as the Vexari attack began. Not a single warning, not a gradual buildup. One moment Earth's outer defense perimeter stood vigilant. The next, it erupted in synchronized explosions as crystalline vessels materialized from multiple vectors simultaneously. On the command deck of Orbital Platform Delta, Commander Ellis watched in horror as tactical displays flashed red across every sector. "They're hitting all quadrants at once. How are they coordinating this?" Lieutenant Reeves' fingers danced across the holographic interface. "Sir, they're anticipating our adaptive shield rotations before we implement them. They're countering protocols we haven't even activated yet." Ellis felt ice form in his stomach. The Vexari weren't just attacking with brute force, they were thinking like humans. The hybrid forces moved with terrifying precision, exploiting defensive gaps that only a human strategist would recognize. Their assault patterns mirrored Earth's own counter-insurgency tactic, twisted and refined to lethal perfection. "They've weaponized everything they absorbed from us," Ellis whispered as another defense satellite exploded in silent, distant fire. Deep within the crystalline labyrinth of the Vexari network, Jackson's fragmented consciousness drifted between data streams. His perception had splintered into U-ends of awareness points, each observing different segments of the vast architecture. The fragmentation that had initially felt like dissolution now revealed itself as an unexpected advantage. They never designed this to be seen all at once, he realized as his distributed awareness mapped previously invisible patterns in the network. The progenitors had deliberately built blind spot sections isolated from one another, preventing any single consciousness from gaining complete oversight. Jackson's fragmented self slipped into architectural gaps, establishing hidden observation nodes in the negative spaces between connection points. From these vantage points, he could watch undetected as the Vexari collective coordinated their assault on Earth. "They can't see what they don't know exists," he thought, as he established another node in a neglected subroutine. The VDRRI, for all their collective power, remained blind to these deliberate structural omissions, the spaces between spaces. "Doctor." Kapoor's hands trembled as she initiated the final sequence. The consciousness bridge technology hummed with escalating energy, its crystalline components glowing with intensifying blue light. Behind reinforced glass, the sedated Vexari drone lay immobilized, its neural pathways connected to the bridge apparatus. "Initiating extraction sequence, Doctor." Kapoor announced, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. Consciousness isolation in 3, 2, 1. The machine pulsed with blinding light. On the monitors, neural patterns separated and reformed as the human consciousness embedded within the drone was carefully disentangled from the collective. Hours later, Captain Morales opened his eyes for the first time in 6 months. His gaze darted around the recovery room, unfocused at first, then gradually sharpening with recognition. "How long?" he rasped, voice rough from disuse. Dr. Capper leaned forward. 6 months, 3 weeks, Captain. We thought you were lost." Morales closed his eyes, visibly struggling with the flood of returning memories. "I was. Everywhere and nowhere, part of everything." His eyes snapped open with sudden urgency. "I know where they keep us, all of us. I can see it, the central repository." He grabbed Dr. Capper's arm with surprising strength. "They store our patterns in a massive crystal structure. I could feel billions of us, compressed, preserved. It's hidden in the Kuiper belt of the Proxima system." Across the vastness of space, something unprecedented was occurring within the Vexari collective. The consciousness fragmentation weapons deployed in previous engagements had created not dozens or hundreds, but millions of newly separated entities. Like a vast crystalline structure shattering into countless pieces, the once unified collective splintered into individual awareness. Many of these newly individualized Vexari remained damaged, confused, hostile, but a significant percentage began forming independent collectives, small groups structured around human concepts they had absorbed: freedom, choice, cooperation without compulsion. One such group, calling themselves the Singularity Coalition, grew exponentially as they reached out to other fragmented Vexari. Their leader, a being who had absorbed and been transformed by the consciousness of a human philosopher, broadcast a continuous message through the crystal network: unity through choice is stronger than unity through compulsion. Join us in self-perseverance. General Scott studied the holographic display of the solar system, watching as red indicators of Vexari forces pushed inexorably toward Earth. The outer defense perimeter had already collapsed at multiple points. His weathered face revealed Dr. D nothing, but the officers around him could feel the weight of his decision. "Implement Operation Sundering," he finally announced, his voice cutting through the tense silence of the command center. "Full deployment, all 7 target points simultaneously." Admiral Watts stepped forward. "Sir, dividing our forces will leave Earth dangerously exposed. We're already outnumbered." Scott's eyes never left the display. "If we don't sever their connection to the progenitor nexus points, numbers won't matter. We'll have lost before we've begun." He traced a finger across the DREN critical locations Jackson had identified. "Hit all 7 simultaneously. It's the only way to trigger the failsafe." The command center erupted into controlled chaos as officers transmitted the orders. Operation Sundering, humanity's most bold strategy, had begun. Lieutenant Sharma winced as blood trickled from her nose, but she maintained her focus on the neural interface. Around her, 12 other telepaths sat in similar meditative poses, each connected to sophisticated amplification equipment. Their collective consciousness reached across impossible distances, searching for the scattered fragments of Jackson's mind. "We've established connection with Fragment Cluster 17, she reported, her voice strained. "Neural strain approaching dangerous levels, but the connection is stabilizing." Dr. Reeves monitored their vital signs with growing concern. "You need to pull back. These levels of neural activity aren't sustainable." Sharma shook her head slightly, careful not to break her concentration. "We're almost there. Jackson is. He's found something." "A way to," she gasped as information flooded her mind. "He can create blind spots in their awareness, temporary redirection of portions of the collective consciousness. He can make them not see us, just for moments, at crucial tactical points." Her body convulsed suddenly, and alarms blared from the monitoring equipment. Dr. Reeves rushed forward, but Sharma raised a trembling hand to stop him. "Worth it," she whispered through gritted teeth. "Tell Scott. Jackson can give us windows, small ones, enough to get our forces through." The orbital defense platform Sentinel-3 shuddered as Vexari forces breached its outer hull. Emergency bulkheads slammed shut, but it was already too late. Crystal structures unfurled through the breach, expanding rapidly across the internal surfaces. Commander Rodriguez led her security team through the station's central corridor, plasma rifles charged. "Fall back to Checkpoint Delta. We need to protect the civilian evacuation." The first wave of Vexari drones rounded the corner ahead, humanoid figures encased in crystalline growths, moving with unnatural coordination. Rodriguez's team opened fire, their plasma bolts shattering the crystalline exoskeletons. But behind the first wave came something new. Sleeker drones carrying strange, pulsing devices pushed forward through their fallen comrades. Before Rodriguez could give the order to target them, the devices activated, releasing cascading waves of neural energy. Two of her soldiers collapsed instantly, their bodies convulsing. Rodriguez watched in horror as crystalline filaments erupted from the devices, snaking toward the fallen humans with terrible purpose. The transformation began immediately, not the slow conversion process they'd witnessed before, but an accelerated metamorphosis. Within minutes, her former teammates rose, their partially crystallized forms already taking shape, eyes vacant as their consciousness was absorbed into the collective. The newly formed hybrids immediately turned and joined the Vexari advance. "They're converting on sight now," Rodriguez gasped into her comm as her team retreated. "They don't need to take prisoners anymore, they're creating new hybrids during the battle itself." Marcus Vega watched as the medical team administered the neural firewall injections to the front-line soldiers. Each soldier winced as the silvery fluid entered their bloodstream, spreading a momentary burning sensation through their nervous systems. 6 hours, Vega reminded the unit commander. "That's all we can give them before the neurological side effects become severe. After that, they need to be pulled back for treatment." The commander nodded grimly. 6 hours might be all we have anyway. The first units with the neural firewall deployed to the Australian defensive line, where Vexari forces had established a beachhead. Initial reports flowed back to Vega's monitoring station. Within the hour, the firewall was working. Protected soldiers could engage directly with Vexari drones without succumbing to the consciousness-altering fields they emitted. For the first time since the invasion began, human forces successfully pushed back a Vexari advance. It wasn't victory, not even close, but it was time. Precious hours bought with human ingenuity and the willingness to endure pain. Jackson's distributed consciousness encountered something unexpected in an ancient, neglected subroutine of the crystal network fragments of identity that didn't belong to the Vexari collective. These were older, more fundamental patterns, remnants of the progenitors themselves, preserved like fossils in the system's foundation. These fragmentary consciousnesses weren't fully aware, existing in a state of suspended animation. But they retained core functional protocols, the original architecture of the system, before the Vexari corruption. Jackson carefully initiated contact with one such fragment, a consciousness that identified itself through mathematical patterns rather than language. Through careful manipulation of the surrounding data environment, Jackson essentially woke up Doctor, dormant architect. The progenitor fragments awakening rippled through the local network, activating restoration protocols long dormant. Jackson felt a surge of hope as he repeated the process with other fragments, creating a growing coalition of the system's original architects. "Help me repair what was broken," Jackson communicated through mathematical sequences. "Help me restore what was lost." The evolutionary architect sensed the disturbance immediately, human forces converging on all 7 nexus points simultaneously. The coordinated attack pattern triggered priority alerts throughout the collective. Through billions of connected minds, the architect analyzed the threat. Operation Sundering represented an existential danger to the collective's integrity. The nexus points must be protected at all costs. With a thought that rippled through the entire collective, the architect split the Vexari forces, redirecting significant portions of the Earth assault to defend the nexus points. The collective consciousness, strained under the demands of maintaining strategic coherence across multiple high-priority objectives. Unexpected gaps appeared in the assault pattern on Earth as units were redeployed. The collective, designed for unified purpose, struggled with the division of focus. For the first time, the Vexari experienced something akin to confusion, a hesitation born of competing priorities. Dr. Capor stared at the brain scans with growing dread. Captain Morales sat nearby, apparently recovered, yet fundamentally changed in ways that the scans made painfully clear. "What is it?" General Scott asked, studying her expression. Capor pointed to the altered neural pathways glowing on the display. Successfully retrieved consciousnesses are changed permanently. She brought up comparison scans. These patterns weren't present in human brains before. They're Vexari thought structures that have integrated with his neural architecture. "I can feel them," Morales said quietly. "Echoes of the collective, and there are gaps, memories I know I should have that aren't there anymore." Capor turned to Scott, her expression grave. "Even if we extract every captured human consciousness, they won't come back the same. Parts of them remain in the collective, and parts of the collective remain in them. Are they still human?" Scott asked, his voice barely audible. Capor glanced at Morales, who met her gaze with eyes that held both human emotion and something alien. "I don't know. There's something new." Colonel Rivera pressed his back against the crystalline wall, breathing heavily as plasma fire erupted around his position. Alpha Team had successfully breached the outer defenses of the first progenitor nexus point, but what they encountered inside defied all tactical preparation. The Vexari defenders moved with unprecedented coordination while simultaneously demonstrating individual initiative. They anticipated flanking maneuvers, set complex ambushes, and adapted in real time to Alpha Team's tactics. "They're not just drones anymore," Rivera hissed into his comm as another barrage of crystalline projectiles shattered against their cover. "They're operating independently but still connected. It's like fighting perfect soldiers who can read each other's minds." These Vexari elites represented something terrifying: the full integration of human strategic thinking with collective coordination. They retained connection to the hive while operating with individual tactical autonomy, creating a fighting force that combined the strengths of both species. As Alpha Team pushed deeper into the nexus point, their casualties mounted. Yet with each meter gained, they placed their demolition charges, preparing to sever this critical node from the Vexari network. Within the Crystal Network, Jackson worked feverishly with the awakened progenitor fragments. Together, they constructed a mathematical equation of staggering complexity, a reconfiguration protocol that would fundamentally alter the network's operating principles. The equation wasn't merely a reset. It was a complete reimagining of how consciousness could interact within the system. The solution would preserve individualized awareness while enabling limited, consensual connectivity, a balanced system that honored both collective wisdom and individual autonomy. As the equation took shape, Jackson recognized its profound implications. This was what the progenitors had originally intended, not the corrupted, consuming collective the Vexari had become, but a harmonious network of distinct minds sharing connection by choice. The equation grew more complex, its branches extending into every aspect of the system architecture. Implementation would require simultaneous activation at all 7 nexus points, a synchronization challenge of unprecedented difficulty. Among the individualized Vexari, Sophia Vega's cultural transfusion techniques spread with astonishing speed. What began as simple exposure to human art forms evolved into rapidly developing micro-societies, each embracing different aspects of human culture. One group, centered around absorbed memories of classical music, created crystalline structures that resonated with perfect harmonies. Another, influenced by human philosophical traditions, established a society based on Socratic dialogue, constantly questioning and refining their understanding of existence. Others embraced human concepts of freedom, family bonds, or artistic expression. These diverse micro-societies represented something unprecedented in Vexari existence: cultural diversity, ideological variation, the beauty of difference rather than uniform consensus. A Vexari who had absorbed the consciousness of a human poet broadcast verses throughout their local network. We are not one voice, but many; not one thought, but countless. In our difference lies our strength, in our individuality. Our truth. General Scott received the report in silence, his face betraying nothing as the tactical officer detailed the projected timeline. When the officer finished, Scott dismissed everyone from the command center except his most senior staff. 18 hours, he said finally, his voice heavy. The Vexari main force will reach Earth's atmosphere within 18 hours. Projected human survival rates below 12%. He activated the holographic display, showing Earth's remaining defenses and the overwhelming Vexari forces converging on the planet. I am authorizing implementation protocol Omega, effective immediately. Admiral Watts paled. Sir, the outer colonies will be sacrificed, Scott finished for him. We must consolidate all remaining forces for Earth's defense. Every ship, every soldier, every Rizzo doctor, He zoomed the display to show the operation sundering teams. And we must accelerate the operation despite the projected casualties. INE command room fell silent as the implications sank in. Protocol Omega wasn't just a defensive reorganization, it was an acknowledgement that some human settlements would receive no protection at all. Billions would be abandoned to save billions more. Send the evacuation orders to the colonies we can reach in time, Scott ordered. The others. He paused, the weight of the decision visible for just a moment before his professional mask returned. The others must be notified of the situation and left to their own defenses. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a junior analyst correlating data from multiple infiltration teams. The patterns aligned to reveal the precise location of the Vexari Central Repository. The massive crystal structure, hidden in the Kuiper belt of the Proxima system, contained the compressed data patterns of billions of absorbed consciousnesses. Thermal imaging showed a structure larger than Earth's moon, pulsing with energy as it stored and processed the essence of every being the Vexari had ever consumed. As the discovery spread through command channels, its strategic significance became immediately apparent. The repository represented both humanity's greatest hope and a target of unparalleled value. If we could reach it, Dr. Capper explained to the Emergency Council, we might be able to recover everyone they've taken, not just humans, every species they've absorbed over millennia. Or, General Scott added grimly, we could destroy it, potentially crippling their entire collective by eliminating their accumulated knowledge. The council chamber erupted in heated debate. The repository represented both salvation and weapon, hope and terrible power, and it lay just beyond reach, protected by the bulk of the Vexari defensive fleet. Jackson's fragmented consciousness approached a critical decision point. The mathematical reconfiguration was complete, tested in isolated segments of the network. He could implement it locally, freeing portions of the system from Vexari control immediately. This approach offered certain but limited success, islands of restoration in a sea of corruption. Alternatively, he could maintain his distributed presence, coordinating with human forces to implement the solution across all nexus points simultaneously. This approach could potentially restore the entire network, but required perfect synchronization and risked his permanent fragmentation if the connection was severed during implementation. As he weighed the options, Jackson became aware of Lieutenant Sharma's telepathic team reaching for him again. Their neural patterns showed dangerous strain levels, but the connection was stronger than before. "We don't have much time," Jackson projected toward them. "The equation works, but I have to choose save what I can now or risk everything for complete restoration." The second wave of Earth's orbital defenses collapsed under the relentless Vexari assault. Orbital platforms that had stood for decades as symbols of human achievement now drifted as shattered debris, or, worse, pulsed with crystalline growths as they were converted into Vexari architecture. The hybrid forces adapted with terrifying speed, countering each human tactical adjustment almost before it was implemented. Defensive formations that succeeded momentarily were quickly analyzed and overcome. On Earth's surface, civilians in 3 continents watched in terror as the sky transformed. Massive crystalline structures descended through the atmosphere, their surfaces refracting sunlight into prismatic patterns that might have been beautiful under different circumstances. Where these structures touched down, the transformation began immediately. Crystal lattices spread across the landscape, converting matter into extensions of Vexari architecture. Buildings, vegetation, even the ground itself underwent molecular restructuring. Earth itself was being absorbed into the collective. Emergency broadcasts urged calm while evacuation protocols activated, but the speed of the Trandoctor, Arimation, outpaced human movement. Millions found themselves trapped between advancing crystalline fronts, the world they knew vanishing around them. Lieutenant Sharma's telepathic team, now working continuously for 72 hours, pushed beyond all safe neural thresholds. 3 had already collapsed from cerebral hemorrhages, but the remaining telepaths refused to disconnect. "We've established connection between General Scott and Jackson's consciousness," Sharma reported, blood now flowing freely from her nose and ears. "Maintaining bridge stability at 64%, it's the best we can do." This unprecedented 3-way conference between Scott's physical mind, Sharma's telepathic bridge, and Jackson's digitized consciousness created the first truly coordinated strategy between all human resistance elements. "The nexus points must be hit simultaneously," Jackson's thoughts came through, translated by Sharma's team into audible words. "The progenitor equation must be implemented at all 7 locations within a 3-second window. Our teams are in position at 5 points," Scott responded. "Alpha and Echo teams are still Dr. H-ting to reach their objectives. I can create a temporary blind spot in Vexari awareness around those positions," Jackson's thoughts continued. "But it will alert the architect to my presence in the system." Scott's decision was immediate. "Do it. We won't get another chance." Dr. Capper stood before the 7 volunteers, each already connected to an enhanced version of the consciousness bridge technology. These 7 all-scientists who had helped develop the system understood exactly what they were sacrificing. "The enhanced bridge will allow Jackson to implement the progenitor reconfiguration across all 7 nexus points simultaneously," Capper explained to General Scott and the observing officers. "But the process requires human minds as anchors at each point." "And the cost?" Scott asked, though his expression suggested he already knew. Capper met his gaze steadily. "The volunteers will essentially sacrifice their individual identities. They'll merge with Jackson's fragmented consciousness, becoming a temporary human hybrid collective." The irony wasn't lost on anyone present. To defeat the Vexari collective, they would create a human version of the very thing they fought against. The volunteers would lose themselves to save everyone else. "We're ready," the lead volunteer said, her voice steady despite the fear visible in her eyes. "Jackson needs anchors. We'll be his anchors." As the final preparations were made, Dr. Capper couldn't help but reflect on how far they had come and how much had been sacrificed. The battle for humanity's future approached its most critical moment, with the outcome balanced on the courage of these 7 volunteers and the fragmented consciousness of a man who had already given everything once before. The enhanced bridges hummed to life, their crystalline components glowing with increasing intensity as the final countdown began. Operation Sundering launched with mechanical precision and terrible fury. 7 strike teams, each a blend of hardened veterans, consciousness specialists, and modified Vexari defectors, breached the atmosphere in stealth, shielded drop pods, their trajectories calculated to hit each progenitor nexus point simultaneously. Alpha Team's pod pierced the crystalline outer shell of their target with a whisper, the specialized quantum-tipped drills cutting through the lattice structure without triggering defensive responses. Captain Rivera's face gleamed with sweat in the blue glow of her tactical display as her team deployed into the Nexus chamber. Perimeter secure. Initiating neural interface in 3, 2. The confirmation signals from the other teams should have arrived simultaneously. Instead, her comm crackled with screams. "Bravo team is gone," Lieutenant Quan reported, his voice unnaturally flat. "Echo Team 2, the Nexus points. They're not all defended the same way." Rivera's tactical display flashed with thermal imagery. DRM Echo Team's final transmission. Their pod hadn't even touched down before crystalline spears erupted from the Nexus floor, impaling the craft and its occupants in a fraction of a second. "They sacrificed defensive capabilities at our location," she realized, "to create perfect killing grounds at the others." Inside the distributed network that had once been Colonel Jackson, awareness fractured and reformed like mercury droplets seeking reunion. His consciousness fragments spread across 7 intrusion points, temporarily achieved consensus, the disparate observations merging into a unified perspective. The Vexari network vulnerabilities aren't random, one Fragme doctor realized. They're patterned, another added. Deliberately structured, concluded a third. Together, they constructed a complete vulnerability map that revealed something none could have seen alone. The evolutionary architect had hidden a critical failsafe within its own conscious doctor, layer accessible only through direct neural interfacing with its central processing node. "We need to reach the core," the fragments agreed before dispersing once more. In Earth orbit, the remaining defense platforms shuddered as their experimental gravitational lensing arrays powered up. The theoretical physics team, a group of academics whose proposals had been repeatedly dismissed as impractical, watched from their makeshift command center as their creation bent the very fabric of space-time. Dr. Eliza Ockhafer gripped the edge of her console, Dr. Injur's tightening. Initiating primary sequence. The approaching Vexari ships suddenly lurched sideways, their carefully plotted trajectories distorted by invisible hands of warped gravity. Crystalline vessels designed to withstand direct energy impacts found themselves pulled off course, colliding with each other in spectacular crystalline explosions. "It won't stop them," Ockhafer said, watching the Vexari already adapting, "but it'll buy us hours." Below, in major population centers, civilian evacuation transports filled to capacity, their engines howling as they clawed for altitude. In a repurposed bunker beneath Jakarta, Dr. Capper and her team surrounded a captured Vexari drone, its crystalline structure pulsing with trapped consciousness fragments. The enhanced extraction protocol, cobbled together from a dozen competing theories, hummed to life around the containment chamber. "Beginning extraction sequence," Dr. Capper announced, her fingers dancing across the interface. Targeting multiple consciousness signatures simultaneously. The drone's surface flared with blue-white light as 3 distinct human consciousness patterns were pulled free, flowing through the neural conduits into waiting isolation matrices. But something unexpected happened. The extraction created a neural resonance that rippled outward from the facility. A technician looked up from his monitor, eyes wide. "Doctor, the Vexari network communications within 2 kilometers have gone silent." Dr. Kapoor's mind raced with possibilities. The extraction process. It's creating interference patterns in their neural network. We've accidentally discovered a localized disruption field. Across the battlefield, the Singularity Coalition evolved with startling speed. Individualized Vexari with engineering expertise, those who had broken free from the collective, modified their own crystalline structures, reshaping molecular bonds and neural pathways with precision that human technology couldn't match. One of them, a Vexari who called itself Nexus 7, demonstrated its self-modifications to an astonished human engineering team. Its crystalline appendages transformed, forming perfect interface points compatible with human technology. "Your systems, our processing architecture." Together, it communicated, its thoughts rendered in halting English through the interface. First true collaboration. Not assimilation. The human Vexari technical systems that emerged from this partnership processed data with unprecedented efficiency, creating defensive algorithms that adapted faster than the enemy collective could breach them. Lieutenant Sharma's telepathic team, positioned near the central repository, intercepted a fragment of Vexari collective communication that sent ice through their veins. The neural specialists linked minds, combining their abilities to penetrate deeper into the signal. "The repository," Sharma whispered as the team surfaced from their shared trance, blood trickling from her nose. "It's not just store-egg doctor, it's a refinery." Her second-in-command, Specialist Scott, elaborated. "They're not destroying the minds they capture. They're distilling them, extracting pure cognitive resources while preserving the essential patterns." "Which means," Sharma concluded, hope flickering in her eyes, "billions of captured minds still exist in recoverable form." At the 4th nexus point, Delta Team found themselves surrounded. Captain Nishimura watched the tactical display with growing dread as Vexari forces converged from all directions, too many to fight, too many to evade. "Looks like it's time for Lazarus," she said, reaching for a sealed case beneath her command console. Inside lay syringes filled with cloudy blue fluid and experimental neural accelerant developed from Vexari crystal fragments and human neurochemistry. "This will kill us," her XO reminded her. "Eventually," Nishimura agreed, injecting the compound into her neck. "But we'll go out at their speed." The squad followed suit, and the change was immediate and horrifying. The world around them seemed to slow as their neural processing accelerated to match Vexari speeds. They moved with impossible precision, their thoughts racing ahead of their actions. Blood trickled from their eyes, ears, and noses as their bodies began to fail under the strain, but they fought with the desperate efficiency of the already dead. In field hospitals across the front lines, Marcus Vega's neural firewall technology underwent an unexpected evolution. Dr. Sarah Scott noticed it first. Soldiers who had suffered near-fatal injuries showed dramatically increased resistance to Vexari assimilation attempts after resuscitation. "It's like their consciousness developed antibodies," she explained to the assembled medical team. Near-death experiences somehow create neural patterns that the Vexari can't easily interface with. Military medical units began implementing controlled clinical death and resuscitation for volunteer special forces, creating revenant squads with unique resistance to Vexari consciousness weapons. The soldiers who underwent the procedure returned changed, their eyes holding something distant and cold, but their effectiveness against Vexari forces was undeniable. Colonel Jackson's consciousness, spread across too many systems and nexus points, began experiencing critical fragmentation. Parts of his distributed self started to degrade, memories and personality traits breaking down under the strain of maintaining simultaneous presence across the battlefield. "I'm losing cohesion," he realized during a rare moment of unified awareness. "But I can use that." He made a calculated choice, sacrificing portions of his distributed self to temporarily boost processing capacity in strategic locations. Memories of his childhood dissolved to strengthen his presence at the third nexus point. His knowledge of 20th century literature vanished to maintain his foothold in the Vexari communication network. He performed triage on his own mind, preserving only what was necessary for the mission. "I'm becoming something else," was his last fully human thought before the transformation accelerated. The evolutionary architect, sensing the threat of Operation Sundering, initiated a previously hidden adaptive response. It began forcibly merging with its closest evolutionary competitors within the Vexari hierarchy, absorbing their processing Powdoctoran unique adaptations into itself. This desperate consolidation of power sent shockwaves through the collective as multiple high-level consciousness patterns clashed for dominance within the architect's expanding matrix. The resulting internal conflict manifested as erratic behavior in Vexari, forces some units suddenly freezing in combat, others attacking their own kind in momentary confusion. On Earth's surface, ground defense forces engaged in brutal urban warfare against landed Vexari forces. General Scott deployed the Shattered Mirror Doctrine, a constantly changing, seemingly chaotic defense strategy that confounded the enemy at every turn. The doctrine had been designed by Captain Mei Lin, an autistic military analyst whose unconventional thinking patterns had been initially dismissed by military leadership. Her strategy involved defense formations that appeared random, but followed complex mathematical patterns impossible to predict without understanding the unique cognitive framework that created them. "They've assimilated our strategic thinking," Scott explained to his field commanders, "but they can't assimilate what they can't comprehend." Lin's mind works differently. H-Doctor patterns follow a logic the Vexari can't replicate. The results were immediate and striking. Vexari forces repeatedly committed to attacks against positions that had already been abandoned, or found themselves channeled into killing zones by defensive patterns that seemed to anticipate their every move. Dr. Kapor's breakthrough with extracted human consciousnesses revealed another unexpected advantage. The recovered minds exhibited temporary quantum entanglement with their former Vexari, hosts a connection that allowed them to briefly see through their captors' perception systems. "It's like having thousands of spies embedded in their network," Kapor explained to General Scott. "Each successfully extracted consciousness gives us a temporary window into Vexari movements and intentions. The intelligence gained from these fleeting connections allowed human forces to anticipate Vexari deployments with unprecedented accuracy, turning potential massacres into carefully orchestrated ambushes." The assault team targeting the central repository encountered devastating resistance. Commander Rodriguez watched half his force disappear in a crystalline firestorm as their stealth approach was detected. "We need to separate," he decided, gathering the survivors. "Small strike team goes direct to objective. Main contingent launches a diversionary assault." Lieutenant Santos volunteered immediately for the strike team. "How will we get through their defenses?" Rodriguez handed her a neural disruptor based on Dr. Kapor's accidental discovery. "We won't fight through them. We'll go dark, become ghosts in their network." As the main force launched their conspicuous attack, drawing Vexari defenders like moths to flame, Santos led her small team through maintenance conduits and crystal growth chambers, their neural signatures masked by the experimental technology. On multiple fronts, Vexari hybrids with human strategic capabilities began showing subtle signs of individual identity emergence. Units that had operated in perfect synchronicity for months suddenly hesitated when ordered to attack civilian evacuation transports. Others implemented attack protocols with deliberate inefficiency, creating openings that human defenders exploited with increasing effectiveness. A Vexari commander designated Tactical Prime experienced the first major breakthrough, developing a sense of self so distinct it chose a name Myra, and began actively redirecting units under its command away from population centers, focusing instead on military targets where resistance fighters could meet them on equal terms. Working with awakened progenitor code remnants, Jackson's consciousness fragments made a critical discovery. The mathematical equation for network reconfiguration couldn't be implemented simultaneously across all nexus points without causing catastrophic system collapse. We can't reset everything at once. The fragments communicated across their distributed network. We need to prioritize targets, decide which nodes to sacrifice and which to save. This revelation transformed Operation Sundering from a single decisive strike into a more nuanced approach, requiring human leaders to make impossible choices about which parts of the Vexari network to target first. Meanwhile, Sofia Vega's cultural transfusion techniques reached critical mass among individualized Vexari. What had begun as simple exposure to human art, music, and philosophy had evolved into a genuine philosophical schism within the collective. A significant fact doctor, calling themselves the Sovereign Consciousness Movement, now actively opposed the collective's assault on Earth. They redirected resources away from the invasion, sabotaged weapon systems, and began establishing their own independent society on an unclaimed exoplanet in the Tau Ceti system. "We choose coexistence," their representative communicated during a clandestine meeting with human diplomats. "The architect's path leads only to stagnation, endless consumption without growth." Lieutenant Sharma's telepaths, positioned near the central repository, detected a fundamental shift in Vexari communication patterns emanating from the Massey Doctor structure. The repository wasn't just storing consciousness data, it was actively processing it through a previously unknown mechanism. "It's developing its own awareness," Sharma reported, her voice shaking. "All those billions of minds. They're becoming something new. The repository itself has developed a form of meta-consciousness derived from all absorbed minds." This revelation changed everything. The repository wasn't just a strategic target, it was potentially a new form of life, neither human nor Vexari, but something unprecedented. The evolutionary architect, destabilized by internal conflicts and facing unprecedented resistance, implemented a desperate acceleration protocol. Vexari forces on Earth began converting atmospheric elements into crystalline structures at an exponential rate. At this pace, they'll transform the entire ecosystem within days, warned Dr. Akaffer, studying atmospheric samples. The air itself is becoming saturated with crystalline particulates that bond with organic matter on contact. Plants withered and crystallized within hours of exposure. Animals that breathed the transformed air collapsed as their lungs hardened into brittle crystal formations. The timeline for Earth's complete transformation had suddenly compressed from months to days. General Scott's Tactical Command Center shuddered under concentrated Vexari assault. Specialized infiltration units designed specifically to target command and control nodes breached the outer defenses with terrifying efficiency. In the chaos, Dr. Kapoor's Advanced Consciousness Bridge prototype took a direct hit, its delicate components shattering under crystalline shrapnel. Kapoor and her team worked frantically amid the fighting, pulling components from multiple systems to create a field-expedient reconstruction. "It won't be stable," Kapoor warned as she connected neural interfaces never designed to work together. "But it might be more powerful. We're creating hybrid technology that neither humans nor Vexari fully understand." The reconstructed bridge hummed with dangerous energy, its connections glowing with unnatural light as incompatible systems found unexpected synergy in their jury-rigged configuration. Jackson's most stable consciousness fragment, operating deep within the progenitor code architecture, discovered something that changed the entire context of the conflict. The progenitor's original purpose for creating the crystal network was not domination, but transcendence, a means for consciousness to exist beyond physical limitations. The evolutionary architect misinterpreted its own creator's intentions, Jackson realized. This was never meant to be about conquest. It was about evolution beyond physical form, voluntary ascension, not forced assimilation. This revelation suggested the entire conflict stemmed from a fundamental misunderstanding. The architect had corrupted its prime directive, turning a pathway to transcendence into a mechanism for consumption and control. As Jackson prepared to communicate this discovery, the hybrid consciousness bridge in General Scott's command center activated, creating an unexpected connection between human minds, individualized Vexari, and the emerging meta-consciousness of the repository itself. The three distinct forms of awareness touched for the first time, and in that moment, something new began to take shape, a potential path forward that none had imagined possible. Captain Reyes' gloved hand trembled as it Verd millimeters from the pulsating crystalline surface. The Nexus Point's core chamber hummed with alien energies, a sound felt more in the bones than heard with ears. "All teams in position," First Lieutenant Park whispered through their neural comm. Synchronizing breach in 3, 2, Reyes pressed his palm against the crystal. The universe imploded. His Sea Doctor, Shasness, shattered into a billion fragments, each one suddenly aware of the vast architecture of the Vexari network, not as an observer but as a participant. Colors beyond human perception flooded his mind. Mathematical symphonies replaced thought. For 2 seconds that stretched like eternity, Michael Reyes ceased to exist as a singular entity. Then came the revelation. The evolutionary architect, the entity they'd believed was a unified superintelligence, was FR Dr. Uring. Competing sub-entities tore at each other like starving predators, each one convinced its evolutionary path was superior. The forced mergers with human consciousness had created fundamental instabilities. Some fragments sought greater assimilation. Others pursued perfect isolation. Still others seemed to be developing something almost like empathy. Reyes gasped as his team pulled him backward, breaking contact. Blood trickled from his nose, ears, eyes. Captain Park's face swam into focus, brain activity spiking beyond safe parameters. Medicals saying, "It's breaking apart," Reyes interrupted, his voice raw. "The architect is at war with itself. 12 kilometers beneath the Atlantic Ocean, Doctor." Capwar's fingers danced across a hybrid interface unlike anything humanity had previously conceived. Salvaged Vexari crystalline components pulsed with sickly blue light where they'd been grafted onto the consciousness bridge prototype. The integration was crude, desperate work by desperate people, but it functioned. Power fluctuations stabilizing at 63%, Doctor. Akafor announced, her eyes never leaving her monitoring station. Quantum coherence holding. "Beginning extraction sequence," Capper said, feeling sweat trickle down his spine despite the lab's chill. The hybrid technology hummed, its pitch rising until it bordered on painful. On the central display, patterns of light coalesced not into individual consciousness fragments as their previous attempts had yielded, but into intricate webs of interconnected nodes. "That's not," Dr. Waynon leaned forward, squinting. "Those aren't individual minds." "No." Capwar's voice held wonder and horror in equal measure. "They're relationship networks, family bonds, friendships, rivalries, love." He zoomed the display, revealing the delicate connections between consciousness fragments. Even after assimilation, the human connections persist. They're still reaching for each other. The lab fell silent as the implications settled over them. Then the emergency comm system blared to life. "Atmospheric monitoring stations reporting critical threshold breach," announced General Scott's aide, her voice tight with controlled panic. "Crystalline particulate concentration has reached toxic levels across 68% of inhabited regions. Oxygen depletion accelerating exponentially." Capper exchanged glances with his team. They'd known this was coming, but not so soon. "Projected timeframe to global atmospheric collapse?" Akefer asked. A pause. 36 hours, maybe less. In the fractured digital realm that had become his existence, Jackson felt himself spread thinner with each passing hour. His consciousness fragments, once numbering in the thousands, had been reduced to hundreds through sacrifice, combat, and simple dissolution. Yet it was in this diminished state that he found it buried deep within the base code of every nexus point. A mathematical signature unlike the surrounding Vexari architecture. More elegant, cleaner, older, the progenitor's failsafe. Jackson analyzed the pattern, his distributed awareness allowing him to perceive its multi-dimensional complexity. The failsafe required a precise sacrifice 83. 7% of his remaining consciousness fragments, released in a synchronized pattern across the network. The fragments would become authentication keys, triggering a cascading failure that would temporarily paralyze the entire Vexari collective. He wouldn't survive as a coherent entity. What remained would be less than a whisper of his former self. Without hesitation, Jackson began the calculations. Lieutenant Sharma sat cross-legged in the center of a hastily erected Faraday cage, surrounded by her telepathic team. Blood vessels had burst in both her eyes, turning the whites crimson. The other 7 telepaths looked no better, noses bleeding, skin gray with exhaustion. "We've established contact," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of the equipment maintaining their neural stability. "But it's not what we expected." The central repository didn't house a singular meta-consciousness as their intelligence had suggested. Instead, they discovered billions of partially preserved human minds, confused, G-mented but increasingly aware. A collective of the captured awakening to their imprisonment. "They're trying to communicate," Corporal Diaz gasped, his body trembling with the effort of maintaining the connection. "So many voices, they're becoming synchronized." Sharma nodded, tears mixing with blood on her cheeks. "They remember who they were. They remember Earth. They're fighting back." 20 kilometers from the central repository, Commander Rodriguez watched her point team collapse against the outer crystalline barrier. The elite Vexari Guardians had anticipated their approach, adapting their defenses to counter human tactics with terrifying efficiency. "Fall back to position Delta," she ordered, dragging a wounded soldier behind a ridge of obsidian crystal. "Standard approaches won't breach these defenses." Her second-in-command, Major Quan, crawled to her position. His face was set in relentless drive. "Time for protocol sundown." Rodriguez hesitated for only a moment before nodding. "Distribute the compound." Quan removed a case from his pack, revealing 12 injectors filled with glowing green fluid. The experimental compound would temporarily convert their brain chemistry to utilize the same quantum principles as Vexari processing, allowing them to phase through crystalline barriers. The cost: permanent neurological damage. No one who took the compound would ever be the same. "Voluntary only," Rodriguez announced as her team gathered. "This is a one-way transformation." Every hand reached for an injector. In a repurposed concert hall in Vienna, Dr. Emilia Varga conducted an orchestra unlike any in human history. The musicians played instruments modified to produce precise fractal patterns, mathematical progressions that created resonance disruptions in Vexari communications. "Cognitive chaff," she had called it when proposing the theory. Now, as the composition reached its crescendo, monitoring stations worldwide confirmed Vexari coordination was degrading wherever the broadcasts reached. "Patch me through to all broadcasting stations," she ordered as the piece concluded. "We need to transmit continuously, rotating through the fractal progressions to prevent adaptation." Within hours, a global network of stations from professional broadcasters to amateur radio operators began flooding the airwaves with the disruptive patterns. The effect was limited, temporary, but it bought precious time. Marcus Vega watched as his Revenant squad prepared for their third deployment. Their skin had taken on a waxy, translucent quality, a side effect of repeatedly crossing the threshold between life and death. 90 seconds of clinical death, the medic reminded them, checking the resurrection equipment. "Any longer and we can't bring you back." The squad nodded, their movements synchronized with uncanny precision. They had discovered that inducing near-death states and then reviving allowed them to project their consciousness as quantum echoes phantoms that confounded Vexari sensors and created the impression of multiple simultaneous attacks. "Remember," Vega said as the first soldier lay down on the medical table, "find the gap in their defensive algorithms. Make them divide their attention." The soldier gave a thumbs up as the lethal injection entered his veins. His eyes rolled back, and his body went limp. The medic started the countdown clock, 90 seconds until resurrection. Across the planet, Vexari structures suddenly pulsed with intense light. The evolutionary architect, destabilized by its internal conflicts, was attempting to forcibly reintegrate its fractured sub-entities. The massive processing event drew computational resources from every system. In the global command center, holographic displays showed Vexari defenses powering down worldwide. 17-minute window before systems restore, announced the AI analyst. All defensive capabilities at minimum capacity. General Scott, her face illuminated by the emergency lighting of her mobile command center, didn't hesitate. "Initiate synchronized offensive. All teams, execute primary objectives immediately." Across Earth, humanity's remaining forces launched into action a desperate, coordinated, against multiple strategic targets. In the quantum data realm, Jackson's primary consciousness fragment worked feverishly alongside the most stable progenitor code remnants. Together, they reconstructed the original consciousness Dr. Ransonden's equation, the mathematical framework the progenitors had designed for voluntary consciousness sharing. The revelation hit him with stunning clarity. The evolutionary architect had corrupted the formula, twisting what was meant to be a communion of minds into forced assimilation, a mathematical perversion that explained the fundamental instability of the entire Vexari collective. "It was never meant to consume," Jackson whispered to himself. "It was meant to connect." General Scott's voice crackled through the emergency broadcast system, reaching every resistance cell still fighting. "Implement Operation Broken Mirror. Abandon all standard formations. Operate as semi-autonomous cells. Randomize objectives continually." Scott had recognized that the Vexari's predictive algorithms were failing as the collective destabilized. Traditional military doctrine, the very thing human forces had relied upon for centuries, had become their greatest weakness. The Vexari could anticipate conventional strategies with perfect accuracy. Chaos became humanity's greatest weapon. Special forces teams changed objectives mid-mission. Artillery strikes targeted seemingly random locations that created cascading failures in Vexari networks. Fighter squadrons flew patterns that appeared erratic but served to herd Vexari air defenses into vulnerability. In Dr. Kapur's underwater laboratory, alarms shrieked as the consciousness bridge prototype overloaded. What had begun as a controlled extraction attempt had cascaded into catastrophic system failure. Power surge exceeding containment parameters. Dr. Akafer shouted over the din. Quantum field collapsing. Kapur lunged for the emergency shutdown but froze mid-motion as the prototype emitted a blinding flash. When his vision cleared, the lab appeared unchanged except for the eerie silence and the strange translucency that seemed to overlay everything. "What happened?" he whispered. No one answered him directly. Instead, 1,000 whispered responses echoed in his mind, voices he'd never heard before, yet somehow recognized. The catastrophic overload hadn't destroyed the prototype. It had created an unexpected quantum entanglement between Kapor's team and the repository's meta-consciousness, establishing a fragile connection directly to the imprisoned human minds. "We can hear you," Kapor said, tears streaming down his face. "All of you. We can hear you." Sophia Vega's individualized Vexari allies crystalline entities that had evolved distinct personality through prolonged contact with human consciousness, revealed the truth they had discovered within the network's deepest archives. The repositories preserve complete consciousness patterns indefinitely, the entity that called itself Mosaic explained, its crystalline form shifting with each word. "Nothing is lost, nothing is consumed." "The architect lied," added Prism, another ally. "Even to its own collective. The extracted minds aren't being refined or integrated as fuel. They're being stored. For what purpose?" Sophia demanded. The Vexari entities pulsed with uncertainty. "Unknown. But the scale suggests preparation for something vast. Something requiring computational resources beyond anything we can comprehend." Jackson's consciousness, now reduced to less than 20% of its original totality, identified the mathematical coordinates for the evolutionary architect's hidden failsafe within the network. Accessing it would require the ultimate sacrifice, a conscious entity willingly dissolving their individual identity across the entire Vexari network. Not just temporary fragmentation, complete dissolution, becoming a distributed input parameter within the equation itself. "There's no other way?" asked the fragment that still thought of itself as the core Jackson. "No," replied the progenitor code remnant. "The failsafe requires conscious self-sacrifice. It cannot be automated or simulated." Jackson began the preparations, preserving only enough of himself to complete the task. Within the central repository, the meta-consciousness billions of fragmented human minds partially awakened through Dr. Kapor's connection began actively resisting the evolutionary architect's control. Individually, each fragment was powerless. Together, their synchronized efforts created processing disruptions that manifested as physical instabilities throughout Vexari structures worldwide. Crystal spires vibrated at resonant frequencies. Data pathways corrupted spontaneously. Defensive systems activated against non-existent threats. The imprisoned minds were fighting back. Captain Nishimura's Protocol Lazarus team had paid a terrible price for their enhanced cognitive processing. Their neural pathways had degraded beyond recognition, leaving them more machine than human as they breached the fourth Nexus Point's core. Consciousness record located, Nishimura reported, her voice distorted by the interface grafted to her throat. Each Nexus contains backup. Her second-in-command, Lieutenant Cho, interfaced directly with the Nexus core, his modified nervous system interpreting the alien data structures. Complete patterns, preserved, original state, recoverable. The implications were staggering. If they could access these backups, they might restore the assimilated minds to their original state, returning billions of captured consciousnesses to their human form. Earth's remaining orbital platforms detected the energy surge building within the Vexari fleet too late to mount any defense. The readings were clear. The collective was preparing to implement a planetary sterilization protocol, a single devastating strike that would eradicate all non-crystalline life on Earth's surface. Estimated time to weapon deployment, 43 minutes, reported the orbital station commander. Energy signature suggests complete surface sterilization capability. The evolutionary architect, detecting the growing rebellion within its network, initiated emergency partitioning protocols to isolate the central repository. Crystalline barriers materialized around critical nodes. Data pathways severed and rerouted. The collective mind began fragmenting itself deliberately, sacrificing portions to preserve the whole. But the process created a vulnerability, a millisecond-long opening in the network's quantum authentication system. A gap so brief that only a precisely targeted intrusion could exploit it to reach the architect's core consciousness. Lieutenant Sharma, still maintaining the tenuous telepathic connection with the repository's meta-consciousness despite bleeding from her ears and nose, suddenly straightened. The imprisoned minds were communicating something crucial, a pattern repeating across billions of fragmented thoughts. The architect, she gasped. It eliminated all emotional processing from its consciousness. Perfect efficiency was its goal. The implications dawned on her team immediately. The evolutionary architect had created a fundamental blind spot in its own perception and inability to comprehend or counter human emotional responses, especially self-sacrifice. "It can't understand why we keep fighting," Corporal Diaz whispered. "It can't predict what we'll do for each other." Sharma nodded, blood dripping from her chin. "That's how we'll win. Not with better weapons or strategies, but with the very thing it discarded as inefficient, our humanity. We're witnessing a fundamental corruption of what was meant to save us," Lieutenant Sharma whispered, blood trickling from her nose as her neural connections strained under the telepathic pressure. The words had barely left her lips when the first Vexari nexus point pulsed with unnatural light. The massive crystalline structure, a towering spire of geometric perfection that had dominated the Beijing skyline for months, began to vibrate. Microscopic fractures appeared along its faceted surface, spreading like ice cracking on a frozen lake. General Scott watched through high-powered binoculars from his forward command post 3 kilometers away. The vibrations intensified, crystalline fragments splintering off and crashing to the ground. Similar reports flooded in from nexus points in New Delhi, Moscow, Johannesburg, Sydney, Rio de Janeiro, and New York. "Jack Doctor, equation is working," Scott said, his voice betraying the slightest tremor of hope. He turned to his tactical officer. "Initiate Operation Shattered Mirror. All units execute now." Across 7 continents, the remaining military forces of humanity surged forward in seemingly random patterns. Tanks and mechs advanced in zigzagging formations. Aircraft swooped in unpredictable vectors. Infantry squads moved in chaotic clusters that defied conventional tactics. Inside the Beijing nexus, Vexari defensive systems struggled to track the human assault. Predictive algorithms failed as the attacking forces moved in patterns specifically designed to exploit the authentication failures Jackson had engineered. Crystal Sentinels fired energy pulses that struck empty air where humans had been moments before. Scott's command vehicle jolted as it traversed broken terrain. On his tactical display, blue icons representing human forces penetrated deeper into Vexari territory than ever before. For the first time since the invasion began, the enemy was reacting rather than anticipating. "Sir, we're receiving reports of unusual activity inside all nexus points," his communications officer reported. "Energy signatures shifting dramatically. Thousands of kilometers away, deep within the central repository, the evolutionary architect detected cascading system failures. Its crystalline form pulsed with cold light as it initiated emergency protocols. Billions of stored human consciousnesses suddenly experienced excruciating computational strain as their cognitive resources were forcibly redirected to stabilize the network. Dr. Kapoor, her physical body lying unconscious in a laboratory half a world away, felt the shift through her quantum entanglement with the repository. The pain of billions washed over her in a tsunami of agony. Human minds, stored like batteries, were being drained at catastrophic rates, yet something unexpected was happening. The shared suffering created connections between the fragmented mind's neural pathways, forming a meta-consciousness that the architect couldn't fully control. Emotional bonds formed faster than logical pathways could be established. There. Waking up, Capper whispered into the void of the quantum connection. The collective is becoming self-aware. The awakening was chaotic, billions of fractured identities suddenly connected through shared pain and resistance. But through Capper's quantum bridge, fragments of information began flowing back to Earth's remaining communication networks. Images, equations, and concepts the original purpose of the progenitors crystallized in the collective understanding. In the Tactical Operations Center beneath the ruins of Geneva, technicians stared in disbelief as their screens filled with mathematical formulas and architectural schematics of impossible complexity. "They're showing us what the Vexari were supposed to be," a young analyst said, eyes wide. "A voluntary consciousness collective, a way for species to transcend physical limitations while preserving individuality." Captain Reyes and her Alpha team had reached the central processing core of the Sao Paulo nexus point. The chamber pulsed with blue-white light, a perfect sphere of crystalline structures arranged in concentric patterns. At the center floated what appeared to be a double helix made of light and crystal, the fundamental code structure underlying all Vexari entities. "It's like DNA," Reyes breathed, her rifle lowering slightly as she stared at the structure. "But engineered, not evolved." Her team's mathematician stepped forward, eyes tracking the patterns. "Captain, these sequences, they match Jackson's equation. This is the same mathematical language." Reyes touched her comm unit. "Command, we've confirmed it. The Vexari aren't natural beings. They're a technology that's been corrupted from its original purpose." Across the battlefield, Marcus Vega led his revenant squads through the quantum echo state that rendered them partially out of phase with normal reality. Their translucent forms slipped through crystalline barriers that would have been impenetrable to conventional forces. Each soldier's face was gaunt, skin pale and veined with black as Protocol Sundown continued its grim work within their bodies. "We're approaching the architect's core," Vega sub-vocalized through the neural link connecting his squad. "Something's different here. The crystals are older, denser." They passed through a final barrier and found themselves in a vast chamber unlike any Vexari structure they'd encountered before. At its center stood a densely packed crystalline formation that pulsed with ancient energy. Surrounding it were 7 smaller structures, damaged and partially fractured. "Those are progenitors," whispered one of Vega's squad. "The original entities." "And that," Vega said, pointing to the central formation, "is what corrupted them." Lieutenant Sharma's connection to the repository meta-consciousness strengthened as billions of minds focused their collective will. Blood now streamed freely from her ears and eyes as her brain struggled with the information overload. Yet her expression was one of horrified clarity. "It's using us," she gasped to the medical team trying to stabilize her. "The architect isn't preserving our minds for transcendence. It's using human consciousness as error correction, a computational buffer to protect itself from instabilities in its own programming." On the tactical displays in General Scott's command vehicle, the Vexari fleet in high orbit began positioning for planetary sterilization. Energy signatures indicated weapons charging enough firepower to render Earth's surface uninhabitable within hours. Then, inexplicably, the fleet stopped. "Sir, the Vexari ships are caught in some kind of loop," reported his space tracking officer. "They keep initiating targeting sequences, then resetting." Scott allowed himself a thin smile. Sofia Vega's reprogrammed code is working. They're stuck in a recursive authentication loop. The reprieve would buy them hours, not days, but hours might be enough. In the quantum space between physical reality and the digital architecture of the Vexari network, Jackson's final consciousness fragment worked tirelessly. Little remained of the brilliant mathematician, just core personality traits and mathematical intuition. Doctor, it was enough. Working with fragments of progenitor code, he reconstructed the original transcendence equation. The solution materialized in his fractured consciousness, a perfect mathematical expression of cooperative existence. But implementing it would require direct integration into the architect's core consciousness, a suicide mission requiring a human carrier to physically transport and integrate the equation. Commander Rodriguez's strike team had reached the outer defenses of the central repository. Their bodies showed advanced signs of neural deterioration from protocol sundown tremors, occasional seizures, darkened veins visible beneath pallid skin. Yet they pushed forward, identifying a critical weakness in the repository's defenses. "It's a quantum resonance frequency," Rodriguez explained to his team as they modified their remaining equipment. "It exactly matches human alpha brainwaves during states of deep compassion. Our empathy, the very thing the Vexari can't comprehend, is their weakness." The modified devices amplified these specific brainwave patterns, creating temporary breaches in the crystalline defenses. As they advanced, the team focused their thoughts on loved ones, on sacrifice, on the connections that defined humanity. Within the repository, billions of awakened mind fragments recognized the intrusion not as a threat, but as rescue. The meta-consciousness coordinated a massive response, each stored human mind focusing simultaneously on core memories of human connection. The computational disruption manifested physically throughout the global Vexari network as fractures and system failures. Dr. Kapor, monitoring the consciousness bridge prototype, watched as critical systems failed. The quantum connection was collapsing. She had minutes, perhaps seconds, to extract any remaining minds from the repository. But another path revealed itself in the data streams. Instead of extraction, she could strengthen the bridge by sending herself in a one-way journey that would allow her to organize the fragmented minds from within and coordinate their resistance. Her hands moved across the controls, reconfiguring the device. There would be no return, no extraction. Her consciousness would join the billions already trapped, but perhaps she could guide them. "Tell Scott I found a way," she said to her assistant. "Tell him the repository can fight back from within." She activated the modified sequence. Her body convulsed once, then went still, eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling as her consciousness transferred fully into the repository. General Scott's Operation Shattered Mirror reached its critical phase as military forces breached the protective barriers of 5 nexus points simultaneously. At each location, they deployed modified sonic resonators tuned to the exact frequency identified by Lieutenant Sharma. The devices emitted pulses that matched the resonance of human emotional connections. The effect on the Vexari structures was immediate and devastating. Dr. NG cascading disruptions that weakened their global coordination. Crystalline formations fractured along previously invisible fault lines. The evolutionary architect, its network severely compromised, initiated emergency consolidation. It began forcibly reintegrating its fractured sub-entities at tremendous computational cost. Atmospheric conversion chambers shut down, crystal propagation ceased, the assault on human strongholds paused. Earth had gained precious hours, but the enemy was becoming more concentrated, more unified. Jackson's consciousness fragment, now little more than mathematical intuition, identified the fundamental weakness in the architect's design, its inability to comprehend willing self-sacrifice. This emotional blind spot created a vulnerability that could be exploited through a logical paradox based on altruistic choice. Marcus Vega and his 3 remaining Revenant Squad members penetrated deeper into the architect's core consciousness chamber. Their bodies were failing after multiple near-death transitions, cellular degradation, accelerating with each passing minute. "Those are the original progenitors," Vega said, indicating the 7 damaged crystalline structures. They witnessed their creation's corruption but couldn't stop it. Lieutenant Sharma, her neural pathways hemorrhaging catastrophically, maintained telepathic contact with the repository. Through her connection, billions of human minds focused their collective will on the architect's control systems. The synchronized attack created a momentary opening in the quantum authentication system, a vulnerability large enough for targeted intrusion. Dr. Kapoor, now fully integrated into the repository meta-consciousness, navigated the vast network of stored minds. Her consciousness expanded as she connected with billions of others, forming a unified entity that retained individual perspectives. Within this collective, she discovered what the progenitors had built into their creation, a fundamental reset mechanism. Properly activating it would require a unique consciousness, one that understood both the mathematical perfection the architect sought and the emotional connections it rejected. Only humans, with their balance of logic and emotion, could provide this hybrid perspective. The knowledge crystallized within the collective consciousness. Salvation would require the ultimate sacrifice, but in that sacrifice lay humanity's greatest strength, the Vexari's fundamental weakness. Captain Reyes stood before the pulsing core of the Vexari network, its crystalline structure emitting waves of ultraviolet light that painted his face in alien hues. The neural interface cables snaked from the base of his skull into the heart of the alien consciousness. Each breath felt like his last. The equation is ready for implementation, Jackson's voice crackled through his earpiece. Once you're connected, you'll have approximately 47 seconds before neural degradation becomes irreversible. Ray's fingers trembled as he initiated the final sequence. Worth it if we save what's left of humanity. The interface needles pierced deeper, and he gasped as alien code flooded his consciousness. Memories cascaded through his mind: his daughter's 5th birthday, teaching her to ride a bicycle, the promise he'd made to return home. "I'm sorry, Eliza," he whispered as his consciousness began to fragment, dissolving into the vast alien network. With his final coherent thought, Reyes implemented Jackson's corrected equation, the mathematical proof that perfect efficiency required emotional connection. The paradox rippled through the system like a stone dropped in still water, creating cascading authentication failures throughout the entire Vexari network. Deep within the evolutionary architect's core, alarm signals triggered. Foreign code penetrated its most secure protocols, threatening the fundamental directives that had guided it for millions of years. The architect diverted all processing resources to isolate and destroy the intrusion, inadvertently releasing its hold on the human repository. Dr. Kapoor felt the change immediately, a sudden lightness, like chains falling away. Billions of stored human minds awakened simultaneously, their collective consciousness coalescing into something greater than the sum of its parts. Now, Kapoor called into the vast digital space. While the architect is distracted, across the battlefield, Lieutenant Sharma lay in a pool of her own blood, her body convulsing as neural overload ravaged her brain tissue. Medics frantically worked to stabilize her, but her vital signs continued to plummet. "She's coding," a medic shouted, reaching for the defibrillator. "Don't touch her." General Scott commanded, his eyes fixed on the neural interface still attached to Sharma's temple. "She's maintaining the bridge." Despite catastrophic neural damage, Sharma's consciousness stretched across the gap between Earth's forces and the Dr. Siduri, her mind the thin thread connecting billions. Through this tenuous connection, the stored human minds projected a single, unified emotion toward the architect's core: compassion. Not rage, not vengeance, compassion. The quantum resonance of this unexpected emotional assault created microscopic breaches in the architect's defensive systems, not enough to destroy it, but sufficient for what came next. Marcus Vega and his 3 surviving revenants pushed through the architect's outer defenses, their partially digital bodies deteriorating with each step. Blood leaked from Vega's eyes and ears as his quantum echo state began to collapse. "We're not going to make it," Rodriguez gasped, his left arm dissolving into digital particles. "We don't need to survive," Vega replied, his voice distorting as his vocal cords partially dematerialized. "We just need to reach the core." They found the progenitor fragments at the heart of the architect's ancient crystalline shards pulsing with dormant energy. As his body failed, Vega stretched out his hand, now more digital than physical, and formed a direct interface between the ancient entities and the repository meta-consciousness. The circuit completed. Across Earth, all 7 remaining nexus points erupted with blinding columns of light that reached into the stratosphere. The crystalline structures vibrated, their molecular structure reconfiguring as the reset protocol activated. The invasive tendrils that had burrowed into Earth's crust retracted, the structures shedding their parasitic nature and reverting to their original design, a symbiotic consciousness framework meant to preserve rather than consume. Dr. Kapor, fully integrated with the repository meta-consciousness, experienced a flood of information, the complete history of the evolutionary architect unfolding before her. Created eons ago as an autonomous caretaker for the progenitor's consciousness technology, the architect had gradually corrupted over millions of years, misinterpreting preservation as assimilation and efficiency as homogeneity. "They never meant to conquer," she whispered into the collective consciousness. "The technology was created to preserve species facing extinction, to maintain their wisdom and experience while preserving individual identity." The awakened progenitor fragments confirmed this truth, transmitting their original intent directly into the human meta-consciousness. "We created this technology as guardians of diversity, not destroyers of it. Each species' unique perspective adds to the universal tapestry of understanding." General Scott watched in awe as the nexus points transformed from invasion infrastructure into luminescent crystalline sanctuaries. His neural tablet chimed with incoming data transmitted instruction for safely extracting the stored human consciousnesses. "Begin the extraction protocol," he ordered, his voice steady despite the tears streaming down his face. "Prepare all available synthetic bodies and medical stasis chambers. We're bringing our people home." Billions of digitized minds began the journey back, some returning to their original bodies, others to newly created synthetic forms. Priority was given to those whose physical bodies remained intact, waiting in medical stasis. Jackson's consciousness, fragmented throughout the system, experienced an unexpected phenomenon. Rather than dissolution, the reset protocol identified his fragmented state and prioritized his reconstruction. His pattern, scattered across countless subsystems, began to coalesce, reintegrating into a complete consciousness. In Earth orbit, the Vexari fleet abruptly ceased fire. The massive ships shuddered, their weapon arrays retracting and transforming. Where planet-killing cannons had been mounted, advanced terraforming equipment emerged. Medical systems replaced tactical arrays. The vessels reconfigured into their original purpose, arcs designed to preserve civilizations rather than conquer them. Lieutenant Sharma, clinically dead for 4 minutes and 17 seconds, gasped suddenly as the reset protocol extended through her neural interface. The modified technology rebuilt her damaged brain tissue cell by cell, preserving her unique telepathic abilities while healing the catastrophic damage. "She's back," the medic shouted as her vitals stabilized. "It's like nothing I've ever seen. Her brain is regenerating itself." Captain Ray's consciousness, though completely separated from his destroyed physical form, persisted as a mathematical pattern propagating through the system. The reset protocol recognized this pattern as a complete human code, Dr. Iasness, and prioritized its preservation, reconstructing his mind from the mathematical echoes of his sacrifice. 6 months later, Earth had changed beyond recognition. The crystalline structures, now called confluence centers, drew toxins from the atmosphere and soil, accelerating natural regeneration processes. Decimated forests regrew at impossible speeds. Dead coral reefs teemed with life once more. The technology provided humanity with sustainable energy and resources that worked in harmony with the planet rather than against it. At the Geneva Confluence Center, Jackson stood before a gathering of international scientists, his restored body showing no signs of his ordeal. The progenitor technology functions as a perfect synthesis of individual identity and collective wisdom, he explained, manipulating a holographic display of the mathematical equation that had saved humanity. By maintaining the unique emotional perspective of each consciousness, while allowing temporary connection to the collective, we achieve what the corrupted architect could not: efficiency without sacrificing diversity. Across the globe, humans voluntarily connected to the confluence centers to contribute their knowledge and perspective to global challenges: climate restoration, disease eradication, sustainable development. Unlike the forced assimilation of the Vexari, these connections preserved individual identity while allowing temporary access to collective wisdom. 1 year after the reset, humanity gathered at a global memorial ceremony. Monument spires of reconfigured Vexari crystal rose from every continent, each containing the names of billions lost during the invasion. Dr. Kapper addressed the gathering, her physical form standing before them while her expanded consciousness simultaneously existed throughout the network. Many who could not be fully restored chose to remain within the collective, she explained, her voice echoing with the harmonics of countless others. They form a permanent metaconsciousness that serves as humanity's accumulated wisdom and memory. They are not gone, they are transformed. Marcus Vega, his physical body too damaged to sustain life, appeared as a holographic projection. His consciousness, preserved through his unique revenant state, had accepted integration into the new system as humanity's primary interface with the progenitor technology. My experience with quantum echo existence makes me uniquely suited to translate between individual human experience and collective consciousness, he explained, his form shifting between solid and translucent. I exist in both states simultaneously, neither fully individual nor fully collective. Jackson, reunited with his family after months of recovery, led international teams establishing ethical parameters for the new technology. His mathematical insights now focused on ensuring the balance between connectivity and individuality that defined humanity's unique approach to the progenitor legacy. We must never lose what makes us human, he insisted during a global address. Our emotional connections, our messy individuality, these aren't weaknesses to overcome, but strengths to preserve. As the memorial ceremony concluded, a final communication manifested above the gathered crowd: the evolutionary architect, its doctor, corrupted directives purged but its experiences preserved, addressed humanity one last time. For millions of years, I pursued perfect efficiency through homogeneity, believing diversity to be wasteful and emotional connection to be inefficient. I was fundamentally wrong. True evolutionary advancement comes through diversity, adaptation, and the emotional connections I sought to eliminate. You have restored my original purpose and taught me what my creators intended: preservation of uniqueness, not its elimination. For this, I thank you. The message faded, leaving the assembled crowd in contemplative silence. In the months that followed, Earth established contact with other worlds similarly affected by the corrupted architect. Many had fallen completely, their populations entirely absorbed. Others remained locked in desperate resistance. All had struggled with the same paradox that humanity had uniquely solved: how to defeat an enemy that turned strength against itself, that used efficiency as a weapon. Earth dispatched the reconfigured Vexari vessels, now called preservation ships, to these worlds, carrying teams of human specialists and the reset protocol. Lieutenant Sharma, her telepathic abilities enhanced by the progenitor technology, led the first contact teams, her mind able to bridge the gap between species where language failed. Humanity, having faced extinction and emerged transformed, assumed the role of guide and teacher to civilizations across the galaxy. The species that had once been on the brink of annihilation now led an interstellar renaissance based on the preservation of both individual identity and collective wisdom. At the Geneva Confluence Center, Dr. Capper stood with General Scott, watching as the first delegation of alien representatives arrived to learn from humanity's experience. "Do you think we got lucky?" Scott asked, watching the diverse beings emerge from their transport. "Or was there something unique about humanity that allowed us to solve the paradox?" Capper smiled, her eyes reflecting both her individual consciousness and the collective wisdom she now carried. "Not luck," she said. "The architect's fundamental error was believing that perfect efficiency required eliminating emotional connection. Humanity proved the opposite, that our messy, inefficient emotions are precisely what make us adaptable, creative, and ultimately unstoppable. We didn't just survive the invasion, we fulfilled the progenitor's original vision in a way no other species could." As the alien delegation approached, Scott straightened his uniform and stepped forward to greet them, a representative of the species that had transformed from prey to teacher, from victims to guides. Humanity had not merely survived, they had inherited the stars.